Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was the head of Ketchum family? Movie. Sasuke stared down at the still warm corpse of his once teammate Uzumaki Naruto. The gaping hole in his chest where his heart should have been was bleeding profusely, mixing with the rain and running in rivulets off the stone shore and into the water, staining it a light red. It's funny, Sasuke began, talking to the dead body. I hated you. You were loud, brash, thick-headed, and were about as sociable as a chimpanzee, but you were the closest thing to a friend that I had in that God's forsaken village. Sasuke stiffened, gripping his eyes as a sudden spring of pain erupted from behind them. Gah! Clasping his hands to his eyes he fell to his knees, the pulsating ache of the cursed seal on his shoulder only seeming to exacerbate the sensation of 1,000 electric pinpricks shooting out from inside his skull. Just as suddenly as the pain came, however, it went. Sasuke dropped his hands to the ground to keep himself from falling and opened his eyes, only to see the dead, glassed-over eyes of Naruto staring back up at him. Naruto's red, slitted eyes had returned to their normal blue, but all semblance of the boundless optimism Naruto had exuded from them was gone. They were empty eyes, looking up at him, judging him. "Shut up," he shouted down at the corpse, "I had to do it. I had to kill you to get the Mangekyo. I need this power to kill Itachi. You wouldn't understand. He took everything from me. I have to kill him. It's my duty." The glassy blue eyes continued to stare, regardless of Sasuke's justifications. With a loud grunt, Sasuke got up before kicking Naruto's body with enough force to shove him off the rock where he stood and into the river, where it began to slowly float away, face down. Ripping his Hittite off, Sasuke looked down at the distinct scratch crossing out the Konoha symbol. With a slight smirk he dropped it onto the stone ground, where it hit with a loud clang. Maybe Naruto wasn't as useless as he had previously believed, not that it mattered now. Looking back at Naruto as his body slowly drifted away, he felt his breath hitch, looking slightly defeated. "I'm sorry," he whispered to himself. "I had to." Sasuke shook his head to clear his thoughts. This was childish, and no way for an Uchiha to act. He had wasted too much time ruminating. He had to get to Orochimaru as soon as possible, who knows when Naruto's backup would arrive. Turning on his heel, Sasuke used his remaining strength to run as quickly as he could towards the rendezvous point to the north. Poa. Kakashi landed without a sound on the hard, stone shore. Picking up the scratched Hittite he held it in front of his hound. "Pakun, what do you smell?" he asked urgently. "It's Sasuke's for sure, but there's more. The rains washed most of it away, but there's definitely a lot of Naruto's blood here," he stated. "Unfortunately, I can't smell much of a trail anymore, the rain is too heavy." Kakashi nodded in understanding. "I'll summon some more Ninken and we'll spread out. We need to pick the trail back up as soon as." "Kakashi-san," Pakun interrupted, pointing downstream towards a distinctive orange figure with his paw. "No," Kakashi whispered as he dropped the Hittite, sprinting across the flowing water towards Naruto. Spanning the distance in just a few seconds he picked up his student, hoping he was merely unconscious. Upon seeing the gaping hole in his chest, however, Kakashi knew he was dead. Scooping the rapidly cooling corpse up in his arms, Kakashi closed his single visible eye. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I didn't mean to be so late." He sighed, reining in his emotions in the way that only a hardened shinobi could, before shifting his grip so he could close Naruto's eyes. It was time for the boy to rest. "Pakun," he said, turning to his furred friend on the shore. "Pick up Sasuke's Hittite and bring it back to the village. We'll see if we can use his scent to train other tracking hounds." Pakun nodded, picking up the Hittite in his mouth. Without another word, Kakashi began the long journey back to the village. Poa. "Bring me more deer antler," Tsunade shouted to one of the bustling nurses, deep bags under her eyes, showing her lack of sleep. She ground together more ingredients in an attempt to counteract the Tongarashigan pill of the Akamichi that Choji had taken. It truly was a fascinating piece of work. By forcing the body to burn through the entirety of its fat stores, the Akamichi clan had discovered how to produce an incredible amount of chakra. The only problem was that the process also produced an extraordinary amount of spiritual heat, throwing the spirit's balance towards one end of the extreme and causing it to spiral out of control, weakening the Hokage-sama. Tsunade turned to see who interrupted her introspection. A genin she didn't recognize stood before her. "Your presence is requested in the morgue," he said with a bow. With a deep frown Tsunade responded, "I'm in the middle of a procedure. You can't just barge in here. Who told you to break protocol like this?" she demanded. "Kakashi-san did, ma'am. He recently returned with Naruto and ordered me to find you immediately." The young boy explained. He must be fresh out of the academy, that was why she didn't recognize him, and why he was stupid enough to interrupt a medical procedure on a random Junin's orders. "Wait a minute, Naruto. Morgue, you," Tsunade snapped at another nearby nurse. "I want you to grind some dried lotus root, steep it in a glass of peppermint tea, and force it down Akamichi's throat, understood?" she ordered belligerently before storming off without waiting for a reply. Tsunade's heart was beating faster than was healthy for a woman of her advanced age as she rushed down the sterile white hallways of the Konoha hospital. After what was arguably the longest 60 seconds of her life, she rammed open the doors to the morgue and barged in. "Kakashi, what is the meaning of this?" she shouted, hoping against hope that her faux anger would change what she knew in her heart had happened to her once again. One of her precious people had died for this God's forsaken village again. She knew it. She looked only at Kakashi, refusing to acknowledge the obvious orange figure on a nearby gurney. Kakashi was sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, head resting in his hands and hunched over. Without a word he pointed to the corpse of his dead student. Tsunade slowly turned to look at Naruto. He hadn't been cleaned up at all, he was still covered in blood, sweat, and grime. Stepping closer she approached him and rested a hand on his forehead. All the anger was immediately washed away and replaced with an intense, aching sorrow. She had lost another one. She truly was cursed. Running her hand down his front she found the necklace, the cursed necklace that was doomed to kill anyone she gave it to. She had been a fool to believe that this small boy would be able to change her fate. Gripping the crystal she tore it away from him and shoved it into her pocket, fighting back tears as she did. Looking lower she stared at the gaping wound in his chest. "Chidori?" she asked simply. Kakashi merely nodded his head in response, still refusing to look up. She closed her eyes, refusing to let tears fall, refusing to let Konoha make her cry for another person it had taken away from her. She failed miserably. Falling to her knees, loud sobs racked her body. When had Naruto become so important to her? When had she let her guard down? She had sworn to herself she would never be vulnerable like that again, but like an abused lover she had made the excuses she knew she shouldn't have. It will be different this time, she had told herself. Tsunade bit the inside of her cheek, hard enough to draw blood. She savored the taste, let it bring her back to the now. Standing up there was a fire in her eyes. The village had hurt her all over again. So she was going to hurt it back. "Kakashi," she started, suddenly back to her. "All business, persona. Make yourself presentable. We'll be burying him next to his parents." Kakashi's eyes shot wide when he heard that. To reveal to the village that Sasuke had killed the only heir of the fourth Hokage. The village would tear itself apart. Less than 48 hours ago, Sasuke had been the village's golden child. A living icon of the next generation rising from the ashes of the last to grow stronger than the old. The lone possessor of the genes to pass on what was arguably the world's most powerful Kekkei Genkai. Naruto, on the other hand, had been treated as a leper since his birth. To suddenly reveal that he was Minato's son and he had been killed by the treasonous, last Uchiha. They would be lucky if riots were all they had to deal with. He personally knew several veterans that had served with Minato who would gladly kill anyone that so much as insinuated Minato wasn't perfect, but finding out the village as a whole had been mistreating his only son. An only son that was now dead, and incapable of receiving any form of reparation. Hokage-sama, he cried out before the woman could leave the room. "Are you sure that's wise?" he asked. Tsunade didn't so much as glance back at him. She was far too tired to justify her actions, and as far as she was concerned he could burn with the rest of them. She had to return to her hospital duties for now, but then she had some arrangements to make. POA. Sakura was gently shaken awake. She hadn't gotten much sleep. She had stayed up as long as she could, trying to wait until Naruto brought back Sasuke. It was around 4 p.m. when she finally conceded to the heavy weights that were pulling down her eyelids. Sakura dear, you need to wake up. Hokage-sama has called a village-wide meeting in the Colosseum, said a familiar voice. Mom? She asked, getting up slowly before she remembered what she had stayed up for. Mom, what time is it? She asked hurriedly, looking towards her alarm clock. It's 8 a.m. dear, you slept all day yesterday. Now you need to get up though. It would look bad for a ninja to not come when summoned by their cage, wouldn't it? Your father is already gone. Mebuki asked. You go on sweetie, I have to do some things before I can go, but I'll be right behind you. She smiled. Sakura gave her mom a quick hug and put a hair clip in to make her hair not look as messy before running off to the village center. Bye mom, love you, she shouted as she bolted out the door with a smile. She knew what the meeting was for. Naruto had gotten Sasuke back and was probably being rewarded or something. Lucky idiot might even be promoted to Chunin for this. She was sure Sasuke would be upset. After all, he had tried to leave, he would probably be put on probation or something, but she didn't care. She was just happy he was back. They could start over, she could be more considerate of his darker feelings. They might even be put on the same team again. POA. Kakashi was tense. The village coliseum was filled to bursting, with many ninja choosing to sit on the rooftops around the edges as the civilian population filled the seats. Looking down at the Hokage, he knew that something had snapped inside her. She wore all black as she stood in the center of the arena. Black robes, black eyeliner, black lipstick, black everything. She was making a show of this. There was something off, something about her eyes. The way they were a little too wide. The way they darted back and forth without blinking. Either she had gone crazy, or she was playing a very convincing role of a woman barely holding onto the edges of her sanity. Ladies and gentlemen of Konohagakure, she began. I come to you, bearing grim news. Yep, definitely crazy. Today we mourn the loss of one of our most valued shinobi. She said, projecting her hoarse voice as well as she could. In the crowd, Sakura's eyes shot wide. No, she whispered to herself. Sasuke, Naruto wouldn't. She clenched her fists tightly. I'll kill him. She swore to herself. Naruto had killed Sasuke. That idiot couldn't do anything right. She was stupid to think he would bring Sasuke back. Today we mourn the death of the son of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The crowd erupted into murmurs. The fourth had never had a son. What was she talking about? Sakura calmed visibly. She was obviously saddened that the unknown son of the fourth Hokage had died, but that was an irrelevant bit of news to be stored away for later. The fact of the matter was that Sasuke may still be alive. Today we mourn the death of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Again, a stampede of whispers emanated from the crowd. This time more loudly, especially among the shinobi population that knew who she was talking about and were connecting the two bits of information together. There was no Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi though, Sakura thought to herself. The fourth had killed it, right? It made sense though, the fourth was a master of Fuinjutsu. If anyone could seal away the beast, it would be him. If this person was both the only son of the fourth Hokage, and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, then it was no wonder he chose to hide existence. He was a prime target. Whoever this person was, he must have been a well-kept secret of the village. Possibly an Anbu agent. Today we mourn the loss. Tsunade paused, letting the tension build like a maestro conducting an orchestra before finally releasing the pressure. Of Uzumaki Naruto, who died at the hands of the traitor and official missing nin, Uchiha Sasuke. With a snap of her fingers, two men brought an ornate casket out into the center of the arena. It was gilded with intricate carvings etched into the wood. When Sakura looked closely, she could barely make out a mop of messy blonde hair, and a bulky orange jacket. Sakura's mouth opened of its own accord, eyes shooting wide as she realized what the Hokage had just said. She gasped, taking a deep breath. No, the cry filled the arena, only it did not come from Sakura. She shut her mouth and immediately turned to the source of the noise, just as many other did. Only to see the quiet Hyuga girl being restrained by her father as she desperately tried to make her way to Naruto's body. No, not Naruto-kun, not Naruto-kun, she screamed, tears streaming down her face. Hinata. Behave yourself, Hiyashi demanded with a hand on her arm, holding her back and attempting to force her to sit back down. This is no way for a Hyuga to act, the man scolded. Hinata refused to listen, and even attempted to juken her father's hand to loosen his grip. His reflexes were too fast for her, however, and he moved his hand and quickly struck a point in her neck, causing her to go limp. He caught her limp form and placed it back in her seat. Although she couldn't move, she was still conscious, and still sobbing. Naruto. Naruto, she cried, a bit of snot coming out of her nose as she cried, not caring for the disgrace she was making of herself. Losing herself to the sorrow of the death of her idol and secret crush. Hiyashi had of course known that his daughter harbored feelings for the young blonde boy, but hadn't known they were this intense. He would have to talk to her about this later. Yes, Tsunade continued, acting as if the outburst had never happened. Naruto, son of Minato, had been killed by the traitor, Uchiha Sasuke. He served us in life, as a proud shinobi, and by keeping the Kyuubi sealed within him. He served us still in death, by taking the monstrosity with him into the afterlife. She stepped around the casket, resting a hand on Naruto's cheek for a brief moment. Those of you who wish to pay respects to the hero, Uzumaki Naruto, follow me. We will be burying him next to his parents, she announced before walking away. The same two men from before closed the casket before lifting it and following her out of the Colosseum. Poa. Sakura was numb. She knew that her parents had spoken to her about something, but she couldn't remember what. She knew that Kakashi had come to her and said something as well, he had even hugged her, but she couldn't feel the warmth of the embrace. The entire burial had felt like she was watching it on TV. Like it wasn't really happening. True to her word, Tsunade had buried Naruto next to his parents in the Namikaze estate. Although perhaps estate was a strong word. The fourth did not come from a clan, but had purchased a couple acres of land outside the city wall. On it was a simple home one could have expected to find in a nice suburb, except everything was incredibly overgrown and run down. Behind the house were two gravestones that simply read her safe harbor and his red-hot habanero. In the back of her mind, Sakura noted that the body of the fourth was supposedly destroyed during the Kyuubi attack. Although it made perfect sense that the official report would say that if he had wanted his burial to be private with his apparent wife. Tsunade had spoken some more as Naruto's casket was buried next to his parents, but Sakura couldn't hear her. While many of the villagers chose not to follow Naruto to his burial site, there was still more than enough to make it so she was crowded on all angles as everyone tried to gather around the rather impromptu ceremony. She went home immediately after the final bit of dirt was placed over Naruto's grave. After her parents talked to her about friendship and loss or something, she went into her room and sat at her desk. The same desk she sat at when she had done homework back in the academy. It was funny, it had only been a year since they graduated. She couldn't remember. It was like none of that was real, like it had happened to a different person. She wasn't the person she was a mere 4 days ago. Her world had changed the moment she realized what she had done. She knew that keeping his promises was part of Naruto's nindo. She knew he liked her. She knew she could use that to get him to go after Sasuke. If she hadn't been so pushy with Sasuke, had been a better friend and less of a flirt, he might have stayed. If she hadn't begged Naruto to go after Sasuke, he would still be alive. If she had been stronger, she could have gone with him. If. It was her fault Sasuke left. It was her fault Naruto was dead. It was her fault she was all alone. Sakura was numb. Poa. The week after Naruto's burial was hectic to say the least. Kakashi was wrong about there being riots, however. So that was a positive. In fact, Kakashi realized that the village was taking the revelation that the pariah was actually a hero rather well. There were plenty of heated arguments, but no one had died yet. Many of the villagers were simply sulking, minds filled with, I should have, and, if only. The melancholy mood was oppressive, even for him. Others, although a much smaller number, actually celebrated. Not for the death of Naruto the hero as some had taken to calling him posthumously, but for the death of the Kyuubi. Kakashi supposed they were somewhat right to celebrate. It wasn't every day a being of pure energy and manifestation of hatred was destroyed. It was only when the two groups clashed that things became a problem. The mourners believed that the celebrators were not sufficiently upset about the death of Naruto the hero, while the celebrators believed that the mourners were not sufficiently happy that Naruto had succeeded in the mission given to him by the fourth, protecting his people from a grave threat. They were both partially right. Kakashi had heard both sides of the arguments multiple times while having to diffuse rather heated debates on multiple occasions. Battle lines had been drawn, but he knew no actual battles would ensue. Thankfully both sides had come to the conclusion that a civil war in the village that Naruto the hero had died serving would only disgrace his memory. Kakashi-san, a voice spoke from behind him. Turning away from the memorial stone he saw a genin looking up at him. He couldn't tell if it was the same one he had sent to fetch Tsunade that first night, or if the many similar genin that had been sent to fetch him were simply blurring together in his mind. Kakashi-san, there's another altercation at the south gate, the boy said with a tense bow. With a rather forced eye smile Kakashi nodded to him. Of course, I'll be right there, he said, allowing the boy to stand back up and return to the Hokage tower. Kakashi began to lazily jump from rooftop to rooftop on his way to the gate. He had taken on a rather bizarre role lately. He was the sensei that trained the traitor Uchiha and taught him the technique used to kill Naruto, the hero. He was also the sensei that trained Naruto, and had cared for him when the village had not. He had expected people to hate him. He had hoped they would praise him. Instead, they pitied him, and that only made things worse. Tsunade was using this role of his to help diffuse any situations as they arose. He hadn't slept in days. All right then, what's happening now? Kakashi sighed as he landed between two arguing figures just inside the south gate. POA. What the hell happened here? Tsunade didn't so much as flinch at the accusatory tone that came from the window of her office. I take an extra week to check on some contacts in my spy network, and now Naruto's dead and the village is poised to tear itself apart. Sasuke betrayed the village for Orochimaru, and Naruto was killed trying to get him back. I told everyone about his parents, and that he was Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Tsunade replied to her white-haired teammate nonchalantly, taking another shot of sake. How did this happen? Jiraiya asked, stepping into the office. How did Orochimaru get a hold of Sasuke? Sasuke went willingly, and was escorted out by some of Orochimaru's most trusted lieutenants. I sent Naruto and a ragtag team of genin, and one chunin, after them at Naruto's request. Each of them barely survived, with Naruto being killed by Sasuke at the Valley of the End. The cursed seal couldn't have driven him to do something like that. Enko hasn't shown any signs of wanting to betray the village. Jiraiya scratched his chin as he processed this new information. Did any of these lieutenants survive for questioning? No. Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade, before immediately forgetting what he was going to say. She was a mess. Black eyeliner smearing down her cheeks, in a clear tear-stained pattern. Her hair was a disheveled nest of tangled strands. What made it worse was that her face was completely calm and her eyes were dry. No sign of the obvious grief that had put her in this state. Meaning it had happened a while ago, and she hadn't bothered to clean herself up. Couple that with the frankly irrational way she had announced the situation to the village. From his report, she was taking this worse than when Dan died. Are you okay? He asked lamely, not sure how to proceed. He was a legendary super pervert, not a grief counselor. No, she answered back in a flat tone before leaning back into her chair, but I'm better than I was. I finally collapsed a couple days after Naruto's burial, and Shizune has done wonders in calming me down. I was already running on fumes trying to help the Akamichi boy and the others when the news of Naruto's death came in. If I could go back and redo my actions with a more level head, I would have revealed Naruto's parentage much more. She paused, searching for a word. Diplomatically. She had definitely gone over the top. Calling a village-wide meeting of both shinobi and civilian alike had been out of line. Not to mention her rather theatrical delivery of the information. She had seen the way Kakashi looked at her throughout the event, and it was a testament to the man's unwavering loyalty that he hadn't lost all faith in her because of her actions. Although maybe he did, and was simply very good at hiding it. His loyalty must feel especially strained now with how she was running him ragged. She simply didn't trust anyone else to handle any Naruto-related flare-ups with a level head. Particularly when ninja were involved. Some of these arguments were reaching an almost religious level of zeal. She had wanted the village to share in her pain, not destroy itself. But you would have still told them? Jiraiya asked, interrupting her brief introspection. Yes, I would have done it after Naruto was buried though. To put him on display like I did, Naruto she paused again, taking another shot of lukewarm sake. He didn't deserve that. She finished before gripping the necklace that once again rested around her neck. Wordlessly sending Naruto an apology in the afterlife. I think it's already time that I retire, Jiraiya, she said, abruptly changing the topic. This place was barely tolerable with Naruto here, and now that he's gone it's unbearable. Every time the clang of her sake dish breaking on the floor after being dropped by shaking hands filled the room. Taking a deep breath to calm herself like Shizune kept reminding her, Tsunade fought back tears. Every time I go to sleep I feel Dan laying next to me, I see Naoki whenever I give a mission to a genin, and now I hear Naruto laughing and calling me old with every gust of wind. I can't stay here, Jiraiya. I just can't. The Toad Sage walked around the desk and placed a hand on his cage's shoulder. Have Shikaku handle the logistics of the village, get Iruka to hand out missions to the genin, and take some time off with Shizune. Once you feel ready, you two can look through Junin and Anbu profiles and decide who you think is the best fit for Hokage. He said simply with a smile that somehow managed to not look forced. Everything will be okay, Tsunade Haim. He whispered before standing up and walking towards the window again. What will you do? She asked with a sniff. I'm gonna go snake hunting. He replied coolly before jumping out and onto the street. POA. Naruto scrunched his face. His chest hurt like hell. On the bright side, whatever hospital bed he was in sure was comfortable. Opening his eyes finally he saw nothing. It was pitch black. Trying to sit up didn't do him any good either, as he immediately hit his head on something soft. Blinking several times he wriggled around trying to find out exactly where he was. It was some kind of padded box or something. With a deep frown he started knocking on the roof of the box. Very funny, but you can let me out now, he shouted. He was a prankster but even he didn't prank people in the hospital. Hello. Naruto had continued to knock for what felt like an hour or so before shouting out. He had gotten a major headache about 15 minutes ago and he was losing his patience. Okay, I know you think you're funny, but you can either open the box now or I'll break it open. There had been no response again, so he began to formulate his plan. There was no way he could Rasengan his way out. There was barely enough room for him in this box, so there definitely wasn't enough for him to create a clone to help him mold the chakra. Why did his signature move have to be based almost solely on molding chakra? He hated molding chakra. Luckily whoever had replaced his torn jacket had left his kunai-filled leg pouch untouched. He got a nasty cramp in his side with how he had to bend in order to reach them, but managed to pull one out before beginning the tedious job of carving his way out. It wouldn't take too long. The wood couldn't be more than an inch or so thick. He would be out in a few minutes. Or at least, he would have if he hadn't immediately received a face full of dirt once he broke through the wood. Shaking his face to get as much off as he could, he blinked several times. Okay, so he wasn't just in a box, he was in a box and underground. That wasn't exactly the news he had been hoping for. Not to mention that his headache was just getting worse. With a determined frown Naruto began to dig through the dirt with his kunai. The throbbing in his head only drove him to push faster. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible and yell at whoever had thought it would be funny to bury him alive. He had known there were people that didn't like him because of the Kyuubi, but it had never escalated this far before. It was mostly just rude stares and being ignored. Of course, if Mizuki had been willing to steal the scroll of forbidden techniques and kill him to make a quick getaway, then he assumed there were probably others with similar ideas. Still, to kidnap him from the hospital and bury him alive. That was just weird. They should have at least killed him before burying him. That's what a ninja would have done, and he doubted anyone but a ninja could have kidnapped him from the hospital. He highly doubted Sasuke would have buried him alive after he passed out. That just wasn't his style. Where would he have gotten the casket from anyway? So that meant that someone must have found him and brought him to Konoha Hospital. Only for someone else to kidnap him while unconscious and bury him alive in a perfectly good casket. Now that was a story to tell the grandkids. If he ever had grandkids. If Sakura didn't kill him for not bringing Sasuke back. Oh man, just the thought of talking to her after getting knocked out by Sasuke was giving him anxiety. He had promised to bring back Sasuke and failed catastrophically. He had considered justifying it as, I promised to bring him back, but never specified when. I can just keep trying to bring him back until the promise is fulfilled. But knew it wouldn't convince her. Heck, it didn't even convince him. Sasuke would be considered a full-blown missing nin now. Sakura would never talk to him again, and he had officially broken his nindo. So that sucked. On the bright side though, he thought he was almost through all the dirt. With every patch of dirt that landed on his face he would shake it off, before shaking and kicking it down to the bottom of the coffin. After about 15 minutes his head felt like it was about to explode, and he had filled up the entirety of the coffin with dirt. Luckily, the dirt was clay-y and kinda wet so it didn't collapse on top of him. Clay-y, was that a word? Whatever, dig now, worry about that stuff later. Oh man, he was gonna kill whoever buried him. Not literally, but he was gonna yell at them a lot and maybe paint their house neon orange or something. Tsunade might kill them though, for like, treason and stuff. That would have to be after taking something for this headache. Holy cow, whatever painkiller they had given him at the hospital was definitely wearing off. All his muscles felt like they were on fire and he was getting lightheaded from the pain as he dug. Finally, after another 15 minutes he broke through and crawled out to lay on the sweet dew-covered grass nearby. He had heard the phrase, 6 feet under, before, but hadn't figured they would have literally buried him 6 feet under. Maybe it was supposed to be irony or something. He didn't care right now. He was too busy sucking in as much air into his lungs as he could, and his pain started to fade. Oh, the painkiller wasn't wearing off. He had been suffocating to death. Cool. Finally opening his eyes after taking his time to recoup any lost oxygen, he noticed that the sky was particularly beautiful. You couldn't see the stars like this in the village because of all the light pollution. Usually, he only saw it on long missions outside of the village when they had to camp out. Lifting the kunai up to look at it in the light, he frowned and threw it aside. It was completely dulled and some of the edges were starting to chip. It's true they were meant to be mostly disposable, but that was still like 500 ryo down the drain. The birds started chirping and he decided it was time to get up. Nature was calling to him. Not the birds, he had to pee. Smirking to himself at his internal joke he stood up and walked over to the edge of the property. Once relieved, he turned around to look at his would-be grave with a little more detail. It was quite a sight. There were flowers laid out all around his grave and a small but ornate gravestone. The house nearby looked like it was halfway through some major renovations. The whole thing looked like it had been power washed and there was that smell in the air that said, "This paint may not look fresh, but if you touch it you'll get it all over your hands." Single quote. So someone had kidnapped him, and buried him alive behind their house. That was dumb. Not to mention they had buried him next to their parents or something. He looked at the 2 older gravestones next to where he had been buried. Something about harbors and peppers. He didn't know what that was about. Looking to what was supposed to be his gravestone he read what was written. Here lies Uzumaki Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and hero of Konohagakure. Okay, what the fuck? POA. Hiyashi was pleased. After he dragged the still sobbing Hinata home from the announcement that the Naruto boy had died he tossed her into her room, rather unceremoniously too. He had refused to let her watch the burial, or rather, he had refused to carry her to the burial and she hadn't been in any condition to go by herself. The first day almost the entire house had to listen to her wail late into the night. She just lost her friend. Hiyashi had told himself, give her a day to grieve. Single quote. And a day she had gotten. He swore to himself that if he had heard so much as a sniffle from her room the next day he would go in there personally. Only no sounds came. That had actually made him rather nervous. Just as he was about to go and check on her though, she came out, grabbed a large glass of water from the kitchen, and then she returned to her room. She had her own indoor plumbing, as was only fitting for an heiress, and a bookshelf. So, All she needed to leave her room for was food, water, and training. Kurenai had given their whole team a week off to mourn, so she had nowhere else to be. While he hadn't seen her get any food, his parental concern had been assuaged and he returned to his study. The third day is when she had surprised him. She come out of her room, fully kitted out, as if she was preparing for a mission, and walked into the rear courtyard. Using his Byakugan to keep an eye on her from in his study was a simple task. She had walked right up to a nearby Chunin of the branch family and looked up at him. "Fight me," she had said simply. Hiyashi's eyes had widened from shock alone. A bit of an overreaction considering he didn't have any rational reason to do so. That had been surprising, but not overly so. She had just spent 2 days in her room and had no team duties. She was probably just working out some energy and frustrations. The man had looked at Hinata like she had grown a second head, but simply bowed and gave the appropriate, "Yes, Hinata Heim." Before dropping into the Juken stance, he began first, giving her an agonizingly slow strike that was obviously meant to be blocked. She slapped his hand away and looked at him with an angry frown. "I didn't say, pity me, I said, fight me," she growled. Hiyashi had to consciously prevent himself from turning his head to look at Hinata. If the Chunin had looked at Hinata like she had a second head before, then she must have appeared to have 3 heads, 16 arms, and a Sharingan at this point. "Yes, Hinata Heim, forgive me," he said with another deep bow. Hiyashi put his pen down so he could actively watch his daughter. What followed was 10 minutes of her barely surviving. He frowned deeply to himself, wondering what he had been expecting. A small group had gathered around the fight by that point. None of them made it outwardly obvious that they were watching, they just so happened to be eating their meal nearby, facing away at an angle, and with their Byakugan active. After Hinata had collapsed and vomited slightly, the Chunin dropped his guard completely. He bowed again and made to walk away before Hinata stood back up. "Again," she said simply, looking at the man as he tried to turn away. He stopped and turned to her, again bowing. "Hinata Heim, I don't think that's a good idea. You should rest, and if you want, you can come to me again. We can always train together lad-ah." He let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing forward. While he had been trying to help her save face, Hinata had shaped her hand in a familiar sign, letting out a quiet HYA. As she did, Hiyashi couldn't restrain himself this time, his head snapping to face his daughter like he had been an everyday civilian. She had never used the caged bird seal before. Hinata spat out a mass of bloody phlegm before speaking. "I said, again," she shouted before charging at the man. In his shock, the Chunin had managed to let Hinata get a few strikes in while he recovered, before leaping back and rededicating himself to the fight. "Why yes, Hinata Heim." The watching crowd made themselves scarce after that. Hiyashi's frown had turned into a loving smile. If he had known his death would have had this kind of affect on his daughter, he would have killed the Uzumaki child himself years ago. Fourth Hokage be damned. POA. Naruto had been pacing for at least 10 minutes. "Okay, so," he began, talking to one of his clones. "Either this prankster has one of the worst senses of humor in the world, and was willing to let loose an S-class secret for the sake of his joke, or when I had been retrieved I was in such a bad state that everyone had assumed I was dead, buried me, and revealed I am the apparent child of the 4th Hokage to the world." Naruto collapsed backwards onto one of the piles of flowers. "So now what?" he asked the clone. "I dunno man, I'm you remember." The clone responded. The real Naruto looked at him with squinty eyes. "You're no help, why did I even make you?" The clone sighed. "You said it was to bounce ideas off of me, but we both knew that wouldn't work. You're just scared that you're actually a ghost and the Shinigami is gonna sneak up behind you, so you want me to watch your back." It was the real Naruto's turn to sigh now. He definitely wasn't a ghost. Ghosts didn't need to breath or dig out of caskets. The clone was just trying to scare him. "I mean, if I go back then they're gonna think I'm undead or something. Or some jerk that's just pretending to be me. Or like 11 other different things that could end really badly for me, us," he amended after a moment. "Oh yeah, and what are you gonna do instead? Run away? That's not part of our Nindo." The clone countered. "You mean the Nindo we broke the second we let Sasuke get away?" Naruto countered in return. Just think what Sakura will do to us when she realizes that not only did we not get Sasuke back, but we let her think we were dead for who knows how long. We might actually die after that. Good point. I suppose we could. Oh gods, you were right. The Shinigami. He's right behind you. The clone shouted, eyes wide in terror. What? The real Naruto jumped up and turned around, only to hear a loud "ha!" behind him, and a poof as the clone dismissed itself. He couldn't blame it. It had thought it was funny, and now he kinda did too. Wait, why would he think it was funny too? Naruto frowned to himself before deciding to file that question under the interesting, but not important right now, part of his brain. That was a really big part. He'd have to go through there one of these days. There were probably those weird cockroaches in there. Maybe that's why his mind looked like a sewer whenever he saw the Kyuubi. There was a leak in that room he never checked out. Swallowing hard, Naruto did what any sensible ninja would do. He picked up one of the flowers that was left for him and started picking off the petals. One by one. I leave, I stay, I leave, I stay, I leave. POA. What now? Kakashi sighed at the genin that had just knocked on his door. He had finally managed to get a bit of sleep, when he was woken up a whopping 2 hours after his head hit the pillow. He was going to have an aneurysm at this point. "Yes, sir. Hokage-sama has requested your prescience in the Hokage Tower immediately. I apologize for any inconvenience." The young girl stuttered, so this one definitely wasn't the same boy he had sent to get the Hokage. Unless he was hanged and Kakashi was just too tired to be able to tell. No, that was just the lack of sleep talking. There was no demon genin that had nothing better to do than bug him. At least not anymore. Wow, okay, Kakashi thought to himself. Screw you too, brain. Standing tall, Kakashi patted the girl on the top of her head. It's fine, it's not your fault. Take your time getting back. I'm on my way, he said, trying to be extra kind to make up for his rather cruel greeting earlier. Locking the door behind him, he jumped on top of his place's roof and began to journey towards the Hokage Tower. He could have sworn he heard a hinge pop behind him as he jumped away, but convinced himself he was hearing things. POA. Are you sure he's the best candidate? Shizune asked her mentor. What if the villagers freak out? He hasn't gotten a psych evaluation since Naruto's death. What if he's not stable? Then, they can rot in hell. He's the best Junin for the job right now, despite his current situation. I don't want to spend the next 2 weeks here looking through profiles just to pick him anyway. Besides, Tsunade continued, I'm not exactly stable right now either. Do you really think I'd do a better job of keeping this place together than him? I'm drinking way too much, and if I don't do those breathing exercises every 30 minutes or so, it feels like my brain will melt. Hell, I'm the one who grades most of those psych evaluations and I wouldn't even pass myself at this point. Shizune looked like she was about to argue, but there was a sudden knock at the door. That was odd. They had expected Kakashi to come in through the window. Enter. Tsunade spoke with all the dignity and authority that she could muster. Kakashi walked into the room slowly. There was a rather dark bag under his one eye, and Shizune noted to herself that he was giving off an eerily similar vibe to the one that Tsunade had given before she collapsed a few days ago. Shizune had gotten her to take a shower and clean herself up, but she was still wearing the black robe and had trouble sleeping. Kakashi bowed deeply in an unusually serious mood. He stayed bowed down for perhaps a few seconds too long before sighing Hokage-sama, and standing back up. Are you okay, Kakashi-san? Tsunade immediately asked, Dr. Mode, taking over. You don't look well. Please, sit. Moderate to severe sleep deprivation, causing mild audiovisual hallucinations. Minor chest pain, and loss of appetite, possibly unrelated but unlikely, he said stoically, giving a rather spot-on self-diagnosis. He gave her an eye smile before taking the offered seat. Nothing compared to my time in Anbu though. I'll be fine. I see. She began to give a slightly worried frown. Tell me, Kakashi, are you loyal to Konoha? She asked, changing the subject. Kakashi barely managed to stop himself from raising his eyebrow. He hadn't expected that. He knew there was a good chance he would be questioned. After all, he was the sensei to the traitor Uchiha. But, he figured it would have happened within the first few days after his return. When it didn't, he assumed they either didn't question his loyalty or they were too busy. It made sense though. Run him ragged with constant small missions and then question him when he had his guard lowered. Yes ma'am, he answered quickly, perhaps too quickly, but he hoped not. It was true, the thought of defection hadn't occurred to him once. This was his home, it was all he had. I see, you have been run down lately, and I'm partially to blame for that. I apologize, Tsunade began. I have put you through a lot, and so soon after the death of one of your students. I must ask though, how much more would you go through for Konoha? I would die for her ma'am. He replied instantly. It was also true. He loved this place. From the hot summer days to the cool winter nights. From the Hokage monument to the memorial stone. He loved all of it, even the parts that made him sad. Good, good, Tsunade said, nodding slowly. She looked at him in his one eye and stared at him in the way that only a cage could. Then I have a mission for you, a mission of such grave importance that I dare not give it to anyone else. I know you are tired, but don't worry, you'll have some time to rest and prepare for this mission, should you choose to accept it. Kakashi paused, but nodded. So it was a suicide mission, not a questioning of his loyalty. It wasn't a big deal, he had gone through many supposed suicide missions during the war with Iwa. Not to mention his time in Black Ops. Of course, ma'am, anything for Konoha, he said, although there was something in the back of his head that told him he was forgetting something. Tsunade smiled and nodded as well. Very good, Kakashi, I was hoping you'd say that, but perhaps you should hear what the mission is before accepting it. She stood and took her hat off her desk. Walking over to him she held it out for him to take. Your mission is to take up the position of Hokage, and protect Konoha and her people from all enemies, foreign and domestic. His eye widened. He looked at the hat. He had always thought he would look cool in it, ever since Minato-sensei had taken up the position of 4th Hokage. He had never actually wanted to wear it though, at least not seriously. He reached a shaky hand up to take the hat from Tsunade. He couldn't tell if he was shaking because he was nervous, excited, or if it was from the sleep deprivation. He held it in his lap and looked at it. Hokage-sama, if you are sure in your decision I would be honored to. He paused. Oh yeah, that's what he had forgotten. I can't. Tsunade and Shizune both raised their eyebrows in shock. I'm sorry, what, why not? Tsunade asked, trying to not look upset. I'm still a Junin sensei. I have a duty to Haruno Sakura. I can't leave her. I can't abandon her after everything she's already been through. He explained, holding the hat back out to his cage. Tsunade frowned deeply. She wasn't proud to admit it, but she had forgotten the Haruno girl had existed altogether. She was a rather subpar shinobi, all things considered. Are you sure about this? If you turn this down, I can't guarantee that I won't find someone else. This could be a one-time offer, she explained. Kakashi nodded. I'm sure. I can't just. He paused. After Obito and Rin died, Minato-sensei was all I had. If he had left me behind, I would have. He paused again, fighting back emotions he had buried long ago. He had always considered his father a coward for taking his own life. After Rin's death however, he had been feeling rather cowardly himself. If Minato-sensei hadn't been there for him, he may have been Hokage at the time, but Minato was still very much his sensei, and he didn't know if he was capable of doing both like Minato had. I can't leave her, he said simply, as though he had just commented that the sky was blue. Tsunade nodded slowly. She saw something in Kakashi that she had seen in herself. At this point, Sakura was to Kakashi, as Naruto was to her. For some reason he had pinned his hopes to a small, stupid, fragile child just like she had. She wouldn't take her away from him. Not to mention that he probably subconsciously saw a bit of Rin in Sakura. She hadn't gone too in-depth on the reports, but knew that Rin hadn't taken the death of Obito well. The report she read said it was suicide, and she had used Kakashi to do the deed. Taking the hat back from his grasp she nodded. Very well, I understand. However, I would ask you not tell anyone about this. The last thing I need is a bunch of power-hungry Junin vying for. Tsunade paused. Looking down at Kakashi, his eye was closed and there was a very subtle snoring sound coming from him. He truly was a good man. It's a shame he wouldn't take the hat. POA. Naruto rubbed his chest as he frowned. It was odd, it didn't really hurt that bad anymore, but it just felt weird. Like, his ribs were all squishy and bendy, not hard like they should be. Okay, so I guess I'm leaving, Naruto said to himself, tossing the last rose onto the ground. That was the 7th rose out of the last 7 roses that he had ended with "I leave." As he plucked the final petal, Naruto looked out into the distance. He could just barely make out Konoha in the distance. With a nod of his head, he decided to go in the opposite direction. East. Just as he took his first step away from everything he had ever known, he paused and turned back. Not to face the village, but the graves of his supposed parents. It just felt wrong to not do something. Walking back so he was facing the gravestones, he bowed. I know we never met, and I know you sealed a demon inside me, but thank you for bringing me into this world. I wish things had been different, Mom, Dad, he whispered before standing up straight. Without another word he took his hitai off and dropped it on his grave. Single quote. Naruto picked up the kunai that he had dropped. He had the feeling he was going to need every bit of equipment he could get. Especially if he couldn't go to his apartment and grab his mission bag. It was funny, this whole fiasco had begun with him trying to prevent Sasuke from leaving the village. Now he was doing the same, albeit for different reasons. Stretching out and giving one last look at his home, Naruto nodded to himself. This was oddly freeing, like taking your shoes off after a long day. Cracking his neck, Naruto turned away from Konoha and began running east. He didn't know where he was going, just that he needed to go somewhere that wasn't here. POA. Kakashi felt like a new man. It was amazing what 14 hours of sleep could do for the chronically conscious. He had been rather embarrassed when Shizune woke him up after his impromptu nap, the Hokage having gone to tell Shikaku that his services would be required longer than she had expected. After an apology, and a short bow, he had made his way back home where he resumed his previously interrupted rest. The sun was still out when he fell back to sleep, but he figured he deserved to be able to relax with everything that had been happening lately. After taking his morning shower the next day, Kakashi had decided to give himself a bit of a break. Setting out to get himself a proper breakfast rather than the ration bars he usually ate. Taking time to distress was one of the often overlooked parts of maintaining your ability to perform in the field. Taking his time to walk to a nearby restaurant, he looked at the specials that were plastered on the windows near the entrance. Oh, the miso soup was on sale, that would be nice. They even had salt-broiled sauri, his favorite. Stepping into the restaurant, Kakashi was seated by a kind waitress and quickly placed his order. Leaning back in his comfortable chair, he looked out the window and watched as shinobi and civilian alike walked the streets. Occasionally sipping on some of the complimentary tea as he did. All without anyone see his face, of course. Yes, Kakashi had needed a break, and this was most definitely good for him. Taking time off to take care of your own needs was a very responsible thing to do. That's all he was doing, taking some time to collect himself. He most certainly wasn't trying to postpone the inevitable discussion he would have to have with Sakura later. Nope, not at all. POA. Sasuke was growing impatient. He had been promised power, training, techniques, and knowledge. He had assumed he would be taking up a place as Orochimaru's apprentice, or at least one of his top pupils. Instead, he was treated even more delicately than he had been while in Konoha. It was like all of these Oto ninjas had been told that he was Orochimaru's prized chihuahua, that also just so happened to be made out of equal parts glass and pressure-sensitive gunpowder. He hadn't even seen Orochimaru yet, having been told he had been previously engaged before Sasuke could show up. Whatever the hell that meant. The Oto base he was located in was rather large, especially considering it wasn't even part of Otogakure proper. In fact, it was a bit north of Otogakure. Meaning, he had been ushered past where Orochimaru was currently located so that he could wait in a base while the Snake Sanin finished whatever business was keeping him. The layout of the base was a simple cross shape that was nestled against a mountain, with the northern tip of the cross going into the mountain. He had been given free rein over the entirety of the eastern and southern wings of the complex. There was plenty to do. A sizable cafeteria for him to eat at. Several libraries filled with everything from historical manuscripts to the fundamentals of chakra theory. There was even a training ground for him to practice in. If he had wanted public libraries and empty training grounds, he could have stayed in Konoha. He didn't betray his home and brutally murder the closest thing he could call a friend just for a change of scenery. He was tempted to test the Mangekyo but didn't dare use it without good cause. After unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, a sort of instinctual knowledge on what he could do with it had entered his mind. Along with the risks associated. Suddenly, he knew that with Kagutsuchi in his right eye he could manipulate and even extinguish the flames of the Amaterasu that came from his left eye. With the Mangekyo active in both eyes he could create the chakra manifestation Susanoo. It would be weak at first, but would grow stronger the longer he had these eyes. He also knew that with every use of a Mangekyo technique his eyesight would deteriorate until he eventually went blind. The idea that the use of the Mangekyo would inevitably leave him permanently blinded was worrying. He had to ration his use of it as much as possible, use it only as an absolute last resort. He needed to postpone the loss of his eyesight, at least until he could kill Itachi. POA. The sensation of wind blowing past his bare forehead felt strange. Naruto had worn his Hitai-8 almost constantly after Iruka had given it to him. Running outside without it, he almost felt more naked than if he had been wearing nothing at all. He would have to find something to put on his forehead. Oh, what if he got one with horns like Jiraiya had? That'd be so sweet, except instead of the word oil on the front he would put something super cool. He didn't know what it was gonna be yet, but he knew it was gonna be awesome. He was making good time, not that he was trying that hard. He highly doubted anyone would try to track down someone they had buried. His grave had been recently dug, so no one should notice that a bit of dirt was out of place. Of course, he had left his old Hitai-8 there like an idiot. It had seemed like the right idea at the time. He wasn't planning on staying in the land of fire, and he didn't want anyone to start asking questions about the lone Konoha ninja wandering around. Looking back though, he should have done something other than leave the thing on the ground. Maybe he should have buried it. That sounded like a symbolic type thing to do. He would have just had to think of what it symbolized later. Naruto's introspection was cut short however when a branch broke under his weight. Shit, he cursed before righting himself instinctively, landing on the mucky soil beneath the canopy. The trees had begun to thin out a few miles back, and he had to make riskier and riskier jumps in order to stay off the forest floor. He would have to travel on the ground for now. It was a little slower, but not a big deal. A slight growl emanated from Naruto's stomach as he resumed his run. He hadn't eaten anything since before he left to get Sasuke, and no one had thought to pack a bento for his trip to the grave. Slowing to a stop, Naruto rummaged around his pockets. His jacket was empty, whoever swapped his old one out having neglected to replace any gear. His pants were a similar situation, although he hoped no one had changed those while he was unconscious. He still had 4 kunai in his pouch, about a dozen shuriken, and a few yards of ninja wire. He may be hungry, alone, and penniless, but he was a ninja, dang it. He would use what little gear he had to trap a mighty beast that would feed him for days. Future generations would tell the tale of Uzumaki Naruto, the great hunter. Naruto's stomach growled again, this time much louder. I could really go for some ramen right about now, he mumbled to himself as he began setting his snares. POA. Sakura rolled around on her bed. Her parents were both out on missions for a while, so she had no reason to try to act normal today. Ino had come by earlier in the week and talked at her for a while, saying things about how stupid they were for letting Sasuke get between them, how they were still best friends and Sakura could go to her for anything. Generic, I'm sorry your world fell apart, nonsense. She had heard many such speeches since Naruto died. Various friends and family that told her to stay strong, that she could make it through this, etc. etc. How had no one seen what she had done? She had killed him. She had killed Naruto the hero. She was just as much to blame for his death as Sasuke, if not more so. She had been so stupid, so childish. All she had cared about was getting her crush back, regardless of the threat to her teammate. Her teammate that had secretly been protecting her from a threat so large that even the 4th Hokage couldn't destroy it. The revelation that Naruto had been carrying the Kyuubi inside him since birth shed a new light on every interaction they shared. He had held that hidden pain with joy as he declared that he wanted to become Hokage. Saving thousands of lives every day with his mere existence wasn't enough for him, he wanted to save even more. He held a power that could destroy entire nations and found pleasure in the simple joy of eating cheap ramen and pulling harmless pranks. If he had revealed his pedigree and duty as Jinchuriki, he would have had full-grown women fawning over him. Instead, he had sent love letters to a neurotic, flat-chested idiot with a large forehead because she had been nice to him once. How had she gotten everything so backwards? Sakura sat up in bed when she heard a knock at the door. This couldn't be right. Her parents weren't supposed to be back for days and she had made plenty of excuses to keep other guests away. Part of her didn't want to answer the door, to pretend that she hadn't heard anything and go back to her moping. Another knock on the door told her that hiding wasn't an option. With great effort she managed to pull herself out of bed and put some clothes on that looked halfway decent. Taking her time to walk down the stairs, she ran her fingers through her hair. It was tangled and slightly greasy. She hadn't showered in a day or two. Brushing her hair with her fingers to look at least halfway presentable, she opened the door. Cocking her head to the side, she saw the tall, lanky figure of her old sensei. "Kakashi-san?" she asked, dropping the sensei for a-san, assuming Team 7 had been dissolved after the other two-thirds were dead or gone. What was Kakashi doing here? Unless he was here to give her paperwork on when she would be reassigned. Although that didn't seem right. Why get a Junin to deliver paperwork? Sakura frowned. There was no way she could handle being placed on another team. It felt like a betrayal to Naruto, and oddly enough to that bastard Sasuke as well. She would have to resign. She could guilt-trip Ino into giving her a job at her family's flower shop and live out the rest of her life as a civilian. The only reason she had tried so hard to become a kunoichi to begin with was to get closer to Sasuke, and now the idea of being close to him wasn't very appealing. Kakashi looked Sakura up and down. She was a bit of a mess, but he had actually been expecting worse. He would still have his work cut out for him though. Squatting down to her level, he placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her the most sincere eye smile he could. Reaching into his pocket with his spare hand, Kakashi pulled out a single bell and held it out for Sakura to take. Reaching her hand out, she took it. "Meet me at Training Ground 3 tomorrow at 8 a.m. I won't be late. We can talk more then," he whispered before standing and walking away. POA. Naruto sat back and picked the last bit of meat off the bone of his freshly cooked squirrel. He had been hoping for a rabbit or two, but this would suffice. After setting a few snares, he only managed to catch a single squirrel, and the thing had thrashed around, tangling his ninja wire beyond hope. He still had about 2 yards worth of the stuff, but he would have to get to civilization soon. Although, the question remained of how he would make money once he got there. He highly doubted that the land of hot springs would accept a lone, villageless genin to contract their missions out to. Unless he got extremely lucky, there was no hope in him finding a stable living situation in hot springs. Even the smaller nations weren't exactly keen on taking in and training mysterious children that refused to answer questions on why they were there. What would he say? "I ran away from my village because they all think I'm dead. I'm too scared to go back and let everyone know that I failed what was probably my most important mission of my life. Oh yeah, and it turns out my dad was the 4th Hokage, and now everyone knows I have a demon inside me. A demon that would like nothing more than to be let out and eat every one of us. Oh yeah, that'd turn out just swell." Throwing the last of the bones into the fire, Naruto wiped the grease off his lips. Squirrel tasted fine, but he wished there was more of it. A single squirrel wasn't exactly capable of filling him up. He was a growing boy and needed his protein. Unless ramen was an option, in which case screw protein, give him those sweet, noodly carbs. Taking his jacket off, Naruto bunched it up into a makeshift pillow and leaned back on it as the fire began to dwindle. Tomorrow was a new day, and he really hoped it would be better than the last. POA. True to his word, Kakashi had arrived on time to the meeting spot. 8 a.m. sharp. Strangely, at least to him, it was Sakura that was late, around 15 minutes so. Kakashi decided not to bring it up. Although, Sakura did look a little shocked when she saw that Kakashi was waiting on her. "Good morning," Kakashi greeted, forcing a smile on behind his mask. Sakura had made herself much more presentable compared to yesterday. "I have plenty of ideas for your training, but first I want to test your abilities and how you've improved since the Chunin exam," he explained, jumping off of the post he had been waiting on. "Do you still have the bell I gave you yesterday?" Sakura nodded and dug the little bell out of her pocket, holding it in her hand. "Kakashi-san," Sakura paused, not sure how he would respond to her next words. "I appreciate you deciding to continue training me, but I don't believe that will be necessary. After thinking about it more last night, I've decided to resign. I've decided that being a ninja isn't for me." "No," Kakashi said, direct and serious, his smile dropping. "As your Junin-sensei, all resignation requests must first be approved by me before being further approved by the Hokage. I refuse your resignation." "What, Kakashi-san, Kakashi-sensei," the Junin corrected. "I'm not cut out to be a ninja," she continued, heedless of his interruption. "I'm just a genin, and I've already killed one teammate and driven another to treason. I'm great at paperwork, but I can't handle being a kunoichi." Kakashi cocked his head to the side. "It was amazing how the world appeared to revolve around you when you were younger. Do you really believe that? That you're the sole reason Sasuke betrayed the village, or that Naruto went after him?" he asked rhetorically. "Sasuke has been fighting his demons since his family was killed. No actions you did or didn't take would have changed that. Besides, my teammate annoyed me isn't a viable excuse for treason and murder." Sakura frowned at that. True, Sasuke had been fighting a losing war with his childhood since she knew him, but there was still a sliver of a chance that if she had behaved differently it would have turned out better. "What about Naruto?" she began, deciding to drop the earlier line of reasoning, knowing she wouldn't be able to convince Kakashi. "I begged him to bring Sasuke back. I made him promise to bring Sasuke back. If I hadn't done that, then he might still be alive. I took advantage of his feelings for me, and now he's dead because it. Do you honestly believe that Naruto wouldn't have gone after Sasuke if he hadn't promised to bring Sasuke back?" Yes, keeping his promises was a major part of Naruto's nindo, but he saw Sasuke as a brother. "You couldn't have stopped him from going after Sasuke if you tried," Kakashi explained before stepping forward and placing a comforting hand on Sakura's head. "Sakura, I'm not going to lie and pretend that you can go back to the way things were before Sasuke left. You're a new person now, your experiences have shaped you. Every day we wake up a different person than the one we were before we went to sleep. If you truly want to honor Naruto's memory, then take the pain you've felt and make it a part of you. Use it to drive yourself to be a new, better Sakura. Will you let Naruto's death mean nothing? Just a footnote in a history book? Or will you grow and carry his dreams for him?" Sakura was fighting back tears, but she could feel her resolve grow to match them. Her burden was still heavy. She would bear it. She would kill her old self. The weak, love-struck child that thought about nothing but boys and popularity. She would rise anew with the sun and face her challenges head-on. To do anything less would be to disgrace Naruto's memory. It would make Sasuke right about Konoha. It would make Sasuke right about her. Her head hurt. She had been whipping back and forth between extreme emotions since Sasuke left, and it seemed like only now was she finding a reasonable place to settle in the middle. "So, now that you're a new person, I think a new introduction is in order." Kakashi took his hand off of Sakura's head and sat cross-legged on the grass. "My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I like many things and dislike many more, but I can't stand those who betray their friends or themselves. My dream is to finish training my student, and protect Konoha until I am no longer needed." Sakura nodded at his introduction. It was much more sincere than the first time he introduced himself. She took a deep breath. She would do it. She would rise above what Sasuke had done to her and carry on, just like Naruto would have. "My name is Haruno Sakura. I like relaxing with a book on warm summer days. I dislike traitors and being weak. My dream is to..." She paused. "No, it wasn't a dream, it was a duty. I will carry on Naruto's dream. I will become Hokage." Maybe a reasonable place to settle in the middle hadn't been completely accurate. To pick up Naruto's torch and attempt to become Hokage was its own type of extreme, but it was one she could live with. I won't forget you, Naruto. Sakura thought to herself. I still blame myself for your death, but I won't let it be in vain. I'll become Hokage, just like you would have if it weren't for me. I'll make this village a better place. A place you would have been proud to call home. Single quote. Kakashi smirked at her declaration. He hadn't expected that. She was still young though, and had all the time in the world to adjust her dreams as she went. He didn't know if she had what it took to become Hokage, but he would help her try. He clapped, standing up. Now then, about that test. You have a bell. I want it. Your job is to keep it from me. No trick answers this time. I'm genuinely going to try and get that bell, and you're going to try to stop that from happening. Ready, go. Greedily inhaling the oxygen from the mask held in front of him by Kabuto, Orochimaru gasped in pain. He had waited until the last possible moment to switch bodies, hoping that Sasuke would arrive before his previous body expired. Alas, the boy had come too late. This transfer was the worst one he'd gone through yet. Whether that was because of his arms, or because he had waited too long to perform the transplant was unknown. His predicament after Hiruzen sealed the soul of his arms into the Shinigami was fascinating. His arms had begun to rot after the sealing, as though they had a mind of their own and simply lost the will to live. His heart beat, but the blood in his arms simply refused to function. No matter how much he had increased his circulation through the use of various drugs, his arms continued to decay. Even with the aid of his ever-faithful Kabuto, the progression had refused to waver. The stench and disability had been manageable. However, the constant infections had worried him. He had taken the strongest antibiotics available, but they could only do so much when your cardiovascular system was directly attached to rotting, necrotic tissue. Kabuto had informed him that the infection had reached his heart, and had begun to spread to his brain as well. If he didn't switch bodies when he did, he would have died. He didn't plan on dying, ever. Orochimaru leaned back from the mask that was held to his face and looked down at the pale skin of his arms. His current body was taken from an Oto Chunin that had been quite a specimen. She had dedicated herself fully to the art of taijutsu, spending little effort to work and grow her chakra network. This made it exceptionally easy for him to uproot her soul, and supplant it with his own. It also meant that the usual physical augmentations he applied to his hosts had been even more effective than usual. He would need all the help he could get in the physical aspects of being a ninja, particularly with the use of his ninjutsu hampered as it was. He was capable of moving his arms again, yet there was no sensation. No, that wasn't true. He could feel them move, but he couldn't connect the sensation to any form of context in his mind. It was a bizarre form of synesthesia that he had never experienced before. He could tell by his charts that for all intents and purposes he was now a perfectly healthy 23-year-old woman. Yet when it came to moving his arms it felt like he was swimming in some kind of thick syrup. The movement was entirely conscious, there was no instinct behind his actions. Status report. Orochimaru whispered with a hoarse voice towards his assistant. Sasuke arrived at Otogakur while you were mid-transfer. Kabuto began. I diverted his escort to base 33 and ordered them to treat him as an S-class guest until such a time that you could collect him personally. Yesterday's report says he is growing restless. You were unconscious for over 5 days, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto took a breath before continuing. Several of our double agents inside Jiraiya's spy network have gone missing, while the ones that still manage to report to us are sending in contradictory and nebulous information. We are unaware if they are compromised as well, or if Jiraiya is feeding false information to all his agents as chaff in an attempt to disorient the entire system. Kabuto paused after his report. There was also a bit of information I picked up when conversing with Uchiha-san's escort. Although, it may be inaccurate. Continue, the snake Sanin spoke. It appears as though Sasuke has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru stood quickly, fumbling a little. He wasn't used to having breasts, he would have to have them removed later. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto interrupted. Please, remain seated. Your soul has only just taken hold inside your host, you are still weak. I'm strong enough to greet my new pupil, Orochimaru began, before a rush of vertigo overtook him and he stumbled forward. He tried to bring his hands up to catch his fall, but they didn't react and he landed flat on his face. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto shouted before turning to a nearby guard. Bring me a syringe of norepinephrine now. That won't be necessary, Kabuto. Orochimaru spoke calmly into the tile floor. Finally, after making the conscious effort of which individual muscles to tense and relax in his arms, he managed to push himself off the floor. I am merely still getting used to this body. There is no need to worry. Getting to his feet, Orochimaru sighed, looking down at his breasts. Although perhaps you are right, and one more day of rest won't hurt. Prepare the operating room. I wish to be rid of these fatty lumps. POA. Naruto tried to look inconspicuous as he explored. He had managed to find a small port town just on the inside of the border of hot springs after another day and a half of travel. It was large enough that there was a chance that he could find some work, but small and out of the way enough that the odds of running into a Konoha nin was unlikely. The town's name was Shiokiri, and it appeared as though its primary purpose was as a sort of transport hub between the lands of fire, lightning, and water. Particularly for purposes of trading mainland goods for the various fish that inhabited the reefs of the land of water. Watching the dockworkers go about their business was rather fascinating actually. Naruto had never known that tuna were that large. He only ever got the cheap cans that he liked to mix into his ramen when he wanted to feel fancy. The smell of seawater and fish filled the dense fog that covered the town as Naruto watched the dockworkers move crates of goods about. Hey, kid, a voice shouted from nearby, startling Naruto with how he hadn't managed to notice the burly man that was walking towards him. He was just under 6 feet tall and had a gut that would put Tsunade's bosom to shame. It looked like all the hair on his head had decided to migrate down to his chin, leaving a shiny scalp with a greasy, wiry beard. You lost or something? Where are you parents? A concerned adult. Naruto could use this. They're dead, sir. Naruto said, playing up the sadness just enough to make the man pity him, but not enough that he felt like an asshole for doing it. The best kinds of lies were the ones that were half true. He still wasn't sure how he felt about suddenly knowing his father was the 4th Hokage, but it wasn't exactly like the revelation made him any less of an orphan. I came into town looking for work. My last job fell through, and I figured there might be something available here. I know some basic ninja skills and I can work longer hours than you'd think. Do you know of anything available? Please sir, I need the money. Your last job fell through, and you know ninja skills. The man stood taller, sucking his gut in slightly and looking at Naruto incredulously. You're not a missing nin, are you? I won't turn you in, but I don't want no trouble with the law neither. Naruto shook his head. No, I was assumed dead and buried alive, discharged for medical reasons. Or at least he thought he was assumed dead. That or someone tried to kill him for not bringing Sasuke back. He didn't think the second option was very likely. However, waking up in a casket had this funny side effect of making him slightly more paranoid. Oh, the man spoke, softening his voice slightly. What hidden village were you a part of then, boy? Naruto tried not to frown. He hadn't expected to be grilled like this. He should have spent some time preparing a new persona or something. As it was, he was just bluffing and hoping for the best. I was an Oto nin, sir. He said. He couldn't say he was from Konoha. That would be idiotic, and he didn't know enough about the hidden village in Hot Springs to be able to act as though he had been a ninja there. Otogakure was a newer village, and therefore shrouded in mystery. He didn't know much about how it functioned, and was hoping that this man didn't either. The man scrunched his face, as though he had just smelled something nasty. Otogakure, aren't those the fuckers that attacked Konoha? I get a lot of business from fire, and I don't want no fire merchant jipping me on prices because he found out I hired someone from Oto. Shit, Hot Springs and fire were allied. He should have known that calling himself an Oto nin would have looked bad. I wasn't a part of their nin corp during that, sir. I had nothing to do with it. Besides, I told you I'm not an active Oto nin, and no one will recognize me as one so long as you don't tell them. I won't cause any trouble with anyone from the land of fire. I just need a job. Naruto flashed a smile and held his hands up in a mock surrender pose, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. A twinkle of sadness entered the man's eyes as he looked at what he assumed was another forgotten dredge of a war-torn world. In a way, he was right. What's your name, boy? He asked. You didn't think of a name. Naruto internally screamed. How the fuck did you not think of a name? Uzumaki Haku, sir, Naruto said, silently praying that Haku wouldn't haunt him for stealing his name. Haku, ain't that a girl's name? It's complicated. The man scratched his beard and nodded. Name's Tamamo no Hige. Guess I'm your boss now. Get to work moving those crates from Dock 13 into Warehouse 11, and I'll watch you. None of that ninja magic though. I don't need you drawing attention. I'll pay you whatever I think you're worth at the end of the day, understood? Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief. He hoped it looked like he was happy for a job and not that he was happy he didn't just blow his identity to the first person he'd talked to since leaving Konoha. With a big smile and a thumbs up, Naruto looked at his new boss. Yes sir, Hige-san. I'm on it. POA. Kurenai had chosen to ease back into training with her team after Naruto's death. Kiba had been suitably shaken to learn that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, claiming he would have helped carry the burden, had he known Naruto had such a badass duty. He somehow managed to straddle the line between celebrating the death of the Kyuubi and mourning Naruto's death without overly offending either side. Shino was as stoic as ever, not mentioning Naruto unless he had already been brought up in a conversation. Although, he now exclusively referred to him as Naruto the hero, like many others had begun to do as well. He didn't show it outwardly, but Kurenai knew the similarities between Naruto being a Jinchuriki and the Aburame clan's use of their Kikaichu had struck a chord with him. They were both shaken, of course, but they would manage. Kids were resilient like that, especially when they're also trained killers. Hinata though, after seeing her breakdown at the sight of Naruto's body, Kurenai had expected the already fragile Hyuga to become a puddle of anxiety and tears. Hinata never spoke much with the rest of her team, but when she did speak it was almost always about Naruto. The girl's infatuation with the boy had been obvious. In fact, it was a testament to Naruto's stunted social skills that he had never figured it out for himself. Instead of showing up to their meeting a sobbing mess, however, Hinata had walked in tall, head held high with a broad smile, and covered in bruises. She knew it wasn't her place to interfere with clan politics, but the sight of the dark purple welts that littered Hinata's ivory skin was enough to make Kurenai see red. She kept up the charade as long as she could, told them all that she was planning on slowly increasing their training due to recent events. She came up with an exercise for Kiba and Shino to practice. It was essentially a glorified game of tag that would have them running about in the woods far from her and Hinata. Once they were out of sight, Kurenai whirled on Hinata and got to her knees. Hinata-chan, she began, quickly pulling the girl into a brief hug before holding her back to look her in the eyes. Gently taking one of her arms, Kurenai pulled back on Hinata's sleeve, revealing more bruising. Your father, did he do this to you? He's gone too far, Hinata. We can petition the Hokage, we can. He didn't hurt me, Kurenai-sensei. Hinata answered quickly, her usual stutter was gone. I've been sparring with several Chunin and Junin of the branch house. She explained, as though she had just won the lottery. Junin, Kurenai asked. Hinata, you're still a genin. You should be training with your peers or learning from your sensei. I gave you and the rest of your team specific instructions to rest during your break, not pick fights you can't win. I need to get stronger. Hinata justified, pointedly avoiding eye contact with her sensei. Everyone does. Kurenai shook her head. That doesn't justify getting yourself hurt like this. There are safer ways to train. I don't have time to waste, I need to hurry. Hinata tried to deflect. Hinata-chan, you're barely 13. Kurenai explained. You have plenty of time to get stronger. A long pause filled the air. Hinata's excuses had been thin and flimsy and they both knew it. Kurenai waited for the next excuse. When one didn't come she made to continue, but Hinata spoke first. I never told him I loved him, Hinata whispered, tears welling in her lilac eyes. Her smile dropping as they threatened to spill over. What? I never told him I loved him. And Naruto-kun died. Alone. Thinking no one cared for him. Thinking no one loved him. I loved him. I should have told him. I should have been there for him, but I was scared. I don't even know what I was scared of, but I was scared. So, I let him suffer. I let him wallow in loneliness because I was too much a coward to tell him I loved him. Even if he didn't love me back, I could have been his friend. I could have been something. Hinata's whole body shook. Tears fell down her cheeks, no matter how hard she tried to stop them from coming. Her words slurred together as she spoke. Naruto suffered, every day to protect me and the rest of the village from the Kyuubi. He died, cold and alone, never knowing what it feels like to be loved, and it's my fault. Hinata collapsed into her sensei's arms, finally surrendering to the emotions she had been suppressing. She had tried to put on a brave face, just like Naruto would have. She had tried so very hard, but she wasn't Naruto. She would never be Naruto. Kurenai held the sobbing girl in her arms. Looking out into the tree line, she saw Kiba and Shino watching. Kurenai shook her head subtly, and they nodded back, returning home for the rest of the day. I never even got to see his grave, Hinata whispered. The renovations on the Namikaze estate finished today, Kurenai whispered soothingly as she rubbed Hinata's back. We could go visit Naruto tomorrow if you want, and you can tell him that you loved him. I think I'd like that, sensei. Looking over to the alarm clock, he saw that it was almost noon. He had been sleeping in later and later since he wasn't really able to train. I'll be right there, he shouted to the door, unsure if the man that had delivered the message to him was waiting for a response or not. Quickly getting dressed, Sasuke left the room. It was about time the snake Sannin showed up. The days had started to blur together in his head, but he was pretty sure it had been over a week since he defected from Konoha. He had already questioned his decision before, and with every day that he was effectively held prisoner here, his doubts only grew. Making his way down the concrete hallways of the eastern wing, Sasuke approached the training room he had claimed as his own. The urge to move had taken him over a few days ago and he had begun training solo. With nothing else to do, he worked until he could work no more, falling to exhaustion every night. Sasuke entered through the open door to training room Delta. Inside he spotted 3 figures. He recognized Orochimaru, and Kabuto who stood beside him, but the snake Sannin looked different than Sasuke remembered him. He was slightly shorter, and his hips were slightly wider as well. To the side though, stood a girl he didn't recognize. She appeared to be about his age, with long pinkish red hair, a pair of black glasses, and eyes that matched her hair color almost perfectly. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled, noticing the young Uchiha and greeting him in an uncannily warm manner. It's so good to see you. I apologize for my tardiness. I was preoccupied with some village matters in Otogakure when you arrived, and I wanted to make sure you were kept somewhere safe. Konoha has not taken your defection lightly, and although they are moving to infiltrate Oto with their spies, Base 33 is new and does not exist on paper. You will be safe here, for the foreseeable future. Sasuke remained expressionless, pondering the new information. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. You had other duties to attend to, I understand. I eagerly await our future training now that you are available, he said, a small chill running up his spine as he added the sama suffix to Orochimaru's name. This man wanted to steal his body, but he had to maintain the facade of politeness no matter how upset he was about Orochimaru's end goals or his tardiness. Who's she? Sasuke asked directly and bluntly, gesturing to the red-headed girl with his head. There was something about her that felt familiar somehow. This is Uzumaki Karen, Orochimaru began, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. I will be teaching you directly whenever available. However, if I am called away on more village business, Karen will serve as your training partner. You are technically her superior, but she knows much, and can be a useful aid if you require assistance with anything while I'm unavailable. I see. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly as he swallowed hard. She was an Uzumaki. The hair and eyes were completely different, but her face. There was definitely a resemblance to Naruto. She could have claimed to be Naruto's long-lost sister and he would have believed her. You've already met Kabuto, Orochimaru continued. He is one of my most trusted operatives. However, today he is here because of his medical expertise. I was hoping you could activate your Sharingan and allow him to run some diagnostics on you. Merely as a precaution, I assure you. Sasuke did as he was told, activating his Sharingan. Immediately the subtleties of the world unveiled themselves to him. He could see every heartbeat in the slight staccato vibrations of the clothing on their chests. He could see the dust motes in the air rush to fill Karen's lungs when she gasped. Kabuto hands, raising to the sides of his head with their pale green glow, moved agonizingly slowly. Orochimaru's mouth drew into a smile, and Sasuke could detect the minute contractions of each muscle fiber like a tsunami across the skin of the man's face. I see the rumor was accurate, and you have awoken the Mangekyo Sharingan. What do you know about the Mangekyo? Sasuke asked as Kabuto's chakra-infused hands rested against his temples. Only that it is the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan, and that its continued use will cause blindness in the wielder. I know also that it gives you access to the Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and your Susanoo. Not Tsukuyomi, Sasuke corrected as Kabuto took his hands away. Each Mangekyo is unique. I can create unquenchable flames with Amaterasu, like Itachi, but I can also extinguish them with Kagutsuchi. I see, so the name Amaterasu refers to the technique used to create the flames, not the flames themselves. Interesting. Orochimaru spoke ponderously as Sasuke deactivated his eyes. You know much about your new abilities even though I received no news of you using them yet. How is that? This knowledge comes intrinsically with the activation of the Mangekyo. Sasuke spoke and noted that Kabuto was taking an awful lot of notes for someone that was just doing a precautionary analysis. Fascinating. Do you believe you could break Itachi's Tsukuyomi with your new eyes? Orochimaru asked, the faintest hint of excitement crossing into his voice. I know it's possible now, but whether or not I currently have the strength to do so I can't say. Then it appears as though you were destined to avenge your clan, Sasuke. You can counter not one, but both of Itachi's Mangekyo techniques with your own. I'm sure with time, your Susanoo will grow beyond his as well. Orochimaru said, stroking Sasuke's ego. Tell me though, I never learned how the Mangekyo is awakened. How did you do it? Sasuke stiffened slightly. He hadn't realized his abilities were so perfectly matched against Itachi's. That's a clan secret, I'm afraid. Orochimaru's uncanny smile didn't budge. Understandable, Sasuke-kun, but you can't blame an old scientist for being curious. He. Orochimaru's smile dropped as he turned to Kabuto. Well, what did you learn? Sasuke-kun is in great condition, Kabuto answered. And, there is no degradation detected in his eyes. He's a perfectly healthy ninja in every sense. Orochimaru's smile returned, although this time its uncanny nature was increased tenfold. Good. Well then, Sasuke-kun, before we begin your training, let's assess where you currently stand. Attack me with everything you have. Although, I'll have to ask you to refrain from using your Mangekyo techniques. They are to be used only as a last resort in a life-threatening situation, understood? Karen, you will observe Sasuke-kun's combat style and think of ways you can mold your own around it, understood? Why yes, Orochimaru-sama. The girl said with a deep bow and a nervous adjustment of her glasses, speaking for the first time since Sasuke came into the room. Very well, Sasuke, you may begin. When Orochimaru suddenly had to jump aside to avoid a fireball that was hurtling towards him. He chuckled to himself. He couldn't wait until he could transfer bodies again. POA. I'm rich, Naruto shouted into the air as he received his payment. A full 8,000 ryo, just for him. Hige smiled at the boy's reaction and shook his head. That was double what he got yesterday. Although, admittedly, he hadn't started working until halfway through the day yesterday. You work your ass off, Haku-san. Hige started. You carried almost as much as some of my best workers. I swear, you ninja are a different breed. Almost makes me wish my parents had trained me to kill since birth, huh? Naruto just smiled at the man. Thanks, Hige-san. I try my best. Say, what time should I show up tomorrow? There weren't any hours posted on the board like yesterday. Hige frowned a little. About that, with your help we finished earlier than we thought. We don't need to stay in port any longer. We're heading out to Kiri to buy some more fish while they're still in season. The demand for sea trout has gone way up recently and I can't sit on my laurels doing nothing. Something big is brewing in Kiri and I need to get as much business done before they start to rip each other apart. Oh, so you're leaving? Naruto asked, trying not to sound hurt. He had already begun to consider Hige a friend. He was a little sad to see the large man go. Hige shrugged. I mean, Unless you want to live on a boat for a month and a half, then yeah. I can't ask a kid to live the sea life though. I can go, Naruto said quickly. I still need the money, and it's not like I'm sticking around here for any reason in particular. How much will you pay me to go? 20,000 ryo a day. We're talking 14-hour days though, Haku. Hige warned. I'll be fine. I've gone through worse, Naruto explained, his eyes seeing nothing but ryo signs. Come on, please let me go. Please, please, please. Hige just chuckled and shook his head. Alright, Haku, but if you complain too much we're gonna make you walk the plank. Ha, he laughed loudly, slapping Naruto on the back. We'll meet here at 8:45 a.m. Food will be provided, but everything else is on you, okay? Naruto nodded, still getting used to his new name. Yep, I'll be there. He shouted as he ran off to buy some supplies with his newest paycheck. He was so excited he almost forgot that everyone in Konoha thought he was dead. Almost. Suddenly, Naruto wasn't feeling as happy as he was a minute ago. He didn't feel particularly bad, but something told him he shouldn't be so happy. Naruto shook his head to clear his thoughts. He needed to get enough equipment to last for a journey to Kiri and back. Looking down at his clothes he frowned. He liked his orange jacket and pants, but they weren't exactly low profile. He also needed more kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, and other stuff. Naruto walked into the market district and looked around to see if there were any ninja supply stores. They were littered all over Konoha, but he couldn't manage to find one here. Although, he supposed that made sense. Konoha was a village specifically for ninja, while Shiokiri was a port town. He spotted a man wearing a Hittite bearing the symbol of Yugakure and decided to ask him for directions. Hey, ninja-san, can I ask you a question? Naruto asked, waving the man down. I'm pretty sure you just did. Haha, Naruto frowned, and the man simply laughed harder at his reaction before calming down. Yes, of course, go ahead. Sorry, just a little joke. I was wondering if there were any ninja supply stores nearby, even surplus would work. Naruto asked, trying to appear cute. It totally worked. Ninja supply store. What do you need one of those for? You're too old to start training for the academy, and no offense but you're exactly not ninja material. The man asked. I'm gonna go help my friend do some work in Kiri. Naruto explained, trying not to get upset that the man didn't think he was ninja material. He was Uzumaki Naruto. He was the definition of ninja material. Even if the odds are against me, I'd rather have a small chance than no chance at all. The man shook his head and sighed. I wish you civilians would just stick to safe zones. It's hard to protect you when you insist on running away. He turned and pointed down the street. See that alley? Walk down there until you see Mizuhana-san's shop. It's got anything military related. Not just ninja supplies, but samurai supplies and other stuff as well. Naruto smiled and shouted, Thank you ninja-san. With a smile as he ran down the alley the man had pointed to. Sure enough, at the very end was a run-down shop with the words, Ms. Mizuhana's Menagerie of Miscellaneous Materiel. Sloppily painted above the door. P.O.A. Sakura wretched as she leaned against a tree. Another spewing stream of her previous meal shot from her mouth and onto the roots. Why was it always carrots? She didn't remember eating carrots. She didn't even like carrots. Her hair stuck to her face, drenched in sweat. After failing to defend the bell from Kakashi, he had told her he was going to whip her into shape. He hadn't been kidding. Apparently she had been lacking in all major aspects of being a ninja. Her taijutsu was pathetic, her ninjutsu was non-existent, and while she had potential in genjutsu she didn't actually know any yet. The absolute thrashing she had received from Kakashi had served as a wake-up call almost as loud as the death of Naruto. Sasuke had mastered an A-rank assassination ninjutsu and several fire techniques. Naruto could create so many shadow clones he could have been considered a literal army of one. Sakura, she was a decent aim with her shuriken and kunai. With Naruto and Sasuke gone, it was just her and Kakashi during their training sessions, meaning she got his full and undivided attention. This was a bit of a blessing and a curse. She would happily admit that with a dedicated sensei and her new motivation, she was learning much faster than she had before. However, he never let her slack. No breaks, Full steam until you're out. This wasn't the first time he had worked her until she puked. Opening her eyes, she saw a water bottle being held out to her. Rinse your mouth out and take a sip, Kakashi said with a smile. Sakura nodded in return. Why yes, sensei, she panted after taking her drink. What's the plan now? Now, you go home and rest. You're out of steam and pushing you until you break won't make you any stronger or any faster. Your body will slowly adapt to the new strain we're putting on it. Your chakra control is amazing and you would be a great nin, but I only know the basics of medical jutsu. So, I'm going to teach you some first aid. Later, I'll see if I can convince Kurenai to teach you a little something about genjutsu. Sakura nodded. Yeah, she muttered. She knew that her response didn't make sense given what Kakashi had said, but she was too tired to figure out why and fix it. She stepped away from her puke and leaned against another nearby tree, breathing deeply with her belly to try and slow her heart rate down. Good. Kakashi smiled and pulled out a book, handing it to Sakura. I want you to read up to chapter 3 by tomorrow. We can practice more then, okay? Sakura nodded. She didn't want to complain, but she was pretty out of it and her head was swimming. Kakashi placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder. I know I'm working you hard. I don't want you to get discouraged. I promise it'll be worth it in the end. Why don't I take you out to lunch, my treat? We can meet up in an hour at that new dango shop. That'll give you time to cool off and clean up. Sakura smiled at Kakashi. He had become much more sincere in his interactions with her since Naruto's death. She winced subconsciously. Naruto being gone still hurt. Sometimes, she expected him to just waltz into the training ground, apologizing for being late and bugging Kakashi for new ninjutsu. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura brushed her hair out of her face. Can we get ramen instead, please? POA. Once inside the store, Naruto immediately began to question his life choices. The place smelled like old people and vapor rub. It had a song playing on loop over the tinny loudspeakers that he could only describe as bad elevator music. The bright fluorescent lights shone so bright they hurt his eyes, and the grayish-white tiles were covered in a dusty grime that indicated the place hadn't been mopped for a while. Turning to his left, he saw a little old woman reading what looked like an old magazine that had aged almost as poorly as she had. On the cover it read, Top 20 Tips to Great Sex with Your Man. You won't believe number 12. Excuse me, Naruto asked, trying to get her attention while wondering what kind of bizarre hellscape he had entered. Without a word, the woman, whom he assumed was Ms. Mizuhana, pointed a dark wrinkly finger to a sign on her counter that said, Please ring bell for service. Naruto squinted at the woman but did as she suggested and rung the bell. Hot? She asked loudly, drawing out her word as she put her decrepit magazine down to look at Naruto. I was looking for the kunai. Naruto asked. Hot? She asked again. I was looking for the kunai. Naruto said loudly for the woman, assuming she was hard of hearing before she hit him on the head with her magazine. No need to yell, she shouted, before going back to reading her magazine. Ninja gear is aisle 1, samurai gear is aisle 2, and everything else is aisles 3 through 5. Oh, thanks, Naruto replied, rubbing the top of his head. The woman didn't say anything, simply pointing to the sign again. Never mind. Naruto grabbed a basket and went immediately to aisle 1. He needed kunai and ninja wire. He wanted to check out the other aisles, but only if he had enough money left over. Walking down the aisle, he kept an eye open for what he needed while trying to ignore anything he didn't need. He knew he didn't need a chrome-plated Fuma shuriken, but he really wanted one. Finally he found a bin of kunai. They were slightly longer and thinner than what he was used to and they would need to be sharpened, but they would work. They were 800 ryo apiece, a little pricey, but doable. He grabbed 4 of them and placed them in his bag before searching for the ninja wire. Thankfully the price on that was much more reasonable, 100 feet of medium-grade wire for 1,000 ryo. That would be more than enough for now. So, 4,000 ryo for the kunai, 1,000 for the wire, and the 1,200 he had already spent on food. So he had just under 6,000 ryo for whatever he wanted. That wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Naruto left the ninja gear aisle and went to look for some clothes in the other aisles. The last thing he wanted to look like right now was a ninja. Holy shit, was that a sword with 9 blades? No, focus. Naruto berated himself. He should be used to shopping with thrift. It wasn't like he was rich back in Konoha. It just felt harder than normal for some reason. Clothes first, awesome swords later. Single quote. He continued to look for clothes before finally finding them on aisle 5. They were all pretty generic looking. Though, he supposed that's exactly what he should be looking for. He grabbed 2 dark brown button-up shirts that were made out of a canvas-like material, and a pair of cargo pants that were dark green. Together they came to 4,800 ryo. Damn, he only had 1,000 ryo left. That would probably only be enough for dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow. The food here wasn't as expensive as it was in Konoha, but it still wasn't cheap. Naruto returned to the counter and placed his items on top. The woman pointed to the sign again. Sighing loudly, he rang the bell. "Hot, can we skip this, and you can just check me out?" Naruto said, cutting the interaction short. Ms. Mizuhana frowned. Kids these days, all business, not letting their elders have any fun. She grumbled as she checked him out. After paying, Naruto got out of the shop and out of town as quickly as possible. Once he arrived at his base camp, outside of town, he quickly took his jacket off and tossed it aside. He rubbed his chest subconsciously. It didn't hurt, and the weird bendy rib sensation had gone away, but he still found himself rubbing it occasionally, just to check and make sure it was still there. His camp consisted of a fire pit, a small pile of squirrel bones, and some wrappers from the food he got the other day. It wasn't much, but he would rather sleep under the trees than on the streets. Changing quickly into his new clothes, Naruto lamented to realize he forgot to buy underwear. He would have to manage somehow until he got back from his trip to Kiri. However, he couldn't afford breakfast and clean underpants. POA. Hinata shook as she around at the Namikaze house. The home had been converted into a sort of miniature museum. The main floor was dedicated to the Yondaime and his wife, while the top floor was filled with information on Naruto. Hinata held great respect for the 4th Hokage, but she went straight to the top floor. There were several plaques with small snippets of information hanging on the walls. Below them were pictures of Naruto or pieces of something he owned. Hinata began at the first plaque. Uzumaki Naruto, son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, was born October 10, 67 kg. On the night of his birth, Konoha was attacked by the Kyuubi. The Yondaime, with his advanced fuinjutsu, sealed the beast inside his son to prevent it from harming the village. Naruto the hero was born carrying the burden of a demon. Marked as a Jinchuriki with a seal on his stomach, Naruto the hero had become a human sacrifice for the village. The Yondaime and his wife died shortly afterwards, choosing to be buried together secretly. Naruto the hero was placed into Konoha's war orphan system with his mother's last name to conceal his parentage. Below the words was a painting of an artist's rendition of the Kyuubi being sealed into a newborn by the Yondaime. The Kyuubi took up a major portion of the painting. In the lower left-hand corner, Naruto and the 4th were depicted. The 4th Hokage held his hand out towards the beast and placed another hand on the child's belly. The sickly red chakra flowing into his outstretched hand, through him, and into Naruto. Both Naruto and his father's faces showed pure agony as the sealing took place. The Kyuubi appeared to be letting out a wail of pain as he was sealed. Hinata didn't cry. Kurenai was standing next to her, and she didn't want to cry in front of her teacher so soon after her breakdown. She wanted to be strong. She walked to the second plaque. The 3rd Hokage passed a decree that none were to speak of Naruto the hero's status as Jinchuriki in hopes that he would live a normal life. However, the village did not understand the role of Naruto the hero, and proceeded to speak ill of him whenever possible. After several cases of neglect, Naruto the hero left the war orphan system and began to live on his own at the age of 8 with frequent checkups from Anbu caretakers. Rather than unleash the Kyuubi as punishment for his mistreatment, Naruto the hero pulled harmless pranks and encouraged his abusers to lighten up and be happier. Hinata's brow furrowed. She didn't know Naruto left the orphanage due to neglect. She had assumed he just wanted his own place. Below the plaque was a copy of Sarutobi's now declassified order to make Naruto's Jinchuriki status an S-class secret, Naruto's old apartment key, and a paintbrush with orange paint dried in the bristles. All locked behind a glass box. Hinata moved to go towards the third plaque, but a hand was placed on her shoulder. She jumped slightly. Hinata-chan, they'll be closing soon. If you want to see Naruto's grave, we should go now. Kurenai spoke softly to the girl. Hinata looked at the rest of the museum and nodded. She could always come back later. In fact, she planned to. Why yes, of course. Let's go. She whispered as she was led by her sensei outside. Once outside the home-turned exhibit, Hinata walked to the larger of the three gravestones. Apparently it was decided to keep Minato and Kushina's original, modest gravestones. Tsunade had spared no expense with the creation of Naruto's gravestone, however. It was beautiful. Hinata stopped just shy of the grave. Sod had been laid over the bare earth, and Naruto's Hittite was laid in front of the stone. Hinata kneeled on the grass and bowed to the stone. Hello, Naruto-kun. She spoke softly. I came to visit, and to talk about some things. I'll leave you be, so speak your mind. I promise not to eavesdrop. Kurenai whispered as she patted Hinata on the shoulder, walking off a ways. They had decided to come just before closing, guessing there would be a higher chance that Hinata could be alone with Naruto. Luckily, they were correct. I know we didn't talk that much, and that's my fault. I came to tell you something I should have told you a long time ago. Hinata paused. Even in death, the thought of Naruto knowing about her love for him scared her. She hadn't been good enough for Naruto the dead last, she would never be good enough for Naruto the hero. If you want to know, things have been doing okay for me. I've been training a lot harder, so I could be good enough to. Hinata paused. Good enough to what? She didn't know what she wanted, but she knew she wasn't good enough to get it. It's hard though, with you gone. I used to follow you around, did you know that? I'd watch you pull your pranks, I'd watch you laugh off all your mistakes, and it made me happy. It made me happy to know that, even though someone was in a bad situation, they could choose to be happy. I always wanted to be like that, to be like you. Hinata froze. No more wasting time. She had stalled in the museum and she was stalling now. She had to tell him. I love you, Naruto. Even though you're gone now, I still do. I think about you all the time. I know you thought no one loved you, but I did. I loved you more than was normal. I know. She paused again. She hoped Kurenai had been honest and was out of earshot. I know I'm not normal. Normal people don't stalk their crush. I'm not just in love with you, Naruto. I don't just have love for you. I am love for you. Somehow, somewhere, I broke, and I filled the cracks with you. I put the pieces back together with glue made out of Naruto, keeping it from falling apart. I should have told you, Naruto. I would have done anything for you. I could have made your life easier. I could have made the pain more bearable. I'm sorry. Hinata wiped tears out of her eyes. Naruto wouldn't have wanted her to cry. She reached out and took his Hittite. Holding it in her hands, she looked down at it. She held it to her face and inhaled. It still smelled like him. Like ramen, sweat, sunshine, and smiles. Wait. Wasn't Naruto buried with his Hittite? How did it get here? Why was it out here and not in the exhibit? It was his, right? Quickly pulling it away from her nose, she looked between the cloth and the metal plate. Yeah, an Ichiraku ramen coupon. She had watched him use it multiple times. This was his, but how did it end up here? A whisper of a thought crossed Hinata's mind. What if? She had to check. She didn't want to. It was wrong. She wanted to remember Naruto as the smiling boy, not a decaying corpse. She had to check though. She had to. Hinata activated her Byakugan. It couldn't see as far into the earth as it could normally, but it could see far enough. To her left she saw the bones of Minato and Kushina, although she noted that Minato's skeleton was missing a few bones. Directly beneath her, however, Kurenai-sensei. He's gone. Hinata shouted with evident panic in her voice. What? Hinata-chan, what are you? Kurenai ran back to her student before she recognized the Byakugan's signature bulging of the veins around Hinata's eyes. Hinata looked like she had gone mad. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her face was distorted into a mixed reaction of shock, despair, and an intense rage. Naruto-kun, his body is gone. The girl repeated, fingers digging into the soil. Naruto stared up at the large wooden mast of the ship he was about to board. It was a big step. If he got on this ship he would be gone for months, if not longer. There would be no turning back. If he wanted to return to Konoha, it would be now or never. That's when the sudden realization hit him. A realization that he had been doggedly refusing to face. If he wanted to go back it had to be now, but that was the problem. He didn't want to go back. He didn't want to go back. He didn't want to tell Sakura that he'd failed, or that he'd broken his Nindo. He didn't want to put up with her yelling, hitting, and crying. He didn't want to explain to Tsunade that he had decided to abandon the village because some stupid flowers told him to. He didn't want to deal with Kakashi always being late. He didn't want to beg Jiraiya and Kakashi in order to get any kind of training done. He didn't want to deal with the looks and snide remarks of the villagers. He didn't want to do any of that. He didn't want to be Hokage anymore. Naruto let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding and clutched his chest. It felt like something had sunk deep into his gut and turned sour, yet it also felt like some colossal weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He didn't know it was possible for him to not want to be Hokage. That was just heretical, or something. He had always wanted to be Hokage. He couldn't remember a time where being Hokage hadn't been his end goal, yet here he was. Getting on a ship to a faraway land he had never been before because he didn't want to go home, if he could even call it home anymore. He almost felt sick, but at the same time, he was completely fine. "Hey, Hige-san," someone shouted near Naruto. "Who's the kid with the funny whisker marks?" "That's Haku-kun," Hige responded from far away. "He's got a strong back and an even stronger work ethic. He's coming along too. Don't worry. If he gets in the way just point him in the right direction, he'll learn." Naruto was immediately drawn out of his introspection. "I'm an idiot," Naruto yelled at himself internally. "Who cares about orange clothes when you have fucking whisker marks? How am I supposed to keep a low profile with whisker marks on my face? Quick, think of some bullshit." "Actually," Naruto explained, "they're tattoos my parents gave me as a child. It's a family tradition thing. Don't worry about. Please buy it, please buy it, please buy it." "Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense," the man said with a shrug. "I've seen people do weirder things. Did you know there's a clan in Konoha that's obsessed with getting as fat as possible? Bunch of weirdo fetishists if you ask me." "Hee, yeah, sounds weird." Naruto chuckled before walking up onto the ship, breathing a sigh of relief. "Thank the gods. Still, I'll need to find a way to hide my face in the future." Single quote. He was carrying everything he owned in his jacket-turned bag at his side. He had tied the bottom shut, zipped it up, and shoved everything he had down the neck of the jacket and carried it by the sleeves. It probably looked weird, but it was functional for now. His stomach grumbled a little. He had forgotten to get dinner last night, and the small rice ball he had for breakfast wasn't enough to keep him full for long. Hopefully, Hige wasn't kidding when he said food would be provided. Speaking of Hige, "Haku-kun," Hige shouted a bit too loudly as he slapped Naruto on the shoulder. "Good to see you made it. I was afraid you'd chicken out. You were just a kid after all, and working on a trade ship is hard work." "Hey, yeah, don't worry about it. I said I would come, so I did." Naruto chuckled nervously. "That and I really do need the money." Hige nodded. I understand, you don't need to explain yourself to me." The large man let go of Naruto's shoulder and stepped away. "Here, let me show you your quarters. You're the new guy so you get the barf bunk." "Barf bunk?" Naruto asked, his head suddenly filled with images of a vomit-covered bed. "I didn't bring any cleaning supplies." "Huh, don't worry, it's clean, for now," Hige said as he led Naruto down a set of stairs on the ship as several men hustled about. Once under the deck, Naruto was led to the forward of the ship, on the second floor. Opening a door, Naruto was shown his room. The thing was barely large enough to hold a bed, which was a small, simple mattress on a wooden frame. Although he supposed he should be grateful he had 4 walls and a door. He had been expecting to sleep in hammocks surrounded by 30 men. "So why is it called the barf bunk?" Naruto asked, not entirely wanting an answer. "Because it's right near the bow, meaning you're gonna feel every wave and bump as we sail. and if you don't have a stomach of steel, Hige shrugged. Well, barf bunk. Naruto frowned but nodded, tossing his stuff onto the bed. Nice, he said sarcastically. His stomach wasn't weak, but it didn't know how he would handle sleeping on a roller coaster. Hige laughed and clapped Naruto on the shoulder again. Don't worry, Haku, you'll be fine. You ready to get to work? We're about to head out. Sure, Naruto nodded. But, how are we gonna set out when there's no wind? It's not like you want me to row as Naruto looked at the man who simply smiled in return. Right, guess I'm on it, just point the way. Just head right down those stairs. You'll see a guy in a funny hat. Tell him you're new and ask him where he wants you. Just follow his orders and you'll be fine. Naruto just nodded. 20,000 Ryo a day Naruto, he thought to himself. Just remember, you're getting 20,000 a day. Single quote. POA. Tsunade stared down at the report on her desk with unseeing eyes. Her mind preoccupied with what she had just learned. Naruto's body was gone. Who could have done this? She thought to herself. Iwa. No, they hated the fourth, but that's no reason to take Naruto. Besides, they wouldn't have left Minato's grave untouched. Akatsuki. That doesn't make sense. The Kyuubi died with Naruto. There's no way they would be stupid enough to try and still extract it. Oto. Orochimaru is a right bastard, but he already has Sasuke. There's no reason for him to want Naruto as well. Unless he's after the Uzumaki's famed longevity. Surely Naruto couldn't have been the last of the clan, right? It would be far easier for him to simply find another Uzumaki. Not to mention Naruto wasn't even a pureblood Uzumaki, only on his mother's side. Single quote. Knock knock. A voice came from the window nearby. Why is it that the only times I see you anymore is when something terrible has happened? Tsunade asked her former teammate. Because we both know that you're never actually going to fall for me and I can only waste so much time trying before I get depressed. Jiraiya answered as though he was asking himself a question. He was being surprisingly honest. Although given the events that had taken place over the last month or so, Tsunade supposed it was only fair that the man's usually jubilant persona had faltered. With my work keeping me out of the village, the only reason I have to return is with bad news or to make sure you're okay after you inform me of bad news. So, you're here to check up on me. That's surprisingly sweet for a legendary super pervert. Tsunade responded, raising an eyebrow and smirking. Thank you. I still get up enough gusto to try and win your heart occasionally. Jiraiya laughed. How's the search for the Nukage going? He asked, chuckling at his terrible pun. Tsunade's slightly improved mood at being distracted by Jiraiya left the second the conversation returned to business. Terribly. Kakashi turned the position down, as I'm sure you know, and I simply can't find any other Junin that could handle the job. Guy is certainly skilled enough, but he's too, shall we say, unique, to handle sitting in an office making political decisions all day. He'd turn me down to continue training his team as well. I've looked into several Anbu members, but you know them. They can't go 2 weeks without the adrenaline rush of a near-death experience, let alone going months, or even years, without combat. What about Shukaku? He's handling most of the logistics right now anyway, right? Surely he would be capable of handling the title. Jiraiya offered. He's more than capable, but he would never accept the position. Tsunade rebutted. The only person I can think of that could have both the ability and the desire to be Hokage would be Hyuga Hiyashi. Hiyashi, are you sure that's a good idea? Jiraiya asked. No, Tsunade responded immediately. That's why I haven't asked him. Hiyashi is too focused on his clan. He would only use the position to further the goals of the Hyuga, not Konoha as a whole. The room filled with silence for a few moments. The awkward pause was only broken by Tsunade's sigh. How long are we going to talk about things that aren't Naruto? We both know it's why you're here. She asked. I haven't thought of a single plausible theory, and Kakashi's tracker hounds haven't managed to pick up even a hint of a trail of the grave robbers. It's like they were never even there. All I know is what was in the message you sent me. Who found out he was gone? Give me a timeline. A Hyuga by the name of Hinata discovered he was missing last evening. She found Naruto's Hittite at his grave and realized that it shouldn't be there since he was buried with it. Using the Byakugan, she discovered the absence of his body. Another Hyuga was brought in to confirm that the body was gone, and he did so. Naruto's Hittite has been confiscated and now you know just as much as I do. Why leave the Hittite behind? To send a message, Jiraiya speculated. Well, if it was then it was a pretty shitty message considering we don't know who sent it or what it was supposed to mean. Tsunade replied taking a bottle of sake out of the drawer in her desk. And you said there was no scent of the grave robbers, but what about Naruto? Any scent of him? He asked. None, there was a lingering smell on his Hittite, but no trail. Meaning that they took his body a while ago. Jiraiya hummed to himself, scratching his chin. How has everyone reacted to this? They haven't. I've made this whole situation an S-class secret. The only people that know are you, me, Shizune, Kakashi, Kurenai, the Hyuga girl, Shukaku, and the Hyuga that was called in to confirm Naruto was gone, Tsunade responded. The citizenry has continued to deify Naruto and would demand war if they so much as suspected Iwa or Oto took his body. If it was just people that mourned Naruto's death against people who didn't care, things would be more reasonable. Unfortunately, the arguments are between two groups that both claim to care for Naruto, so it's not, how much should we care, it's, which of us can care the most. Single quote. Jiraiya frowned. That's worrying. There was even a vote to have his face carved into Hokage Mountain. Did it pass? Jiraiya asked, eyes wide as he suddenly realized just how insane the situation had become. Of course it didn't pass, and I would have vetoed it if it did. Tsunade berated him as though he were an idiot. But the fact that it was brought up is worrying enough. I can understand ignorant civilians getting carried away, but we're talking Junin that are doing this too. We need to find a way to de-escalate the situation and fast. I want to leave Konoha, but I prefer it stand for more than 15 minutes after I've left. Another awkward quietness filled the room. Seconds turned to minutes as the two of them sat in silence. Well, it sounds like you've got things basically under control, Jiraiya said happily, abruptly changing the mood of the room. What are you? I'll still be in town for a few days if you need me, I'm gonna go do some. Totally not peeping. See ya. Jiraiya laughed as he fell backwards out of his perch on the windowsill. Tsunade knew that if he would already be gone if she went to chase after him. She frowned and took a giant swig straight out of the bottle before doing some her breathing exercises. Asshole. Poa. Every muscle in Naruto's body ached. He didn't know that rowing took so much effort. After several hours of rowing, the wind had finally picked up and the oars had been retracted. The whole situation was made slightly easier thanks to the row master's singing voice. He sang as the men rowed and it was quite frankly beautiful. The purpose was supposedly to help the men synchronize their rows by matching them with the rhythm of his song, but Naruto suspected the secondary reason was as a morale booster. He laid face down on his bed as the jerky rhythm of the ship rocked him. He had received about 15 minutes for his lunch break, which consisted of rice with some oily fish on top. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he figured he should be upset at such a lackluster meal, but he had been too hungry to care and gobbled it down greedily before returning to rowing. He was slightly regretting eating as much as he did though as the waves rocked his sleeping quarters. His shift was supposed to be 14 hours, but after having a look at him, Hige had decided to let him have the rest of the day off after 12 hours while most of the other men rowing had swapped out to take a break and handle the rigging up top. Naruto had stayed in the lower deck and rowed. He didn't know about rigging after all, and according to Hige the first day or two after setting off were always the most hectic. He promised to teach Naruto later, but for now, he was stuck rowing until things calmed down. Naruto let the sheets on top of his bunk soak in his sweat as he lay face down on the mattress. Hige and all the other men had agreed that Naruto did some have crazy endurance for a 13-year-old, but he was still a 13-year-old trying to do a man's job and Naruto could feel it. Closing his eyes, Naruto snored softly, letting the knots a gentle back and forth motion of the ship rock him to sleep. Poa. So what do you think? Kakashi asked Kurenai as he poked at his food. The two of them sat across from each other at a small table in the Junin lounge. Contrary to popular belief, however, the Junin lounge had more in common with a school cafeteria than some kind of fancy bar. I think that you're asking a rather large favor and offering nothing in return. I have more than enough to deal with Hinata. After Kurenai looked around and saw that the lounge was rather populated at the moment. After you know what happened. She was just about to start healing when she saw you know what. If she was unstable before, she's insane now. She's thrown herself headfirst into training. When she showed up for today, she was covered in so many bruises I couldn't tell where her skin ended and the wounds began. She's kept her Byakugan active at all times in what I can only assume is an attempt to either increase chakra efficiency with it or to increase her reserves. She got so tired she passed out mid-spar with Kiba. And now you want me to help you train your student as well? Yes. Kakashi held up a hand to stop Kurenai's retort. However, I never said I would offer nothing in return. I only have Sakura now, as you know, so if you're training her that means I can help train your team. I can use my dog summons to help train Kiba, my Sharingan will help Shino learn how to deal with opponents that can keep track of his bugs, and Hinata. Kakashi paused. I'll think of something to do with Hinata. I've dealt with loss in the past, and I can help her deal with it now. Even if it's only to focus her energy into a more productive route. Kurenai shook her head. You're still asking a lot, Kakashi. Yeah, you can help with Kiba and Shino, but they're mostly capable of taking care of themselves right now. Hinata is what I'm worried about. I don't know her well enough to be able to guarantee that I can help her. Honestly, I don't know if anyone can. The Hyuga have been pushing out emotionally shattered shinobi for years. I can't promise I can reverse the damage they've done, but I can try. Kurenai took a pickled plum off of Kakashi's tray and popped it in her mouth, savoring the sour but sweet flavor for a moment before she swallowed and spoke. I know you need help with Sakura, but Hinata is my priority right now. We'll give it a 1-week trial run. If you can convince me you're helping Hinata, then I'll continue to help Sakura. Deal. Kakashi reached out and shook Kurenai's hand. Deal, he replied before stealing a dumpling off of her tray. She didn't see him do it, but he had managed to gobble it down and smiled at her from behind his mask as he chewed the savory treat. POA. Naruto clung to the sheets as he suddenly woke. He knew that the barf bunk was supposed to be bumpy, but he wasn't sure it was supposed to be this bumpy. He blinked rapidly to clear his eyes of sleep before being flung up off of his bed and into the ceiling of his small quarters by a particularly violent bump. Okay, this can't be normal. He shouted to himself before crawling off the bed and out of the room. What's going on here? Oof. Naruto grunted as he was suddenly tossed down the hall and into the wall near the staircase, hitting his head. Taking a moment to rub his head and make sure he was okay, he stood back up and made for the stairs. He quickly climbed up and looked around. The scene on deck looked like something out of a play or a movie. Large, burly men in white undershirts ran about pulling on levers and ropes while a man up top frantically turned the ship's wheel erratically. The sky was a dark bluish gray with sporadic rays of light shining down, and harsh salty wind flew about them like a hurricane. Naruto was struck by the thought that if it weren't for the sense of impending doom, it would all look rather beautiful. Spotting a familiar face amidst the crowd, Naruto shouted out as loudly as he could. Hige-san. The man didn't reply, too busy yelling orders at various men and unable to hear Naruto's voice above the roar of the winds and waves. Naruto used chakra adhesion to stay stuck to the ship's deck as he made his way to his employer and friend. Hige-san. Naruto shouted again. This time the man heard and turned to the young boy. Haku, get below deck, it's safe there. You can't help here, Hige yelled as he moved to usher Naruto back below deck. Suddenly they were both knocked over by another wave striking the ship and flooding the deck. They were both flung apart to separate ends of the deck and several voices could be heard crying for help from the ocean below, many men having been thrown overboard by the wave. Naruto coughed as he tried to wipe his eyes, the salt water making them sting and making it hard to see. Naruto looked around for Hige, wanting to make sure the man was safe. Finally spotting him near the center of the ship. Just as the large man tried to stand, a sickening crunching, cracking sound emanated from the mast. The base of the mast suddenly snapped, dancing off of its post and grinding across the deck, directly towards Hige. Hige-san, move, Naruto shouted, but it was too late. Just as Hige wiped the oceanic brine off of his face, he was pinned by the mast as it slid across the deck, dragging him with it. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he watched the closest thing he could call a friend slowly crushed into a chunky red paste across the ship's deck. Cries of agony and pain pierced the harsh winds. Tears came to Naruto's eyes and he was going to scream but was suddenly struck across the back of the head by a piece of unseen debris. Another wave hit, the briny water forced its way into his mouth and up his nose. The last thing he thought before falling unconscious was that Sakura being upset with him suddenly didn't seem like that big a deal. Naruto's eyes opened slowly. He didn't know what he had been expecting to see, but it certainly wasn't this. Staring up at the concrete ceiling he watched as it moved and twirled, rainbow patterns forming and breaking as he stared. Everything hurt. He didn't know how long he laid down in the waters of the sewer inside his mind, staring up at the chameleon ceiling before standing up. A part of him wanted to go to sleep, to pretend this was all a dream and that maybe he'd wake up in Konoha's hospital with Sakura thanking him for bringing back Sasuke. He knew better. His childhood had been filled with many such wishes. Wishes that he'd wake up and his mom would be cooking him breakfast. Wishes that he would go to school and everyone would want to be his friend. Wishes that he would be anyone other than Naruto. His wishes never came true. Cracking his neck as he rose off of the water-covered floor, he felt a small tugging coming from behind his navel. He knew where he needed to go. Walking down the twisting and winding halls of the sewer in his mind, he let himself get lost, following his instincts. He wasn't sure how long he had been walking. Hours, days, seconds. He felt his mind folding in on itself with a throbbing, aching pulsation. Finally, the tugging led him to a large room, more of an auditorium really. In the middle of the room was a row of thick iron bars. The bars ran infinitely to his left and right and extended infinitely up. Behind them, a large pair of glowing yellow eyes looked down at him. "Well, are you going to thank me?" A large booming voice resounded from behind the bars. "I don't require much a reward, just rip this nasty little poster down, it's such an eyesore," the voice said, a colossal claw reaching out from the darkness to tap on a small piece of paper that was keeping two iron bars stuck together. "What?" Naruto asked. He honestly had no idea what was going on. He knew he should be scared. He just wasn't for some reason. "Looks like your most recent bout of brain damage was more serious than I thought." The voice boomed. "I'll tell you what, why don't I help you? I can be very helpful. All you have to do is take off this tiny piece of paper and then I'll be your friend." "Okay." Naruto looked at the glowing eyes before nodding and making his way to the seal. "Why yeah wait, no. This is wrong, something's wrong." Naruto fell to his knees, clutching his head. The aching pulsation was growing stronger than before. It hurt. His sight was blurry, everything was just colors and shapes. It was like he was looking at the world through rainbow-colored TV static. Naruto looked down at his hand and was puzzled as to why his fingers were stretching and contracting like they were breathing. He was pretty sure bones weren't supposed to move like that. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked the glowing eyes. "What's happening to me?" "Part of your visual cortex was damaged. Your mind is currently regrowing neurons to fix it. You're gonna be like this for a while," the voice answered, suddenly sounding rather downtrodden. The glowing eyes lowered and Naruto could only assume that the beast had lied down. "Visual cortex," the not-so-booming voice sighed. "The part of your brain that deals with what you see. Don't worry about it, just shut up and wait a few minutes." Naruto swallowed hard and sighed. It wasn't like he had anything better to do. He sat down and closed his eyes, trying not to get too nauseous. "Poa. Ack." Sakura grunted as she landed with a thunk against the ground. Her eyes widened as she saw Kakashi darting down towards her from above, his leg extended in a kick. Quickly rolling to the side, she jumped up and back, trying to get distance between her and her sensei. "You're too slow, move faster," he shouted as he dashed towards her. "High left kick, deflect and counterattack," he ordered as his foot made its way towards the side of her head. Sakura ducked and punched up at Kakashi's leg, throwing him off balance just as he asked. Using the brief half-second opening she made to punch him in the back before he dodged to the side, gripping her arm and tossing her over his shoulder and back onto the ground. "Never commit to an attack without thinking of an exit strategy," he ordered. "Get back up, you can still fight." Sakura coughed. "I don't think I can. I think I'm done." she gasped, as she let the refreshing dew-covered grass cool her off. Once more, then we can work on your medijutsu, he said, kicking her side gently. Get up. Why yes, sir. Sakura sighed as she got up on wobbly knees. She hated taijutsu training. She much preferred regular endurance and strength training. Sure, she was more tired after running laps and doing push-ups, but at least she wasn't covered in bruises afterwards. Good. Now, you're not strong enough to block my attacks, and odds are you never will be. So you need to focus on the deflection and redirection of my momentum. Understood? He asked. You're smart, Sakura. Think of it like a physics problem if you need to. He pointed to his left fist with his right hand. Object X is moving towards object Y with an inertia of Z. What is the most efficient method of avoiding a collision between objects X and Y? Without another word, Kakashi moved to punch Sakura in the face. Reflexively she lifted her arms to block. While she managed to retain her form, she was sent flying back again and landed in the nearby river. Kakashi looked at her as she surfaced and gasped for air, shaking his head. Sakura-chan, object Y is you. Redirect or dodge, never allow object collision. Kakashi sighed as he walked to her and held out his hand to help her out of the river. You okay? Sakura rubbed her left forearm but nodded. Why yeah, I'm fine, just a little beat up, she answered before taking his hand and climbing out of the river. Kakashi smiled at her apologetically. Hey, yeah, sorry about that. I thought you were going to dodge, he explained, brushing some of the grime off of her as she tried to dry her hair. You ready for medical training? Sakura sighed and looked down. Yeah, she answered. She wanted to say she couldn't, that she was too tired, but she knew that he knew better. She couldn't bring herself to lie to him either. He was trying so hard to make her a better kunoichi. He knew just how far to push her, and a part of her appreciated it. She had already made great progress since Naruto and Sasuke, well, since she started training solo. Now then, what chapter are we on again? He asked. We did lacerations last time, right? Yeah, we're on chapter 12 now, arterial bleeding. Sakura frowned. She wasn't looking forward to practicing this. The book suggested testing on a dog. She loved dogs. She hoped Kakashi didn't use one of his summons to test her skills on. She could never live with herself if she killed Pakken or something. So, should we go to the pound or something? Get our. She paused, not enjoying the words she was using. Test subject. Kakashi cocked his head and looked at her. What are you talking about? You need to learn about healing arterial bleeding, not get a pet, he said as he took a kunai out of his pouch. Kakashi-sensei, what are you? Sakura began to ask before she saw him roll up the sleeve on his left arm and turning his hand so his palm was facing up. Wait, you're not gonna? Kakashi jabbed the kunai into his forearm and dragged it up towards his elbow. Blood began to spurt wildly. Now then, he smiled up at her, placing the kunai back into his pouch. I'm bleeding out, and you're going to stop that. Okay, he asked casually. Kakashi-sensei, what the fuck? Sakura shouted before Kakashi bopped her on the top of her head with his non-bleeding hand. No swearing, he chastised. Now, focus on the, don't let your sensei die, part please. POA. Taking deep breaths, Naruto slowly stood back up and looked around. Everything was still shifting ever so slightly, but at least his head didn't feel like it was simultaneously going to explode and implode. Okay, Naruto said, looking at the glowing eyes again. Everything is still wiggly, but at least I can think straight now. That was weird. I can imagine, the Kyuubi said. Now, I would greatly appreciate it if you would wake up and avoid dying again. Again? Did I die in the shipwreck? Is this hell? I'm not gonna be reincarnated as like a mouse or something, am I? No, you don't. You didn't die in the shipwreck, you died at the hands of the Uchiha boy. If it weren't for me you would have stayed dead too. What? I didn't die, I was buried alive because, Naruto paused. Sasuke wouldn't have actually killed him, right? They were friends, weren't they? Yeah, but what kind of friend betrays you and stabs you in the chest with lightning? Naruto thought to himself. So wait, why did you resurrect me then? Is it because if I die, you die? Naruto asked, still trying to make heads or nine tails of the situation. The glowing eyes narrowed slightly. That has got to be the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. The Kyuubi growled. I am the hate and anger of humanity given form. As long as humanity exists, so too shall I. I resurrected you because the seal forced me to. I cannot be killed, at least not permanently. Upon your death my soul, if you could call it that, will be sent to purgatory for 9 years while my body reforms. Or, at least it would. Naruto waited for the beast to continue for a moment before prompting him. But your bastard of a father sealed half my soul inside the Shinigami. The Kyuubi roared. I can only form a new body if I die, and I can't fully die if half my soul is stuck, technically alive, inside an eternal being's gut. So even if I die, I won't die, I'd be stuck in limbo. So if I died, you wouldn't die, but you'd be, like, mostly dead? Naruto asked. The Kyuubi let out a long-suffering sigh. Sure, I'd be, mostly dead. Single quote. Wait a minute, you knew the fourth Hokage was my dad. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto demanded. Because I hate you, the Kyuubi replied nonchalantly. Well then, Naruto paused, slightly taken aback by the bluntness of his guest. Is there anything else I should know before I wake up stranded in the middle of the ocean? Don't expect any more help from me for a while. That damned seal took a lot out of me, it'll be a while before I'm back in proper condition. How long? Naruto asked. About 3 years. The demon eyes responded. Damn. There was a long pause after that. Naruto stared down at the water-covered floor, thinking. Wait, you said the whole visual context thing was only my most recent bout of brain damage. What did you mean? Naruto asked. It's visual cortex, and it means that this isn't the first time you've had to regrow neurons. The amount of brain damage you received after you died was severe, but nowhere near as bad as it could have been. You're lucky you're an Uzumaki and Jinchuriki or else you'd be brain dead right now. Wait, but Sasuke hit me in the chest, not the head. Naruto corrected. Yes, but the brain needs oxygen, and your heart was destroyed, meaning no blood to your brain. Almost your entire brain had died before I managed to heal your heart and started pumping blood again. Once you crawled out of that box that humans put their dead in, and got some air, we started to heal your brain as well. Your DNA holds the code to recreate all your neurons, however, the connects between your neurons are entirely nurture, not nature. So you have the brain of a newborn, but the memories and body of a 13-year-old. You'll need to relearn all your impulse control, planning, how to properly react to stimulus, etc. It's the difference between knowing an equation, and knowing when to use it. The Kyuubi yawned and Naruto stared at the monologuing demon, slack-jawed. It's why you imprinted on the fat man like a lost puppy, it's why you had such a hard time ignoring the trash in the old woman's shop, it's why you remembered to get new clothes for a disguise but forgot that you have whisker marks. Your brain is still trying to figure out how to make connections again. Naruto blinked rapidly. What? The Kyuubi sighed. Okay, I'm bored of you now. Go away. No, wait, I have more questions. Naruto shouted before he felt his body fold in on itself and he popped out of his mindscape. Now alone in his prison, the Kyuubi allowed the shadow he had formed over his body to recede. No longer was he the strong and proud nine-tailed demon fox. His form had diminished. His red fur was mangy, and he looked emaciated. His ribs were clearly visible through his skin and fur. To his great shame behind him were not his 9 tails, with which he could destroy mountains and cities, but instead, there was a single, broken tail. The Kyuubi closed his eyes, trying to sleep. As far as he was concerned, the next 3 years couldn't pass quickly enough. POA. Sakura held an ice pack to her forehead as she walked towards the training ground. She was about 15 minutes late, but she would still be 30 minutes earlier than Kakashi. Her mother had given her some willow bark and chamomile tea last night and it had really helped soothe her injuries and put her to sleep. Straightening her back to let it pop slightly, she stopped when she saw that someone was waiting for her in the middle of the training field. Hello, she asked the woman. She was pretty sure she knew her from somewhere, but she couldn't quite place where. Can I help you? You're late, the red-eyed woman spoke. It looks like Kakashi's bad habits are rubbing off on you. The woman's voice was just enough to jog Sakura's memory of who she was. She was the sensei of that quiet Hinata girl and the annoying dog boy. Why yeah, sorry about that. It's just that since Kakashi-sensei is always late, it'd kinda be pointless for me to be on time since I'd just wait around all day, you know. Sakura said, subconsciously adding Naruto's old verbal tick to her speech. Not to be rude, but why are you here? Did Kakashi forget to tell you? Kurenai sighed, shaking her head. He wanted me to teach you about genjutsu, and in return, he would help my students as well. Ergo, I'm here, and he's not. Oh yeah, he did mention something about that. He didn't say we were starting today though. Sakura explained. Sorry, I'm a little out of it with how hard Kakashi-sensei's been training me. So, where do you want to start, Kurenai-sensei? We'll start with the most important aspect of genjutsu, Kurenai said, breaking out of one. Sakura nodded and tossed her ice pack aside. Okay, so how should we? Sakura's eyes went wide, and her heart began to beat faster. Kurenai was staring at her, her eyes piercing into Sakura's very soul. She had to run, she had to run. Sakura was overcome with an intense feeling of dread, and she knew that Kurenai was going to hurt her, to kill her. She had to run. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. Sakura turned tail to flee back to the village, but when she did, Kurenai was already there in front of her, staring down at her with her demonic red eyes. Jumping back, Sakura felt as though her heart was going to beat out of her chest. Drawing a kunai from her pouch, Sakura prepared for combat. If she was going to die, then she was going to die fighting. Just as quickly as the intense dread had set over her, however, it left. Sakura blinked several times to find that she was preparing to do combat with a small tree. What? The best way to learn is by doing. Sakura heard Kurenai spoke from behind her. You didn't detect that you were in a genjutsu, nor did you attempt to break free. I'm not putting much into this, a simple chakra pulse would have been enough to break free. These are academy basics, Sakura, try again. You have great chakra control, meaning you'll be able to pick up genjutsu easily. However, you're also more sensitive to genjutsu and will find it more difficult to detect and break free from it. This is the double-edged sword of natural talent. Try again. Wait. Sakura tried to speak before her eyes widened and an intense feeling of dread settled over her. She had to run, she had to run. Poa. With a loud cough, Naruto spat out a mixture of blood and brine. His eyes stung from the salt water that had covered them. Rolling onto his back, Naruto rubbed his face and let out a loud groan. Every inch of his body ached. Opening his eyes, he looked around his surroundings. He had managed to wash up on a beach, although he didn't know where the beach was. Hopefully, it was somewhere near the land of hot springs and not some random island in water country. This wasn't one of those soft white sand beaches that were in all those vacation brochures though. This beach was mostly gravel and dirt, with a few chunks of wooden debris washed up as well. Naruto stood and looked around. There was nothing to salvage on the beach, at least not right now. He had nothing but his plain clothes and dirty underwear. He didn't even have his kunai pouch with him anymore. He was alone and unarmed on an unknown beach in potentially hostile territory. Great, Naruto thought to himself sardonically. Looking further inland, Naruto saw what looked like an old decrepit tower in the distance. With a shrug and a sigh, he began to make his way to the ruins. The journey was less than enjoyable, considering all the roads and pathways were overgrown and run down. Not to mention the fact that his left ankle kept making this weird, painful, popping noise every time he put too much pressure on it. He wasn't even entirely sure he was following a real path. It could have been a game trail for all he knew. The trees were tall and wide, with thick branches that were covered in spiky needles. Naruto had to push large stalks of bamboo aside on the path as he made his way through the dense vegetation. The thick clusters of bamboo were outmatched only by the populated blanket of kudzu that had overtaken every non-otherwise occupied piece of soil like a lush green blanket. Finally, after several minutes of making his way through tangled roots and branches, Naruto broke through the foliage and into the ruins proper. There was no way there were any actual inhabitants here. The place was too run down for that. Only the impenetrable stone streets had prevented the plant life from taking over. It was definitely a ninja village of some kind, or at least it used to be. The layout actually reminded Naruto a lot of Konoha actually. Large roads twisted and turned among the worn-down buildings, designed in such a way that if you knew the layout you could get from one end of the village to the other quickly, but if you didn't you would get lost easily. Naruto ignored the large buildings and made his way to what he assumed used to be the Kage's tower of whichever land this was. It certainly wasn't fire or hot spring. He knew that there was apparently some sort of rebellion going on in water, but these ruins were far too old to be from a recent uprising. Naruto had a sneaking suspicion that he knew where he was, but he didn't want to give it more thought until he had some sort of evidence. After walking down the lonely roads, Naruto found the proof he needed when he made it to the tower. The large stone structure jutted up into the sky. Even with most of its top section blown off, it was still a sight to behold. Looking up he saw a familiar spiral shape, carved into the stone walls of the tower. If that wasn't enough to convince Naruto of where he was, there was a brass plate riveted above the entryway to the tower that simply read, Uzukage Tower, in big bold letters. Naruto looked up at the sign and smiled softly. A tingling sensation crept all over his skin and his hair stood on end. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the bizarre euphoric sensation. He had never felt like this before, but at the same time, he knew exactly what the feeling was. It was a feeling he had longed for his entire life, a feeling that he thought he would never receive. He had thought that he would find the feeling in Konoha, after proving himself to its people, but he was wrong. The feeling had been here all along, waiting for him. I'm home, he whispered to himself, fighting back tears. Naruto stared up at the Uzukage's tower for a long time, letting the flood of new emotions wash over him. He looked in wonder, basking in the silhouette as it stood mighty against the setting sun. That is until his stomach growled at him. With a frown, Naruto looked down at his gut. You've dealt with worse, shut up. He grumbled before looking around. Drawing his hands together into a familiar hand sign, Naruto yelled out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Before a flash of smoke surrounded him. Once the smoke dissipated he stood in a crowd of 8 of shadow clones. Now that Hige-san was gone, Naruto didn't have any reason to not use his ninja magic. Single quote. Okay guys, you go look for bamboo shoots and dig up some kudzu roots. I'm pretty sure Iruka-sensei said they were edible if you boiled them. Naruto said before pointing to one clone in particular. You, look through some of the houses here. See if you can find some pots or anything of use. What are you gonna do, boss? One of the clones asked. I'm gonna look in the Kage Tower. This is our home, we need to learn about it. All of the clones nodded in understanding. Yeah, sounds good, very wise. That's boss for you. Yea verily. Naruto rolled his eyes. Okay, whatever, now split up, he spoke before leaving his clones behind to walk into the tower. The entryway was trashed. He could see that there was some form of receptionist desk that had been destroyed as concrete and stone rubble lined the floors. For the land of whirlpools, there was a surprising amount of stone and masonry in their buildings. Although Naruto supposed making a tower out of whirlpools would be pretty hard. Naruto drew his hands together again and summoned 2 more clones. Okay guys, split up and look around, he ordered before going upstairs. The 2 clones began to look more in depth around the rooms on the ground floor. Climbing up the tower, Naruto saw ruined room after ruined room. The place was covered in a thick layer of dust, not having been disturbed in years. There were several papers strewn about, but they were all decayed and crumbled in his hands when he tried to pick them up, from the looks of them though they were just records of various missions and such. Continuing to climb up from floor to floor, Naruto searched every nook and cranny but didn't find much. Finally, Naruto reached the top floor, or rather, what was currently the top floor. Everything that had been above the current floor had been destroyed somehow. Naruto looked up into the sky and frowned. He had been hoping for more. Of course, he knew that the ruins of a village that had been pillaged and destroyed over a decade ago wouldn't be in the best condition, but he thought there would be something. Boss, a voice cried out excitedly from him. Come check out what we found. Turning around, Naruto saw one of his clones beckoning him down the stairs. Which one are you? He asked. I'm one of the ones that was supposed to look on the main floor. We found something cool looking. Naruto nodded. Sweet, he mumbled before following the clone down to the ground floor. Walking into the room behind the reception area, Naruto looked at one of his clones as he was ripping up the carpets. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked. "There was a bump under the carpet, so I cut it open. There's a hidden door, dude. It's probably got gold or something in there." The clone replied happily as he continued to rip up the carpet, finally revealing the entirety of the trapdoor. "Here, help me open it, it looks real heavy." Naruto walked over to his clone and looked at the door. It was a simple stone slab with metal rings inlaid in two of the corners to make it easier to lift. It was laid flush with the rest of the floor. "How the hell did you find this thing?" Naruto asked the clone as he gripped one of the rings. He tripped and landed on it face first." Clone 2 interrupted with a smirk before the first could respond. "Shut up, dude. You promised you wouldn't tell." Clone 1 protested. The second clone just shrugged and laughed a little. Naruto laughed a little too but shook his head. "Focus, guys. Here, help me with this." Clone 1 nodded before gripping the second metal ring. Looking to each other, Clone 1 and Naruto nodded as they counted down. 1, 2, 3. They grunted as they lifted the stone slab and placed it aside. Looking down, Naruto saw what looked like a bottomless pit. "Not it," he mumbled. "Not it," Clone 1 shouted before looking to Clone 2. "Looks like you're up." Clone 2 frowned but sighed. "All right, fine," he grumbled before stepping up to the square pit and looking down. Without a word, he jumped down into the abyss. Naruto and Clone 1 stared down the pit for several minutes before looking back to each other. "Think he's dead?" Clone 1 asked. "Dunno, but as the boss, I volunteer you to find out," Naruto replied. Clone 1 nodded with a resigned look. "Fine, guess it's my turn to." "Hey, boss," Clone 2 shouted up from deep in the hole. "You're gonna wanna see this." POA. Sasuke grit his teeth slightly. Orochimaru had been called away on village business again, and he was far from happy about it. The snake had given Sasuke some scrolls containing lightning and fire-based chakra manipulation techniques and told him to practice. With his eyes he could easily copy any jutsu he saw, but the efficiency he used the jutsu with was entirely dependent on his chakra control. He had always struggled to mold chakra. His thoughts drifted back to his time in Wave Country, where he had barely managed to outpace the dead last fool Naruto with the tree climbing exercise. Naruto was renowned for his terrible chakra control but had managed to keep up with Sasuke. He didn't want to think about what that meant for his chakra control. The Karen girl was helpful, however, although he knew it was partially due to her orders that she helped him. She apparently had some sort of gift when it came to chakra molding. The loud popping sound of the light bulb in his hand exploding drew him out of his thoughts, tiny shards of glass bouncing off of his protective goggles. "Shit," he cursed loudly, having lost focus again. "You're being too rough with it, Sasuke-kun," the girl said as he threw the shattered bulb aside and onto an ever-growing pile. "Don't think of it as pushing lightning into the bulb. Pour it out into the bulb gently, let it flow naturally. Lightning and water may be considered near opposites, but they behave very similarly. They both hate being constrained or put under pressure and will flow out naturally when given the chance. Don't push, pour," she said gently. Sasuke looked at her with a glare, his sour mood only slightly lightened by her soft voice and smile. Her appearance drove something about him off, however. It was like she was a combination of Sakura and Naruto. Her hair reminded him of Sakura, but her face reminded him of Naruto. It was bizarre, to say the least. While her physical appearance reminded him of his former teammates, her personality and attitude did anything but. Naruto was brash and annoyingly loud, with Sakura behaving very similarly whenever she wasn't addressing Sasuke directly. Karen though was gentle, and never brought her voice above a whisper. It almost reminded him of the Hyuga girl, except Karen was clearly more self-confident, not having a stutter and willing to look him in the eyes. "I'm aware of that," he growled, picking up another bulb, "but I'm not exactly pushing, I'm opening and trying to let it flow, but it all just rushes out and oh come on," he shouted as another bulb popped. He threw it so hard it hit the wall on the other side of the training room that had been designated as his personal playground. Karen pouted a little, looking down at the floor to try and think as she sat on the floor. She hummed to herself. "Sasuke-kun, you're under too much pressure." "Well, you're putting your chakra under too much pressure," but that's most likely a subconscious action you're performing due to stress. Sasuke quirked an eyebrow at the girl. The way she spoke was clinical but still warm. It was like Kabuto had decided to grow a personality. Meaning, he asked, "How much sleep have you been getting? When was the last time you ate? How does your mark feel?" She asked one question after the other. "I'm sleeping and eating fine, and my mark hurts a little like it always does." He lied. The truth was his sleep schedule was shot to shit. Ever since he'd met Karen he'd started having nightmares about killing Naruto. What little work he had done to suppress his emotions on the subject had been destroyed when he saw her face. Yeah, he hated Naruto, he had really hated Naruto, but the brat had still been the closest thing he could call a friend. The fact that his death had unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan was a testimony to that. While he wouldn't say he regretted Naruto's death, he certainly wasn't happy about it. He had told himself that he would gladly bear the sin of fratricide so long as it meant he could kill Itachi, but he had underestimated the guilt that would eat at him. He suspected that if it hadn't been for Karen, he would have been able to suppress his consciousness completely, but the red-headed Uzumaki girl was a constant reminder to what he had done to the only person in Konoha that had understood him. "Are you sure about that?" Karen asked, placing a hand on his forehead. "You don't look so good. You wait here and I'll grab us both something small from the cafeteria," she said before handing him another light bulb and walking off. "Remember Sasuke-kun, pour don't push," she reminded him before leaving the room. Sasuke frowned after her before returning his attention to his training. He scowled at the glass bulb in his hand as he tried to pour his lightning chakra into it. The light flickered brightly for a second. "Holy shit, I did," he began before the bulb exploded, sending glass shards flying into his face. "Gods damn it. POA. Naruto wasn't entirely sure if the low whistle had come from him or one of his clones, but it was well deserved. He hadn't expected the electricity to still work after all these years, but the first clone down had flipped a nearby switch and the small rectangular room lit up with the pale lights of fluorescent bulbs humming back to life. Granted, the majority of them didn't turn on, but enough did that he and his two clones could see what was in front of them. The room itself was entirely bare and appeared to have been carved out of a single massive block of stone. Upon closer examination, however, it appeared that it was just concrete that had been polished to have a stone-like appearance. Of course, the quality of the building material wasn't what had impressed the three Narutos. On the far side of the room, opposite to where they had jumped down, was the most complicated seal matrix that Naruto had ever seen. There was barely more than half an inch of non-carved surface anywhere across the wall, and in the center was the colossal symbol of his people, protruding out from the carved-in seal matrix like a beacon. "I dare ya to touch it," one of the clones from behind him whispered before pushing him forward slightly, causing him to stumble towards the stone mural. While normally Naruto would have been rather pissed at whichever clone had pushed him, for some reason he was inexplicably drawn towards the wall like a moth to a flame. He salivated as something in his chest tightened. With step after step, Naruto made his way to the carved concrete, his eyes drawn to the flowing characters that danced off from the central spiral-like rays off of a sun. He didn't know how many spokes emitted from the central point that was the Uzumaki swirl, but he estimated that it numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. "Hey boss, I'm pretty sure he was kidding. You should probably let one of us do it first to make sure it's safe, you know." A voice spoke from behind him as a hand was placed on his shoulder. Naruto shrugged the hand away and mumbled under his breath. Looking under the central swirl, Naruto noticed a small shallow bowl carved into the stone at about his head height. It was about the perfect size to fit an adult hand, or a child's hand if needed. Naruto looked down at his hand. When had he started reaching out for the wall? He didn't have time to answer his question. As his hand made contact with the cool smooth stone, the carvings on the wall suddenly shone with brilliant red, yellow, and blue lights. His screams echoed throughout the room as he felt the burning sensation of a strangely familiar chakra make its way up his arm before spreading through the rest of his body. His soul was on fire. POA. Hinata marched down the streets of Konoha and towards the great hall of her family's home, biting the inside of her cheek hard enough to draw blood. She knew it was not proper to think ill of her superiors, but Kakashi had been infuriating. After summoning several of his hounds to help Shino and Kiba with their tracking and evasion training, she had hoped that she would get to practice her Juken on someone with a Sharingan. Instead, he had sat her down and talked to her about two of his friends, Obito and Rin. He talked about their deaths and about overcoming depression, steps of grief, and moving on. She had focused on watching Shino and Kiba with her Byakugan. Sure, the deaths of his teammates had been tragic, but in relation to what had happened to Naruto, it was only tangentially similar at best. Obito had died in the war to save a comrade and Rin had effectively taken her own life. Naruto had been betrayed, by the village, but his team, but most definitely by her. Oh, she nodded and, ed at all the right times, but that was only to get Kakashi to leave her be. If he wouldn't train her, then she would be better off sparring with branch members. She didn't have time to philosophize about acceptance of loss, she had to get stronger. She had a dream, well, not so much a dream as it was a goal, to become strong enough to kill a certain person. Sasuke Uchiha. She had worked it back, mulled it over within her head at least 1,000 times before she had discovered Naruto's empty grave, and 1,000 more in the days since. Sasuke was the keystone of the entire tragedy that was Naruto's death and desecration. If Kakashi had let her practice against a Sharingan-armed opponent, she would have been that much closer to being capable of fulfilling her goal. Instead, he had waxed long with platitudes and tried to get her to open up. To let her know that she could talk to him about anything. What use were words when the cause of her pain was half a continent away and several times stronger than her? She had to avenge the loss of her love before she could take the time to grieve. Her honor demanded it. Naruto's honor demanded it. Hinata stopped in front of the large double doors that lead to the Hyuga's Great Hall. She had been told to report to her father as soon as her day's training was up, so she did. Opening the door, her heart stopped at what she saw. Her father sat in his ceremonial seat and standing in front of him was Hanabi. Father, Hinata began, stuttering for the first time in days. Why have you called me? You have made leaps and bounds in recent weeks, Hinata-chan, having made progress that I quite frankly thought impossible of you. Yet it appears as though the recent stall in your strength has broken, and has allowed you to spring forward. For this reason, I and several of the elders believe you are finally ready to take up the role as matriarch of the clan. Some of the elders, however, are wary that your recent growth is an illusion, a series of flukes. For this reason we have come to the conclusion that one final fight between you and your sister shall take place. The loser will be branded with the cursed seal, and placed into the branch house. Hinata's form stiffened at her father's monologue. This couldn't be happening. But father, she began. This is not open for debate, Hinata. Hiashi interrupted. The elders are tired of waiting, and put bluntly I am as well. Father, I just returned from training, and am tired. It would not be fair to make me fight now. Hinata bluffed. Maybe if she could stall, she could think of something to prevent either her or her sister from being branded. At least give me some time to. I had someone follow you today, Hinata. All you did in training was talk to Kakashi-san. You will fight, and you will fight today. Her father interrupted sourly. This decision has been delayed long enough. Father, is this formality required? Hanabi inquired in a haughty tone, smirking and looking at Hinata out of the corner of her eye. We both know that Hinata-chan is not capable of defeating me. If she's scared, we should let her forfeit. Hiashi gave a subtle frown and turned to look at Hinata again. Very well, Hinata, do you choose to forfeit your birthright? He asked. Hinata's mind was running at 1,000 miles an hour. She swore to her mother that she would protect her little sister, but if she was branded in Hanabi's place, she would never have the freedom to seek revenge on Naruto's behalf. Her life was stuck at a crossroads, and she had to pick which path to take. This was all happening so fast. She was supposed to have more time. She needed to find a way so that neither she nor Hanabi would be branded. She needed to. Hinata, answer me. Do you forfeit your birthright? Hiashi asked with a grunt, not caring for the panic that was going on in Hinata's eyes. Hinata breathed deeply. She needed to avenge Naruto, to get his body back and put it to rest properly. She needed to find Sasuke and bring him to justice. She needed to protect her little sister. I will fight, Hinata whispered, so softly it was barely audible. I will take my rightful place as heir, she said, this time more forcefully. Hanabi scoffed and stood across from Hinata, taking the traditional Jukin stance. Very well, father, tell us when you are ready, the younger sister said stoically. Hiyashi looked to Hinata before nodding slowly as she sunk into her stance as well. Very well, he stated simply as he leaned back in his seat. Begin. Hanabi charged forward towards her older sister with a small shout as she prepared to end the spar quickly, just as she always did. To Hinata it was as if she was moving in slow motion, tiny cold pinpricks covered her body as though her entire body had fallen asleep. Quickly stepping to the side, Hinata took a deep breath as she saw Hanabi's strike move past her. She had decided what she must do, but she wouldn't revel in it. Gripping Hanabi's hand by the wrist, Hinata pushed her off balance before placing a single delicate Jukin strike at the base of Hanabi's skull. Hanabi let out a soft gasp before she fell face first onto the floor, unable to move anything below her neck. How long? Hinata's head snapped from her sister up to her father's gaze as he spoke. How long did you plan on letting the charade play? He asked simply, eyes downcast as he stared at the stunned Hanabi. The skill with which Hinata had taken care of Hanabi was obvious. True, she may be far from a master, but she was not as incompetent as she had led her father and her elders to believe all these years. As long as possible, Hinata said sadly before bowing to her father. I will be in my room if you need me, father. She whispered before standing up and walking towards the exit. It is a tradition that heirs watch their siblings be sealed so that. The sliding door shut with a loud thud, interrupting Hiyashi as Hinata ran with tears in her eyes. She was crying again. She had accepted that she would still cry sometimes, but at the very least she could hide it. I see, I couldn't watch either. Hiyashi said softly to himself as he kneeled to place a hand on the back of Hanabi's neck, unblocking her chakra passage to allow her to move again. She shook gently on the floor. Father, there must be some mistake, this was a fluke, I can't be sealed, it is my fate to become the matriarch of our clan. It appears as though the ties of fate are more easily severed and rebound than we thought. Take your time to collect yourself, I will have our seal masters collect you in a few hours. Hanabi's prone form shot up and grabbed her father's hand. No, she interjected. Please, you can't seal me, I can't be one of them. She said the distaste for the Branch family was clear in her voice. Such is our way, Hanabi, such is our culture. This is how it has been, and how it always will be in our clan. He whispered as he gently pried her fingers off his wrist. As I said, take some time to collect yourself, all I can give you if a few hours. Hanabi curled into a ball on the floor as the last shards of her perception of the world shattered into dust. Poa. Naruto sat on top of the head of the fourth Hokage, eating an ice cream cone with Sakura by his side. He couldn't remember how he got here, but that wasn't a big deal, was it? Whatcha thinking about, cutie? Sakura asked with a giggle before she kissed his cheek. Your mom and dad said you didn't have to go back home until tonight, it's not like you to worry over nothing. Especially when you've finally saved up enough money to take me out on a date, she giggled again, punching his arm playfully and taking a bite of her ice cream. Naruto's mouth opened and words came of their own volition. I'm just wondering what Sasuke's doing. He answered, the words echoing in his head as they came. Sakura's face turned into a scowl and she made a *bleg* sound. That jerk. Listen, Naruto-kun, just because his score was just under yours after we graduated the academy doesn't mean you need to worry about him. He clearly wants to be your best friend or something, but he's too angsty to admit it. He looks up to you, he's not a threat or anything. Naruto shook his head, an action that felt like he was moving through syrup. No, I hope he's okay. He's all alone, you know. A lot of girls like him, but he doesn't really have anyone to talk to. Ever since we got put on a team with him I've been worried about him. Worried about him? Sakura asked, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. He'll be fine, Naruto-kun. Kakashi-sensei helps him with a ton of stuff and we have time to practice together while they do. It's perfect really. I know, Naruto began, resting his head on top of Sakura's. Mom and dad say I worry too much, that everything's fine, but there are no missions for us with how calm everything's been and I get a little pent up sometimes. I'm sorry if I made you worry, I just need to do some training to clear my head. Isn't too much peace a good thing? Sakura asked, letting out a yawn as her finished ice cream fell out of her hands. Hey, yeah, I guess it is, Naruto replied. POA. What the fuck is going on? Clone 1 asked quickly as Naruto began to scream. He tried to reach out to grab Naruto but was instantly blasted back by some kind of chakra pulse. It was a minor miracle that he hadn't popped right then and there. How should I know? You're the one that told him to touch it. Clone 2 responded angrily before running to the back of the room. I'm getting more clones for help, try to do something. He shouted before jumping back up the access hatch. POA. Naruto sobbed as he held Sasuke's dead body in his arms. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to end like this. IJ just wanted to bring you home. He shouted into his corpse as the rain poured over the both of them. Suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up he saw the single sad eye of his sensei. Kakashi-sensei. You can heal him, right? It's not too late, right? See, can we still save him? Naruto asked, almost begged as he turned to grip at Kakashi's wet vest. I'm sorry, Naruto. I thought I could course correct Sasuke, but it looks like I was wrong. I'm sorry I'm late again, but you did the right thing. We couldn't allow Sasuke to get into Orochimaru's hands. Kakashi said as he moved past Naruto and scooped Sasuke off of the ground. Come with me, you need to get looked at, that's a nasty wound on your shoulder. He was aiming for my chest. I just deflected and Naruto started standing up before immediately falling back down onto the wet stone-covered ground. Everything was upside down, and inside out. His head was folding in on itself. There was and wasn't. This wasn't it, was it? Or maybe the other it wasn't it and this was the it that. POA. Clone 2 ran through the desolate streets of Uzushiogakure yelling at the top of his lungs. Emergency at the tower. Emergency at the tower. Everyone get off your ass and get back to Naruto. Several of the clones that had been tasked with gathering roots panicked for a moment before quickly dropping what they had collected and made their way towards the Uzukage Tower. POA. Hey, I'm Naruto, and when I grow up, I'm gonna be Hokage. What's your name? Naruto asked with a broad grin as he scratched the back of his head nervously. Hinata. The shy girl in front of him asked. She was really pretty, almost as pretty as Sakura-chan. Hi, Hinata. I'm sorry those kids were bullying you. My dad said that bullies are bad guys and it's okay if I beat them up. He said my mom used to beat up bullies when she was alive. I wanna be just like my mom and beat up bullies and help cute people like you. Naruto announced. Why you think I'm cute? Hinata asked demurely. Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come off as a pervert or something. Dad always says to treat ladies nice and not be a pervert like his sensei is. I did mean it though, you're real pretty, but I promise I only mean it in a nice way. Naruto spoke, even more nervously than before. And no, I'm not mad, Hinata gasped, standing up and looking at the small rabble of bullies that Naruto had beat up to protect her. Thank you, you look nice too, and you're very brave. What did you say your name was again? Naruto Namikaze. Hinata's eyes widened and she berated herself for being so dense. It was the Hokage's son. She quickly bowed and mumbled an apology. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, young master. I promise I meant no offense Namikaze-sama. Naruto frowned. No, it's fine, he said, placating her. Why was she upset? This didn't seem right. People weren't nice to him. And his family name was Uzumaki, not Namikaze. Why was she calling him a young master? His head hurt. POA. Clone 1 was blasted against the wall again before Clone 2 and several others jumped down the access hatch. Any updates? Clone 2 asked in a panic. Clone 1 just shook his head. Every time I try to reach him I get blasted back. Clone 1 shouted. Suddenly all the clones stiffened and gripped their heads as they each lived multiple lifetimes. They were ninjas, chefs, merchants, thieves. They were orphans, they were only children, they had many younger siblings. They were alone, they were loved, they loved. They loved Sakura, they loved Hinata, they loved Ino. Each one lived different lives, each wave of lives hurting more than the last. Soon the clones began to pop from the pain until there was only the original Naruto left. Hand still placed against the seal-covered wall, his voice ran hoarse as he screamed. Suddenly he too was blasted away from the wall and landed like a broken doll onto the floor. He wasn't entirely sure if it was real when he heard words spoken from the wall. "There are many fates for you, Uzukage-sama. Choose wisely." The seal-covered wall let out the loud groan of stone grinding on stone as it slowly opened up, receding into the sides of the wall to reveal a massive library full of tomes and books in mint condition. Naruto merely looked at the opening and blinked slowly. "Great," he slurred. "How am I supposed to deal with all this shit?" Naruto wasn't entirely sure how long he laid on the cold concrete floor of what was a vault or library of some kind. His head ached as visions of different lives continued to flood his memories. Memories that weren't his, yet definitely were. He had never had a family, but he remembered the pride that burned in his heart when his son had become an official genin. He was a virgin, but he remembered the joy he felt on he and Sakura's wedding night when they consummated their love. He also knew the shame of falling prey to some less than consensual interactions. Some good, some bad, different lives, and different memories swam through Naruto's head for so long that it hurt. There didn't appear to be any connecting theme among them. Other than that he had to do something, he didn't know what, but something. He had to save Sasuke, or kill Sasuke, or marry Hinata, or a million different things. The waves of pain behind his eyes started to ebb as the memories began to fade. They were simply memories of memories now. With a concerted effort, Naruto sat up off of the stone floor and popped his back. With no windows or clocks in the stone vault, it was impossible for him to tell how long he had spent getting mind-fucked by the seals on the wall. Drawing his fingers together in a cross, he summoned 2 more clones. "Ah, dude," one of the clones grunted, holding its head and squeezing its eyes shut. "Can't we just take a nap? Everything hurts." "No," Naruto answered back with a short grunt. "We still need food, and you just volunteered to go up and gather all those roots and shoots the other clones dropped." The clone let out a long groan before he turned away and made his way back to the surface. "Great, and what do you want me for?" the other asked, although he already knew the answer. "You are going to touch everything before I do," Naruto replied. He wasn't in the mood to humor his clones right now. "I don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday morning." The clone sighed. "Do you want to talk about?" He paused. Some of those memories had been traumatic. "No," Naruto answered directly and simply. He wasn't physically or emotionally ready to talk about what just happened. Maybe later, but certainly not now. He would rather explore to try and take his mind off of things. The clone nodded before walking into the vast library that had been unlocked. "Well, I guess we can start with this," the clone mumbled as he approached what appeared to be a pedestal in the center of the large square entryway. On top of the pedestal was a large sheet of what looked like leather parchment. The clone picked the parchment up and looked at the front and back. It appeared to have been written by being burned into rather than inked. "Well, I haven't exploded yet, so I'm assuming it's okay for you to read this. I'm gonna go start poking things." Naruto nodded before grunting and grabbing his head, immediately regretting moving it so quickly. Naruto took the parchment and sat down on the floor, using the pedestal as a backrest to lean against as he started reading. Whatever this was, it was large, pretty, and in the middle of the room, so that meant that it must be important. "POA. I don't know what the hell you did, Kakashi, but Hinata defeating her little sister in ritualistic combat and being pronounced the rightful head of the Hyuga clan isn't exactly the de-escalation of emotions I had been hoping for when you said you would talk to her while I trained Sakura." Kurenai yelled at her technically senior officer behind the Junin lounge. They had to scare away some Chunin that usually smoked back there to get some privacy, but Kurenai couldn't wait. When she had heard that Hinata had been declared matriarch and would officially take the mantle within days, she had gone on a warpath. "I didn't have anything to do with that, and you know it," Kakashi said calmly but seriously in response. "If we had never swapped teams, this exact scenario would have played out all the same. Hiyashi's motivations are as cryptic to me as they are to you. Hinata had years before she would be required to take up the role as matriarch, but Hiyashi is pushing the process early for some reason. There's no way I could have predicted that." Kakashi's voice rose slightly as he continued, offended that Kurenai thought he had something to do with Hinata's less than ideal situation. Kurenai took a deep breath and pointed a finger at Kakashi before letting out a grunt and sliding her back down the wall and falling into a squatting position. "What do I do, Kakashi?" she asked sincerely, all the rage in her voice having vanished in an instant. "This is my first genin team and I already have enough on my plate with trying to get them properly trained without worrying about politics and a very much emotionally scarred clan matriarch." She covered her face with her hands and let out another long sigh. "That sounds like a cakewalk," Kakashi said with a dry smile under his mask as he stepped in front of Kurenai and looked down at her. "My first genin went rogue, killed the second, and now I'm scrambling to find a way to keep the third from spiraling into despair or getting herself killed without backup. It's enough stress to drive anyone mad. I recommend a hobby. Have you tried porn?" Kurenai couldn't help but laugh at the sorry state they were both in. Taking her head out of her hands, she looked up at Kakashi with a grateful smile. Even with the shit hitting the fan on an almost daily basis, he still managed to make a joke. At least she thought he was joking. "Whoa," a passerby half screamed from down the alley. I didn't see anything. I swear," he shouted before bolting away. Kurenai's face grew bright red, realizing what assumption the man had made. She and her coworker, who had been seen eating together on several occasions, were now in a dirty back alley with her squatting down as Kakashi stood in front of her and she smiled up at him from groin level. "I give it half an hour before the whole village thinks we're fucking," Kakashi said dourly before walking away. "Good luck with that. Shinigami, take me now." Kurenai groaned. POA. Naruto stared at the parchment slack-jawed. If even half of what was written on here was true, then the entirety of his world had been effectively shot to shit and back. Naruto took a deep breath as he began to reread it just to try and get everything straight in his head. "Naruto, if you are reading this, that means that the worst has come to pass despite our greatest efforts. My name is Uzumaki Ashina. I am the current Uzukage, I hope, your great-grandfather. In recent years the Uzumaki clan's skills in Fuinjutsu have accelerated beyond what I once thought was possible. In our advances we have made a horrible and beautiful discovery. I know that a man of your status doesn't have the time or the need for a lecture on quantum chakra energy conversion theory, so I will be brief. Through the use of micro-seals and exponential seal resonance we have discovered a method of prophecy. This method is far from perfect, and even the faintest of choices can send ripples through the tides of time, but we know one thing for sure, Uzumaki will perish. The methods and causes change, but through all of the calculations and variations, we have managed this truth remains constant. We know the death of our nation is inevitable, but its rebirth hinges upon you. I cannot go into detail. Even the few things that I've written here, vague as they may be, have already changed the future in untold ways. Know this though, the people of Uzumaki know of you and their hopes and dreams ride with you alone. All that we have is now yours. We pray for you, Uzukage-sama. On a more personal note, although we have never met, know that I love you and I'm proud of you. Goodbye my great-grandson, long live Uzumaki." Naruto sighed and ran his hand down his face. Did I just inherit a country? POA. Sasuke took a bite of his food lazily. He and Karen had just gotten through with another training session sans Orochimaru and she had brought him some food from the cafeteria before they would split up to go to bed. "So, Sasuke-kun, how goes the attempts to distress?" Karen asked, making small talk like she usually did. "Anything I can help with?" "I'm doing fine," Sasuke lied, "it's just taking a while is all." Karen smirked, stealing a cherry tomato from Sasuke's plate and popping it in her mouth. "I noticed you took a box of light bulbs with you to bed last night. You know that pushing yourself harder when you should be resting will just have the opposite effect of what you want, right?" Sasuke grunted. It hadn't been since the Land of Waves that he'd had to work this hard to moderate his chakra levels. He tended to put a bit too much chakra into his techniques, but he hadn't thought it was that big a deal. Coincidentally enough, both of the times he's had this problem and Uzumaki had been right beside him, although Karen was much more bearable than Naruto had been. She was a bit too friendly but knew when to back off. "I'll be fine," Sasuke replied to her, finishing his meal. You sure about that? You've got bags under your eyes, and you've been slowing down during training." "I have not," Sasuke shouted, snapping at her angrily. "I can still kick your ass, even without the cursed seal." Karen raised an eyebrow, not saying anything but pursed her lips slightly. Unlike Sakura and the majority of Konoha, she didn't get intimidated by him easily. It angered him, but in a refreshing way. At least she wasn't a sycophant. "Alright then, let's run a little experiment then," Karen said. She reached over and grabbed a bulb from the box. "Try again." Sasuke looked at her suspiciously but took the bulb and put his goggles back on. He pushed his chakra into the bulb, managing to make it flicker slightly before it burst. He tossed the remaining nub aside. "Was there a point to this?" he asked Karen. "Yes," she replied with a smile. She stood up and offered a hand to help him up. He took it, standing up and looking down at her with a sour pout. "For the next 24 hours you'll do as I say, and if I'm right you'll be leaps and bounds closer to your goal. If I'm wrong, I'll stay out of your hair and stop pestering you to relax." Sasuke squinted at her. "I'm your superior, remember? Orochimaru said so. I don't have to listen to a word you say." He didn't know if he liked the idea of being subject to her whims for a day. "That's true, and I can't make you do this, but we both know you haven't been making progress so far. How much damage could a day off do? Besides, if you're right then I'll stop bugging you," she smiled. Sasuke growled slightly before sighing. "Fine, but I'll make sure that you keep your word when this doesn't work." "Understood." Karen smiled at that. "Perfect. Then starting tomorrow morning we'll begin Operation Shut Up and Relax already. See you then," she giggled in an almost evil tone as she walked away. Sasuke sighed. 24 hours and she'd keep her mouth shut from then on. He could manage that, right? POA. Naruto would have loved to start dissecting every last book on all of the shelves the second that he finally understood the implications of inheriting a nation. How the hell was he supposed to rule a nation alone? How the hell was he supposed to rule a nation at all? The parchment referred to him as Uzukage-sama and said that he was a man of high status that must know about quantum whatever the crap, but he didn't understand seals at all. Was this really meant for him? It had his name, but maybe Naruto was a common name before their country got blown up or whatever. As Naruto rested his head in his hands and contemplated the sharp left turn that his life had taken for the 11th time in less than a month, his stomach growled violently. He was filled with the recollection that he hadn't eaten since that bowl of rice from nearly 2 days ago. "Clone-kun, go get that other clone to hurry up, all right? I'm starving, and I'm not exaggerating this time," Naruto ordered, somewhat grateful for the mental break of worrying about food instead of fate and stuff. "You realize I'm starving too, right?" the clone asked from the floor. It had taken a relaxed laying position after it finished touching everything in the vault. "Can't we just wait for him? You realize that you're not technically alive, right? I can poof you out of existence and create a more obedient clone," Naruto threatened. "Yeah, but we both know you'd feel like an asshole if you did that." The clone sighed as it got up. "But I'll go get him anyway. Not because you told me to, but because I feel like it." "Whatever," Naruto groaned as his stomach rumbled again. "Look for something to drink while you're at it. Look for something to drink while you're at it," the clone mumbled in a mocking tone. "We sound the same, numb nuts," Naruto yelled out as the clone climbed back up to the Uzukage's tower. POA. Hinata hugged her knees as she sat on her new bed. She wasn't Hinata-chan or even Hinata-hime anymore. She was Hyuga-sama. She was now the official matriarch of the Hyuga clan. Her father would act as her regent until she turned 16, but for all intents and purposes, the entirety of the Hyuga clan now rested on her shoulders. Her father had taken a room near the rest of the elders, and she had taken her place in the clan head's room. Her mom's room. It had been remodeled since her mother's death, but if she focused very carefully she could almost make out the scent of her mother's perfume in the air. Or maybe it was just her imagination. Maybe she wanted to pretend that she could still feel an inkling of a presence of her mother, something, anything to help tie her back to when life had been simpler. Back to when she could hide in her mother's hair when the house made scary noises at night. Back to when she could fall asleep in her mother's arms only to magically wake up in her own bed. Back to when all she had to worry about was that cute blonde boy at school that made her tummy fill with butterflies. Hinata looked over at the clock. It was 8 a.m. She was supposed to be meeting with Kakashi-sensei and her team right now. She wiped her face free of tears and she got off of the bed to quickly get ready. She hadn't gotten any sleep last night but she would survive. She had to. She still had her dreams to fulfill. Kill Sasuke. Avenge Naruto. Protect Hanabi. And the only way to do that was to get stronger. Stronger than Shino and Kiba. Stronger than Sasuke. Stronger than Hinata Haim. She wasn't a princess anymore, she was a queen. A queen whose king had been betrayed. She was a queen with a full house, and she didn't plan on folding anytime soon. Hinata finished getting ready and started to make her way to meet Kakashi-sensei. She needed practice fighting against an opponent with a Sharingan. POA. Sakura sent pulsating waves of chakra through her system to try and break Kurenai-sensei's most recent genjutsu. The writhing blades shimmered and faded slightly in the grass but still remained. Sakura jumped to the side as one shot up from the ground. Striking like a snake, it managed to graze her shoulder and she fell back. The wound started to immediately fester and her heart raced in panic. It's not real, it's not real. She told herself again and again as the rot from the wound started to spread and fester up her arm and to her neck. It's not real, it's not real, she shouted as she desperately sent more and more erratic waves of chakra through her body. Sakura fell back onto her butt as she was tripped by one of the writhing blades. Two more wrapped around her waist, pinning her to the ground as a third reeled up ready to strike. It's not real, it's not real, she cried as she desperately tried to pry herself away from the blades, her now rotting body covered in cuts as she tried to grapple the cold steel. The third blade flickered only slightly before shooting forward and plunging itself into her gut. Tears flooded Sakura's eyes as she let out one last gasp before accepting her death. Sakura sobbed as Kurenai gently rubbed her back. Shish, Kurenai whispered, you're okay, you're okay. Shish. Sakura continued to cry, holding her hand to her gut to prevent blood loss from a wound that wasn't there. There has to be a better way, Sakura whispered, almost begging. I can't keep doing this. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, this is the most efficient way to strengthen your mind and chakra network against genjutsu. Kurenai sat down and pulled Sakura into her lap, hugging her. Trust me, Sakura, I went through this when I started working on genjutsu as well. Sakura wiped her nose and face as she slowly started to calm down, the pain having already faded away. I did everything right. I did everything right and I still failed. You didn't fail, Sakura, you only fail if you don't get back up again. Why don't we take a break from genjutsu training, alright? Kurenai smiled softly. We'll take a 15-minute breather and then we'll just focus on taijutsu, okay? And no, Sakura whispered, pulling away from Kurenai. I can train my taijutsu with Kakashi-sensei. I have to take as much advantage of our time together as possible. Sakura wiped her face some more and took a few deep breaths. I'm ready, she stuttered. Kurenai shook her head. No, 15-minute break, this isn't negotiable, Sakura. We can continue training genjutsu if you want, but you need to rest. Sakura slouched and nodded, scooting over to sit next to a tree and closing her eyes. Alright, I'll rest, sensei. Tell me when it's been 15 minutes, okay? Kurenai didn't even attempt to answer. Sakura was already asleep. POA. Naruto greedily ate the pot of boiled roots and shoots that his clones had foraged for him. Normally he wasn't the biggest fan of vegetables, but hunger really was the best sauce. Once he was done, he grabbed the large bowl of fresh water and chugged it quickly. Placing the bowl inside the pot, he stood up and let out a proud burp as he smiled to himself. All right, stomach full, spirits charged, and brain ready, let's do this thing, he announced to the empty room. He crossed his fingers and summoned more clones. The room puffed full of smoke before being filled with excited clones. I'm alive, Naruto. Naruto, is that you? It's me, Naruto. My leg, one shouted before poofing away. Naruto sighed and clapped his hands to get his clones' attention. All right, everyone, this is our new home and we're in charge of it. So your orders are to go topside and try to clean things up as best you can. Explore, poke things, learn stuff. Do whatever you want, just don't break anything. Hail, wise leader. Yea, verily, my life for Naruto. All the clones quickly made their way up the exit and out of the vault to explore their new playground. Naruto turned to look at the vault and sighed. He had the feeling he had a lot of catching up to do. The last Uzukage expected him to know a lot about seals, right? Maybe he should start by reading up on those. Pervy Sage had shown him a little bit of stuff about seals, but he had been more interested in summons at the time. Wait a second, summons. Naruto quickly bit the tip of his thumb to make it bleed. Swiping the blood across the floor, he slammed his hand down to summon Gamakichi or Gamatatsu and get advice. He'd have to bully them into not telling Jiraiya he was still alive. The old pervert would probably get really mad he'd chosen to run away. Why wasn't anyone showing up? He was pushing chakra into the summons, but nothing was happening. Why? Naruto let out a sigh and wiped his bloody thumb off on his messy brown shirt. He sucked on the wound for a second before walking towards the books. He was disappointed that the summons didn't work, but refused to mope about it. Naruto began to browse the shelf after shelf of scrolls, books, and tomes, trying to get his head around what was available. POA. Jiraiya's eyes went wide as he pulled the toad summoning scroll from off of his back and opened it. He looked down to see his name, written in blood still as red as the day he signed it. Followed by it were the dark brown scabbed names of Minato and Naruto. Except that Naruto's scabby blood was crumbling and hot, almost smoking as flakes fell from the paper and onto the floor. The hell, he mumbled to himself. The only way this could happen was if Naruto's body wasn't just taken, it must have been resurrected. After hearing about how Minato was almost summoned during the Chunin exams, he'd placed extra seals on the summoning scroll to prevent the dead from summoning. There was only one bastard that Jiraiya could think of evil enough to resurrect a child to experiment with. Orochimaru. Jiraiya turned to the man he had been interrogating a mere moment before, a double agent for Orochimaru that had infiltrated his network. He growled and took a step towards the bound man, grabbing him by the throat and smashing him against the wall. No more games. Where is Orochimaru? He shouted. Where is he hiding? The man whined and whimpered. I don't know. I swear on the gods I'm telling the truth. Bullshit. He trusted you enough to let you off your leash and infiltrate my network. You know where he is. I'm just an agent. I don't know, I swear. The man gurgled, the blood flowed to his brain, slowly being cut off as he was choked by Jiraiya. Then who does? Who do you report to? TT Tanakasuma, S. Sulphur Springs, retired, the man struggled to say before slumping into a limp mass in Jiraiya's hands, falling unconscious. Jiraiya sighed and tossed the man to the floor, pulling out a shuriken and flicking it into his temple, killing him instantly. Jiraiya began to get his things together. Looks like I'm going on vacation. Land of hot springs, here I come, he mumbled to himself. POA. Kakashi let out a sigh as he walked to Hinata. The poor girl had collapsed again mid-training. He got to a knee and checked her vitals. She would be fine, but she was beyond exhausted. Even with him doing his best to be soft in their sparring, she pushed until he often had no choice but to harm her. Hinata let out a soft snore as the veins around her eyes relaxed. Kakashi-sensei, is Hyuga-sama well? Shino asked, landing next to the two suddenly. She's fine, just overly tired. Aren't you two supposed to be practicing stealth tracking? Two of us. It is only I, Kakashi-sensei. Shino said in his monotone voice. Kakashi looked at him slightly deadpan before grabbing a rock and tossing it into the upper tree line. Fuck. Hiba swore as he fell out of the tree, clutching his head. Akamaru in his hood started barking as he jumped away to safety. Hiba hit the ground with a loud thump before standing up and rubbed the goose egg that was forming on his head and walking towards Kakashi. How do you know I was there? Hiba asked. You forget that you're not the only one with a keen sense of smell. Kakashi tapped his nose behind his mask. A little natural deodorant can go a long way. I recommend baking soda and doing laundry with borax. Hiba blushed at the implication that he stank but shrugged it off as he picked up Akamaru and placed the puppy in his hoodie pocket. Now why the attempt at subterfuge? Kakashi asked as he picked up Hinata, throwing her over his shoulder. We have grown tired of being told to repeat the same exercises, Shino explained simply. Yeah, it's fucking boring. We want to do some missions. We want action, Hiba shouted, causing Hinata to shift in Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi narrowed his eye and held a hand to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. He couldn't exactly blame them. From what Kurenai had told him, they'd been doing nothing but stealth tracking for almost a month now. All right, Alright, I'll talk to Kurenai, I'm sure she could go on a mission. We would like to go on a mission with you, Kakashi-sensei. Shino interrupted. Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow at that. Really? Why's that? Kurenai-sensei is focused on babying Hinata-chan. She's taking things too slow. You are too, but you're not as bad, and at least you can teach us new stuff. Hiba explained. Kakashi hummed to himself. I would have to talk to Kurenai about this, and you two would have to talk to Hinata. As she's a liability to the team, she'll need to calm down significantly before we go on a mission. This is acceptable. Shino nodded. Kiba-san and I have been wanting to talk to her about the death of Naruto the hero for some time. Oh really? And what are you going to say to her? Kakashi asked, fully aware that Hinata had woken up by now. Naruto was a badass, he wouldn't want her to be sad all the time. Hiba announced he'd want her to be a badass too, but not at the expense of her health and happiness. She needs to slow down. And you, Shino, I would inform Hyuga-sama that even Naruto the hero was known as a failure for most of his life. Just because she is not where she wants to be now, doesn't mean that she will never get there. Naruto the hero was capable of many great feats by the time of his death due to his constant training, but it still takes time. So to summarize, you think that Hinata is taking things too fast, and Kurenai is taking things too slow. Hinata, what do you think? Kakashi gently placed Hinata down onto her feet, keeping her steady with his hand on her shoulder. Hiba blushed a neon red and Shino made a point to look away. Hinata sighed and stumbled as she tried to stay up, turning her Byakugan back on as a force of habit. I understand your concern for me, but this is all I can do to show Naruto how much I loved him. I need to make things right, and I need to do it as soon as I can. Hyuga-sama, Naruto the hero is buried with his parents, there is no need to rush. You told him you loved him, he is at rest. Shino spoke softly. Hinata flinched at that. Shino and Kiba still weren't aware that Naruto's body had been stolen. Kakashi squeezed Hinata's shoulder softly to remind her that it was an S-class secret. She needed to pretend that she didn't know either. You're right, I'll slow down. Hinata sighed. She was still dead set on getting stronger, but she would have to slow down enough that her teammates were no longer worried for her. Good, I'll talk to Kurenai about this at the Junin Lounge tonight and get her opinion. She's still your team leader, so she gets to veto this if she wants. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, the three said in unison, almost creepily. Did Kurenai teach you that? Kakashi asked. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, they said in unison again. Okay, if we do go on a mission together, no more doing that. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Shino said. Sounds good, boss, Kiba said. Hinata just nodded. POA. Naruto let out a sigh as he started reading through a copy of Seals, What Are They and How Do They Work? That he'd found in the library. I've run away from home, inherited a country, found my parents' identity, and literally died. The last month has been wild, and what do I end up with? Fucking homework. Naruto sighed as he turned the page. Whoa, seals are cool. Naruto mumbled to himself as he read through the book. For some reason, it wasn't as boring as reading had been back at the academy. He was still having a hard time wrapping his mind around morphemes and logography, but compared to the homework he'd done back in Konoha, this was downright fun. It was still homework, so he had a grudge against it, but it was definitely less evil than the stuff he had been given by Iruka. Naruto's attention was torn away from his book by a clone jumping down into the library vault thing. He'd have to think of a name for this place. Boss, the clone said as he waved to Naruto. What is it? Naruto asked, standing up. We found a lot of stuff from the wreck. The clone said. Some of the others thought you'd want to look at it. What do you mean? Naruto asked, walking towards the exit of the vault. I mean, like, chunks of the boat and cargo have washed ashore and some of it looks useful. Naruto hummed to himself as he walked. As soon as he walked far enough away from the vault, the stone slab walls moved back in again, sealing it off behind him. Naruto paused and looked behind him at the seal-covered wall again. I really hope I don't need to get mind fucked every time I go in there. He mumbled before jumping up to the surface, quickly followed by his clone. So what kind of stuff did you find? Naruto asked as he walked towards the beach. Well, We found a few dead bodies for one. Don't worry, we already buried them. Naruto stumbled mid-step. He hadn't even considered that there would be wreckage from the ship, let alone people. Right, well, thanks, he mumbled, rather glad that he was spared from having to look at the bodies of his former crewmates. Even if it had been for only a day or two. No worries, boss, we also found a lot of wood and stuff. Some of the other clones have been sorting through everything while I came to get you. Alright, and what about the city itself? Anything interesting? The clone shrugged his shoulders as he helped Naruto move over a particularly large chunk of debris in their way. Not sure, I came to get you as soon as we finished burying the bodies. Naruto started to pick up speed once they got out of Uzu's streets, jumping up into the canopy of bamboo. He wasn't used to jumping on things other than trees, but considering this was his new home, he figured it was best to try and start getting used to it. Jumping from bamboo shaft to bamboo shaft like a monkey, he made his way towards the shoreline. Okay, I guess I'll just stay here, or something. The clone yelled after him as he was left behind. Poa. Hokage-sama, a voice called out. Tsunade lifted her head from her desk. She had been drinking all day. Yesh, she said in her best attempt at non-slurred speech. What is it? Hyuga-sama, Hyuga Hiyashi has requested an audience. Should I tell him you're busy? Her secretary asked softly. Hiyashi, what the hell does he want? No, send him in. Tsunade straightened her back and took some deep breaths to try and sober herself. A few moments later, the previous head of the Hyuga clan walked in, taking a seat. It was clear from the look on his face that he could smell the booze in the air. Hyuga-san, this is a surprise. Is there something I can help you with? As I'm sure you know, almost all village business is being run through Shikaku. Tsunade said, only slightly slurring now. Where was Shizune with her acupressure when you needed her? Lady Hokage, it is a pleasure to see you. I did indeed have something to speak with you about, although I believe you would prefer it if it was a bit more private. Hiyashi said with the soft smile and tone of a career politician. Tsunade squinted her eyes slightly but nodded. With a flick of her wrist there was a blurring of motion as her Anbu protection team vacated the area. What is it you have to say, Hiyashi? She asked, dropping the formalities for the moment. Hiyashi nodded. I will be blunt, as I'm sure you're very busy, he said, barely holding back a scowl as he eyed the empty bottles surrounding her. I am fully aware of your desire to retire as Hokage after the death of Naruto the hero. I would like to offer you my services in the venture. Tsunade felt a chill run down her spine. How do you know that? She asked, narrowing her eyes even more. In a hidden village, secrets do not stay secret for long, my lady, particularly ones of this importance, Hiyashi replied with a non-answer. Now this may be an assumption on my part, but I believe the reason you have not already asked me to become Hokage is because of my prior commitment as head of the Hyuga household. As I'm sure you're aware, this issue has been recently remedied. Tsunade took a deep breath and rested her chin on her hands. She was definitely sober now. She couldn't risk offending Hiyashi. The relationship between Konoha and the Hyuga clan had been tenuous for years, and although he was no longer clan head, he was still regent, holding effectively all the power until Hinata turned 16. While she knew he wouldn't risk the safety of Konoha as a whole, she also knew that he could make life for Konoha ninjas a lot harder. Hyuga scouts were some of the best in the business. All he would have to do is declare a clan-wide period of celebration over Hinata's ascension to matriarch, and Konoha's recon division would be cut in half, making everyone else take double shifts. Not to mention the countless other options for political maneuvering he had. Hiyashi maintained the small smile from before. Had he been crafting this situation since Naruto's death, or was he merely taking advantage of all the cards in his hand? Regardless, she wasn't comfortable with giving Hiyashi the position of Hokage. His cold, calculating efficiency was invaluable as an advisor on the council, but not something that would be good for the village if he were put into a leadership position. She needed to find a way to refuse him the position without harming his ego. Tsunade had an idea. You were right that I had considered you highly for the position of Hokage, Hiyashi-san, she smiled, again donning the formal prose of politics. However, your position as the Hyuga clan's head did prevent me from choosing you. Unfortunately, I have already made a choice as to who will be the next Hokage. Hiyashi raised an eyebrow at that, Nothing in his network had told him about this. The only person that had been approached was Kakashi, and he'd turned it down. Oh really, and who is that? Hiyashi asked, again with the soft smile. The individual in question has asked me to refrain from divulging that information until such a time as they are coronated. Tsunade smiled in return. From the outside, this conversation would appear to be a simple discussion between friends, but inside Tsunade's heart raced. This type of political bullshit was exactly why she wanted out of Konoha. And when will that be? Surely you don't expect me to believe that you plan on maintaining the position of Hokage indefinitely after having already picked a successor. Unfortunately, my choice has some prior obligations that will not be resolved until. Tsunade paused to think. She had to get Kakashi to wear the hat. There were no other options. That much had been made clear over the last month of searching. He wouldn't commit to becoming Hokage because of his previous commitment to training Sakura, but if that commitment was over, after the next Chunin exams. They will become available after the next Chunin exams. You see now why I chose this individual instead of yourself. I knew they would become available within the next 5 months, but I had no way of knowing that you planned on giving control of your clan to your daughter before she reached the age of consent. Waiting 6 months is much more reasonable than potentially waiting 36. If you had informed me of your decision sooner, you would have been more highly considered for the position. Unfortunately, I had already approached this individual before I was made aware of Hinata's ascension to matriarch. Tsunade's smile was much more genuine now. With her one convenient little half-lie, she had successfully navigated the ball into Hiyashi's court. Now there would be no reason for him to be offended. Instead, he stood the risk of greatly offending both her and her mysteriously chosen successor. She had been making sure to avoid gendered speech, not wanting to offer any hint to Hiyashi as to who she'd chosen. Hiyashi had to make a concerted effort to not appear ruffled. He hadn't heard anything about a second candidate being called in. Were his sources lacking? I see. Well, that is most unfortunate. It appears I will have to enjoy my retirement in peace then. I suppose there are worse fates for an old ninja. Hiyashi's smile never faltered for a moment, a testament to his political skills. We are always ready to welcome you back into the ninja corps, Hiyashi-san. If you ever grow stir-crazy, let me know and I'll find a way to help. Tsunade gave a slight nod of her head and stood, indicating that the conversation was over. Hiyashi stood and bowed respectably. Of course, Tsunade-sama, thank you. If you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. Tsunade waved softly as he left, the subtle whooshing of wind indicating that the Anbu protection unit had returned. One of you go and get Shizune, she said as she let out a pained groan, sitting back down and pulling a fresh bottle of sake out of her desk. I'm getting another headache. Poa. Kakashi rubbed his temples as he sat across from Kurenai at the Junin lounge. Well, all things considered, I don't think it's the worst idea I've ever heard. Kurenai sighed as she was picking at her food. She wasn't particularly hungry, even after training with Sakura all day. But I'm not sure how I feel about sending Hinata out on a mission so soon after, you know. I had the same reservations at first, but I think it may be good for her. She's going crazy with nothing to do all day but train and mope around. Sometimes the best form of rest is to stop resting. Kakashi replied, taking a quick sip of his tea. Kurenai leaned forward and pinched between her eyes softly. I don't know what you would want me to do with Sakura while you were gone. She's gonna burn out on nothing but genjutsu, and I'm nowhere near your level when it comes to ninjutsu or taijutsu, so I would probably end up doing more harm than good. Honestly, Kurenai, you could do nothing but run her through the basics and I'd be thrilled. For Sakura, it's more about making progress at all than progressing in any particular direction. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I let her fall behind Naruto and Sasuke significantly. All aspects of her training need work, and you don't need to be an expert to help her. The only thing I would say to steer clear of is helping her on her medical work. I've learned enough first aid that I can patch myself up if she stumbles, but I'm not sure I'm comfortable with you putting your body on the line like I do. We're starting to get to the point where even I don't know how much more I can teach her. Kurenai nodded and leaned back in her chair. Fine, you have my approval to take my team on a mission, but nothing above C class. I understand Kiba and Shino are getting antsy, but they're still not ready for B-class missions. Kakashi nodded in understanding. Oh, and Kakashi, Kurenai added. If things turn south and the mission becomes filled with Junin-level threats like your mission in Wave did, don't hesitate to tell the client to fuck himself and come home, okay? Kakashi smiled under his mask and chuckled. Are you implying that I have a history of endangering my students? Why Kurenai-chan, I am offended. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go prepare to teach Sakura about how to play with fire, I mean cauterize a wound. Kakashi stood up and walked out of the Junin lounge with a smile on his face, making a point to ignore the mumbling rumors of him suddenly leaving, mid-date, with Kurenai. The rumors about him and Kurenai becoming an item had indeed hit the Konoha rumor mill like a spark in a hayloft, but he was never one to care for others' opinions of him. The sun had set and he could make preparations for tomorrow's lesson with Sakura at home. He made his way to his apartment, jumping from roof to roof lazily. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an eerily familiar genin running away from his apartment complex before landing in front of his door. Walking inside, he saw a letter had been slipped through the mail slot. Leaning down, he picked it up and opened it before reading the simple note. Hitaki Kakashi, the Hokage has requested your presence in her office tomorrow at 8 a.m. There was no signature, but the official seal had been placed and everything appeared to be in order. Kakashi's smile dropped. Things had calmed down significantly over the last month. He was rarely called to intervene between arguing groups anymore, and he had a feeling he wasn't going to like whatever had prompted Tsunade to summon him specifically. With a sigh, he grabbed his copy of the medical book he and Sakura had been working through and laid down, reading himself to sleep. POA. Naruto ran around the beach with a plethora of his clones, helping to stack up fractured wood and other useless items into piles while saving things like clothes, rope, or tools in other piles. Judging from the gaping holes and bloodstains in some of these clothes, the clones had stripped the bodies of his old crewmates before burying them. That was kinda fucked up, and he wasn't entirely sure what that said about him considering they were clones and all. Regardless, many hands made for light work, and soon they had collected everything of value that had washed ashore. Naruto looked out over the horizon. The sun had set over an hour ago, and it was only with the help of a full moon that he or his clones were able to see anything. Naruto grabbed one of his clones as it walked by. Hey, go look for someplace to sleep, okay? Naruto ordered. It's getting late and I don't like the idea of sleeping next to the giant seal wall of ouchies. The clone just sighed sadly and started making its way into Uzu to try and find someplace to squat. Naruto took the time to search through the piles for anything that appeared to be of particular value. A flash of orange in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Looking over, he saw the bundled-up jacket-turned-backpack that he'd lost in the wreck. With a smile, he jogged over to it and picked it up. Sure, it was soggy and battered, but it was still his jacket. Naruto untied everything and searched through it, finding only a single kunai inside. Well, at least I'm not completely without weapons now. Naruto took the kunai and placed it in his waistband before putting the jacket on. He wasn't planning on wearing it everywhere he went anymore, but he still wanted to hold on to it for sentimental value. Sentimental. Naruto watched over his clones piling debris up until he was tapped on the shoulder. I found a place that still has a roof and a bed that isn't covered in mouse poop. The clone said with a salute. Congratulations, soldier. If you ever choose to retire from the Naruto Corp, you can always go into real estate. The clone blinked and cocked his head. Thank you. He mumbled as Naruto turned away. Alright boys, I think we should call it for the night, it's starting to get cold. Naruto yelled to his clones. Everyone grab something that looks important or cool and let's get some sleep. Naruto's announcement was met with a combination of groans and sighs as the remaining clones started gathering valuables from the ship. With a smile, Naruto turned to his real estate clone. Lead the way, he said. And lead the clone did. Within a few minutes, Naruto and a host of clones were packing things away and tidying up the house they'd chosen to invade. Once they were finished, Naruto looked at his clones and smiled. Well, that's one successful day behind us, boys. This is the start of a new life for us, and we're gonna make the best of it. Can I get a Yahoo? A few of the clones responded with lackluster energy, but the rest appeared to be far too tired to do anything more than mumble. Naruto rolled his eyes. Oh, all right, the day's over. Let's get some rest, he said as he made a hand sign to dismiss all his clones. Naruto took about 3 steps towards the bed before the flood of memories hit him, his smile fading immediately. The crew, they hadn't just died, they'd been torn apart. There wasn't so much bodies as there were pieces of bodies, some even had bite marks taken out of them from fish or sharks. The row master, the man with the beautiful voice that had helped him keep pace with the others, they'd found his head. They'd seen his cold dead eyes staring back at them. Naruto stumbled forward, clutching his stomach as the memories forced their way into his mind. Why was he remembering this? The clones had taken specific care to not come to get him until after the beach was cleaned up. Naruto stumbled onto the bed and took deep slow breaths as he tried to consciously slow the heartbeat he could feel behind his eyes and inside his ears. Sleep. I need to get some sleep, I can worry about this tomorrow, he mumbled to himself as he took his jacket and shirt off, using them as a blanket. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that his dreams would take him someplace where friends never died, regardless of how new they were. POA. Sasuke's eye twitched slightly. It had been nearly 24 hours and he'd followed his end the bargain to the letter. He'd listened as Karen told him about how breakfast was the most important meal of the day. He'd sat outside as she forced him to have a picnic for lunch. He'd barely resisted the urge to tear his hair out while she sat and watched TV with him. He even ate a freaking slice of pie as a dessert after dinner. He didn't know what the opposite of a sweet tooth was, but that's certainly what he had. To top it all off though, Karen had to push him so close to breaking his word just near the end with the most disgusting and obscene things he could imagine. She had hugged him. Sasuke skillfully extracted himself from her hug as she said something about touch therapy or some type of nonsense. Where is the light bulb? He growled through his teeth. He'd never wanted to fail a test before, but at this exact moment, he was tempted to say that he wanted to fail more than he wanted to kill Itachi. Oh, here you go. Karen smiled, grabbing a bulb from the box and holding it out for him. Sasuke grabbed the bulb and pulled the goggles over his eyes as he started to pour his nature chakra into the bulb. The light flickered just as it normally did before it broke. Rather than breaking though, the bulb softly hummed as it started to glow. Karen let out an excited gasp and clapped. Sasuke-kun, you did it. She smiled up at him. Bullshit, he mumbled, tossing the bulb aside and letting it break. That's a fluke, there's something wrong with the bulb, he murmured as he grabbed another bulb from the box. Aren't you supposed to be happy? Karen asked with a smirk as she cocked her head to the side. Shut up, Sasuke said, pushing his chakra into the new bulb, this time pushing as hard as he could. After a second of glowing, the bulb finally popped. Well, you're still pushing too hard, but you're doing better. Karen smiled as she grabbed him another bulb. Try again. Remember, don't push, pour. Shut up. Sasuke growled again as he pushed his chakra into the new bulb. Again it took him actively concentrating on breaking the bulb for it to burst. What did you do? Sasuke's finally asked, scowling at her. Karen sighed and rolled her eyes. Oh, Mr. Big and Brooding can't handle the fact that he was wrong for once. Means I must have cheated, huh? She pouted, crossing her arms. I'll tell you what I did. I helped you distress and act like a normal person for once. You're welcome, by the way. She huffed. Sasuke looked to the box of bulbs, going through bulb after bulb to ensure that they hadn't been tampered with. They all looked perfectly normal. Karen let out a sigh. Well, if you're gonna go ahead and have a nervous breakdown and reverse all the work I've just done, help yourself. It's late and I'm going to bed. Good night, Sasuke-kun. Good night, he mumbled as he continued to test the bulbs, sure that it must have been some sort of trick. POA. Kakashi suddenly popped into view inside Tsunade's window frame. Good morning, Hokage-sama, he said with a smile, stepping inside and sitting down in one of the chairs in her office. Good morning, Kakashi-san, how did you sleep? Tsunade smiled in return. I'd hate for you to fall asleep in the middle of our conversation again. Yeah, sorry about that. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head and laughed in embarrassment. I slept great. Don't worry, no narcolepsy from me today. Tsunade stood up and walked to the front of her desk before sitting on it. So, pleasantries aside, do you know why I called you here today? Honestly, no, Hokage-sama, Kakashi answered with dread. Tsunade reached over to grab the Hokage hat from off of her desk, holding it in front of him. Kakashi let out a sigh. Hokage-sama, drop the formalities, you're not gonna get in trouble. Tsunade interrupted. Tsunade, I already told you, I have to continue training with Sakura-chan. I owe her. Yes, that's right, the pink-haired girl. But do you plan to continue training her every day even once she's made Chunin? Tsunade asked. Well, no, Kakashi started speaking, a bit confused as to where Tsunade was taking this, but she's still a long ways off from being eligible for the Chunin exam. I haven't put any effort into finding replacement teammates for her yet. Tsunade nodded. Then we'll have to work on that too. Tsunade? Kakashi asked. Yes, getting Sakura up to Chunin level in the next 5 months is going to be one hell of a feat. I expect you'll be needing some help. Rumor has it you've been teaching her medical techniques. I could most certainly aid in that endeavor. 5 months. Kakashi asked aghast Hokage-sama. There's no way that she'll be ready for the next Chunin exam. Not with that attitude, but it's not like we have much a choice. Tsunade pouted. I've looked over all possible options and you're quite simply the best one I've got. You're also the only option I've got. If you refuse the position until your student has graduated from your care, then by the gods I'm just gonna have to help you get that done as quickly as possible. Kakashi took a deep breath and let out a sigh. Slouching in his chair he asked, You're serious, aren't you? As I'll ever be, Tsunade replied, putting the hat back down. Can I ask why? You were content to keep looking a few weeks ago. Tsunade stiffened only slightly. You can ask, but unfortunately I can't answer. I can inform you after you become Hokage if you're still curious after the fact. Kakashi nodded. Fine, I guess I have some work to do. Now would probably be a bad time to ask you if I can get a C-rank mission to take Kurenai's team on, right? Tsunade thought and hummed to herself for a moment. You can take Kurenai's team on a mission, but while you're gone I get full reign over Sakura. Tsunade offered as her smile took on a slightly more evil presentation. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Really? Okay, but remember she needs to be alive and healthy if she's gonna make it to the exams. Oh Kakashi. Tsunade laughed and reached into her desk, grabbing one of the many missions dossiers that had been piling up and handing the folder to Kakashi. You underestimate how much the human body can withstand, particularly a child's. Tsunade pat Kakashi on the head and started walking out of her office. Training Ground 3, right? Yes Hokage-sama, Kakashi answered as he looked through the dossier. He had the sinking feeling in his stomach that he had just consigned Sakura to a fate worse than death. POA. Naruto woke up slowly, his head hurt slightly and he was more tired than he usually was when he woke up. Of course, that could be because of the nightmares. Dreams about Hige-san and Rower-san, of all the other crew on the boat. They may have been strangers, but he was a ninja, it was his job to be a hero. Why hadn't he done something? There didn't seem to be any problem that 100 shadow clones couldn't fix. Whatever, it was in the past. He wasn't the type to mope about his dead parents, so he shouldn't be the type to mope about his dead coworkers. Was his bed this wet when he'd laid in it? Naruto sat up and opened his eyes before letting out a disgruntled sigh. He was in his mindscape, again. He stood up and stretched out, the tugging in his navel drawing him down the hallways where he would find the Kyuubi. He started walking down the hallways to see why he was here this time. Actually, fuck it, he didn't want to talk to the Kyuubi right now, and he was the one in charge around here, damn it. Naruto turned around and walked in the polar opposite direction that his navel was taking him, fighting up the flow of water. He didn't know how long he had been walking through the mucky sewer that was his mind. Time tended to get all distorted and weird when he was in here. He kept trekking on and on down the featureless hallways of his mind, following the path of most resistance. He found a small door that appeared to only be about as tall as he was after a few hours, or had it only been minutes. Reaching out, Naruto grabbed the handle on, twisted it. Immediately the door flung open, a torrent of water rushing out. Naruto held onto the handle for dear life, holding his breath as the water flooded past him and into the empty halls. Just as quickly as the water had come it stopped, supernaturally so. He had been holding onto the handle about to drown when abruptly he opened his eyes and looked around. There wasn't a sign of the rush of water from a mere second ago. His clothes weren't even wet. Man, the inside of my brain is weird, Naruto mumbled before walking into the mystery room. Inside was something that appeared to be out of a train's boiler room. Furnaces and boilers and steam vents filled the air with a scent he'd never particularly encountered before, and in the corner were two gigantic sets of bellows that appeared to be keeping the fires burning so hot. How had those fires burned if the room had been filled with water? Naruto walked deeper into the room. It didn't appear to have any sort of end in sight. Walking deeper and deeper until he forgot about the tug from his navel entirely. Eventually, he came across a large pile of wooden crates filled with bits and bobs of every kind. Children's toys and pictures to swords and armor. On top of one of the crates was a single sheet of paper with something hastily scrawled onto it. Look through this stuff later. Naruto. Naruto looked at the paper, front and back. He didn't remember writing this. Crumpling the paper up and tossing it aside, he started to go through the boxes. These were memories. No, that can't be right. He barely remembered most of this stuff. Was this the room where he put stuff he would worry about later? He had always joked about having that room in the back of his mind, but he didn't mean it. At least not literally, that is. Naruto scrambling through the boxes, finding everything from toys he had wanted to pieces of paper with things like "Milk Goes Bad Tomorrow" written on them. Most of them he tossed aside before stumbling upon one that made him pause. Why did Pervy Sage say he owes me a favor? Why teach me the fourth's technique? Wait a minute, that's right. That had bugged him while he was learning how to do the Rasengan on their way to get Tsunade. Naruto grit his teeth and tossed the paper aside. That jerk had known who his parents were. In fact, Tsunade probably did too. He wasn't super pissed, but he thought he had the right to be a little pissed. He went to work searching through the crates again. The vast majority of the things were irrelevant now that he was a ninja, even less so one that didn't live in Konoha. Wait, the third Hokage had probably known who his parents were too. Oh, when he finally died permanently, he was so gonna give the old man some grief in the afterlife. Naruto finally got through most of the stuff that wasn't important, stopping at a notebook filled with one line over and over. Why do I remember things that my clones do? Naruto blinked. Why did he remember things that his clones do? Whatever, it wasn't important. He would figure that out later. No, he would figure it out now. Naruto stuck the paper in his pocket and made the hand sign for Kage Bunshin, only bringing 2 clones into existence. Whoa, this is weird. Yeah, if we're in your mind, but we're not you, then what does that make us? Are we thoughts? Are we alive? Do we have souls? Are we going to permanently vanish once we're dispelled? Or will an essence live on? Will we be aware of what's going on? If not, can you even call that us? Or is it a castaway remnant like a toenail that you clipped off and threw out? Drifting off into a meaningless void. And if not, then where do we go? Do we serve a god? Or is there no god who will take us mere clones into their domain? Can a being that doesn't know God truly know peace? Can a being without a god even have a purpose? Naruto and the first clone looked to the second clone for a moment. I was talking about the machines and stuff. Clone 1 said. Oh, me too, I was too, yeah. Clone 2 replied. What was all that stuff you said about God? Naruto asked. Nothing. Clone 2 mumbled. Do you wanna talk about it? Clone 1 asked. No. The 3 Narutos stood in awkward silence for a few seconds before Naruto finally broke the calm. So anyway, I want you two to go outside. Clone 1 say something into Clone 2's ear, like a random number, then both of you dispel, okay? Both clones saluted immediately. You got it, boss. They shouted in unison. Naruto waited for the two to walk out and then suddenly had the memory pop into his mind. After walking outside, Clone 1 had turned to Clone 2 and whispered 69 into his ear. That's stupid, pick a different number, Clone 2 had said. Fuck you, it is so cool. It's the sex number. Clone 1 growled before dispelling himself. Clone 2 with nothing left to do had dispelled himself as well. Naruto was simultaneously disappointing in Clone 1 for thinking of such a stupid number, and disappointed in Clone 2 for not understanding how awesome picking 69 for a number had been. He had received both memories of the reaction. That meant, I learn everything my clones learn, Naruto mumbled to himself, staring at his hands silently. That would explain what happened yesterday with the memories of the bodies. That would explain why he started to learn Rasengan faster as soon he started using clones to help. That explained a whole bunch of shit. The tugging at Naruto's navel began growing harder and harder. He had been so preoccupied that he hadn't been paying attention to it. Damn, it kind of hurt now. Suddenly, with one final tug, Naruto was physically pulled towards the sensation as if he had a literal chain tied to his belly button. Naruto screamed in equal parts fear and pain as he flew down the hallways of his mind. Naruto shot up in bed, hand to his stomach, gasping for air. He looked around. He was back in Uzushiogakure. He was back in the real world. Holy shit, Naruto gasped, fighting the urge to vomit what little food remained in his stomach. Getting out of bed, he drew his hands together and summoned 2 more clones. "What's up, boss? Boss Sama, I live to serve." Naruto rolled his eyes. "You two, go outside and clone 1, whisper a number into clone 2's ear and dispel. Any number except 69. Naruto ordered. The 2 ran outside just as ordered. Naruto blinked as the memory flooded his mind. 72, clone 1 had whispered. "I'm gonna tell him you said 69, clone 2 smiled. "Dude, no, you'll get me in trouble." Clone 1 pleaded before clone 2 dispelled, leaving clone 1 with no choice but to dispel as well. Naruto rubbed his temples. His head didn't hurt, but the fact that learning what his clones knew was making his head spin. Naruto stood up and made his way to the underneath Uzukage Tower. Reaching the seal-covered wall, Naruto reached out and placed his hand on it. Suddenly he had a flashback to the time he had run away from Konoha to become a farmer, only to die when the Akatsuki came for him. Receiving that little memory hadn't been what Naruto would call a fun experience, but it was loads better than last time with all the clones whose memories he gained when they burst. Naruto sighed. There was still the mystery as to why he was having these visions when he touched the wall, but that was one aspect solved for now. The wall must have been reading all of his clones and fried his brain from all the memories. Naruto stepped into the vault, summoning over 20 clones. "Alright guys, I want you to start reading everything," he ordered. "Boss, when you say everything, everything," Naruto yelled before going back to his copy of Seals. "What are they and how do they work?" From last night. The clones hustled to start reading anything they could get their hands on. POA. Sasuke sat down next to Karen in the cafeteria. Usually, he waited for her to bring him food in the training room, but felt the need to put in a slight bit of effort to show he was genuine in what he was about to say. "Sasuke, is something wrong? Or did you decide to change what you usually get?" Karen asked, genuinely confused as to why he was there. "No, but," Sasuke let out a sigh, "I felt the need to apologize for yesterday." Karen raised a single eyebrow at that. "What's the catch?" "No catch," Sasuke said. "I'm sorry I accused you of tricking me." Karen relaxed a bit, partially at seeing Sasuke so tense. If he was trying to trick her, he would have done a better job at coming off as speaking naturally. "So what finally convinced you him?" she joked. "I took the bulb out of the light in my room and used that," Sasuke explained. "You don't have access to my room, so there's no way you could have changed the bulb in there. Your little stunt yesterday actually worked." Karen blinked a little at that. She hadn't expected an answer to her question. At least not that answer. "Well, I know you hate crowds, so let's continue breakfast in training room Delta like always." She smiled, handing one tray to him. Sasuke took it and the two started walking out of the cafeteria. Karen placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder as they walked and he stiffened. "Touch therapy," she reminded him. "Baby steps, Karen," he grumbled, although not angry. He still wasn't pleased. The results spoke for themselves, however. Whatever she was doing was helping him channel his chakra more efficiently. Sakura yawned as she sat on her stump inside of Training Ground 3. She was rarely told ahead of time whether she would be learning from Kakashi or Kurenai and had started showing up on time regardless of whether or not she had to wait for a half hour for Kakashi. She took a bite of a dumpling her mother had prepared for her. Her dad was on a mission and her mom had been taking fewer and fewer missions to keep an eye on her. She wasn't sure if she should be offended or touched by the sentiment. On the one hand, it implied that her mom thought she needed an eye kept on her. On the other hand, she'd handled Naruto's death pretty awfully and she couldn't exactly blame her mom for being worried about her. It had been a solid 45 minutes since training was supposed to start, definitely a Kakashi day. At least that was what she was thinking until she saw a figure approaching. A figure that wasn't Kakashi, but also wasn't Kurenai. Tsunade-sama, Sakura almost shouted as she half-jumped half-fell off of her stump and onto the ground, taking a knee for her cage. "That's Tsunade-sensei to you, young lady," Tsunade said before frowning. "Also no kneeling. I expect some formalities but I'm not too strict, Sakuya-chan." Sakura stood up and gave a quick bow. "Why yes ma'am, and my name is Sakura, not Sakuya." "Whatever," Tsunade said before changing the subject. "Judging by your reaction I'm guessing Kakashi forgot to inform you of the change of plans. I can't say I blame him, it was a bit short notice." "Change of plans Tsunade-sama?" Sakura asked curiously. "I told you, you will address me as Tsunade-sensei during our training sessions." "Training sessions?" Sakura asked. "Yes, if you're going to be ready for the Chunin exams in the land of hot springs in 5 months you'll need all the help you can get." "Chunin exams?" Sakura almost screamed. "Yes, please stop repeating me." Tsunade scowled. "You're wasting time, a resource we are both sparse on." Sakura blushed. She hadn't meant to react so foolishly, but, well, this was a lot to take in, you know. "Why yes Tsunade-sensei," Sakura said, taking a deep breath to calm herself. "I'm just a bit shocked by all this news is all." "I understand," Tsunade nodded, "but you're a ninja, being adaptable is part of the job. Now, why don't we start by you telling me how far Kakashi has taken you in your medical training?" Sakura nodded and reached into her bag, grabbing the textbook and opening it to the chapter they were on. "Right here," she said, "cauterization of wounds." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at that. "Really? You're that far already? Well, this may be more interesting than I thought. Let's get started then. To the pound." Sakura paled. What? The pound? Yes." Tsunade looked at Sakura quizzically. "How were you planning on testing this?" Well, usually Kakashi-sensei has me practice on him." Sakura blushed, thinking she sounded foolish. "Well, that's certainly one method of teaching medicine," Tsunade mused. "Unfortunately for you, however, I do not like the idea of cutting myself on your behalf." "A cat though? Well, Shizune is the animal lover, not me, and she's not here right now. Now, follow me." Tsunade grabbed Sakura's hand and half-dragged her into the village to find a test subject. That bottle of sake this morning was making her a bit more brash than normal, but apparently, Sakura either didn't notice or didn't care. POA. Kakashi walked with Team 8 along the dirt road towards the village where their mission was set. They were simply going to guard a merchant's wife and daughter for a month while he was out of town, nothing major. Behind him was Shino, who was practicing using his Kikaichu to keep track of multiple targets and protect the rear. In front was Kiba with Akamaru, who were acting as the spear point of their formation, staying vigilant in case of an ambush. To his side walked Hinata, her Byakugan active all the while. He had told them to assume he was a VIP under their protection until they reached their target location where the real mission would begin. "Shino, update," Kakashi ordered suddenly. "There are 5 rabbits, 13 squirrels, and over 50 mice within a 1-mile radius of our current position, along with a plethora of insect life in the forms of aphids, cicadas, crickets, and more." Shino had replied immediately. "Good, and you Kiba?" Kakashi asked, turning to the dog boy. "No abnormalities Kakashi-sensei," Kiba reported before taking another sniff. "However, I can tell that it's going to rain within an hour or two. I would suggest picking up the pace if our VIP allows for that." Kakashi smirked at the boy in front of him. "I'm old and infirm Kiba-san, I can't keep up with you young ninja folks," he said in a mock old man voice. "Unless one of you were able to carry me, I'm afraid we'll have to keep our current pace." Kiba rolled his eyes and went back to keeping an eye on the road. "Hinata," Kakashi said, returning to his normal tone. "What about you?" Hinata stumbled a bit. She had kept her Byakugan active since before they had left the village, which was quite the feat. As a genetic Hyuga, her Byakugan didn't drain her chakra nearly as quickly as his Sharingan drained his non-Uchiha genes, but it was still impressive. She had been pushing herself less since the interaction between her and her teammates, but she was still focused on improving. Judging by her current stamina, Kakashi would guess that her chakra levels were approaching low to mid-tier Chunin. To make that much an improvement in only a month was a feat in and of itself. Nothing to report that my teammates have not already, Kakashi-sensei, Hinata said softly, but not shyly. Good. You know, Kiba-san, I'm suddenly feeling much more spry than normal. Why don't we pick up the pace a bit, Kakashi smiled as he began to pick up speed to a medium jog. Thank the gods. Kiba laughed as he started moving faster as well. I wasn't looking forward to getting soaked before meeting our clients. Oh, looking to make a good first impression on the wealthy merchant's young daughter, Kiba blushed and coughed to try and hide his embarrassment, but Akamaru's chuckling and barking gave him away. Akamaru, we talked about this. You can't keep giving me away. You need to help me look cool. Kiba complained. Kakashi smiled as he noticed that Hinata gave a soft giggle at seeing Kiba get flustered. This was definitely going to be good for her. Hell, it was probably going to be good for all of them. A gentle step back into normality. POA. Naruto grunted as he pushed himself off the floor of the vault. Touching his face, he felt dried blood caked to his nose and mouth. He had passed out a while ago. His first 20 clones had read for about an hour before he dispelled them and got their memories. It had given him a headache, but he was fine. After that, he'd summoned 50, and when those popped he'd gotten lightheaded and had to sit down. In his immense wisdom, he'd decided to bump the clones up to 200 after that. When they'd popped he'd felt a vessel in his nose burst before passing out. Sitting up, he drew his hands together and summoned some more shadow clones, mumbling a soft Kage Bunshin no Jutsu under his breath. He still needed to learn more. 50 new clones popped into existence. Immediately they all clung to their heads. Gah, shit boss, can't we take a break? Dude, we just woke up, can't we get some soft tacos or something first? Naruto chuckled as he stood up. Oh yeah, I'll just go to our local taco shop, he said before pausing and looking around the clones. Why aren't any of you wearing shirts? We forgot to put our shirt on when we woke up, remember? A clone groaned, popping its neck. Oh, right, well, I need some fresh air and you guys are gonna get back to reading, Naruto ordered. Boss, this is like, what, the third time you've ordered us all to read. I think we deserve a break, a clone said. I don't even know what day it is anymore. No, we've finally starting to understand the use of the Kuihimo method for the balancing of seal equations. We still haven't memorized all of the morphemes and we can just barely read the most basic seals. We need to know more, we need to know more. Naruto rambled as he walked out of the vault and started climbing to the surface. Once outside of the Uzukage Tower, Naruto summoned another 50 clones. I'm hungry. We need to find a shirt. Who touched me? Was that you, Naruto? I'm not in the mood. No, not you, Naruto, the other Naruto. Naruto sighed and clapped his hands to get his clones' attention. All right, everyone. We scoured the beaches but we didn't make any progress on the city portion. Everyone get out there and explore some shit. Hi, Uzukage-sama, they all shouted in unison, causing the real Naruto to be a bit taken aback. He was the Uzukage now, wasn't he? At least that's what the note said. It was kind of funny. He was willing to get on the ship with Hige because he didn't want to be Hokage anymore, and then his childhood wish comes true, well, kind of. He'd wanted to be a Kage to force the people of Konoha to recognize him, but the people of Konoha weren't here. There weren't any people here, except for him and his clones. Naruto looked around. The clones had already scattered to get to work. He decided to take a break from using his brain and go gather some more bamboo shoots for dinner later. Maybe he'd get lucky and find a rabbit to kill. Either way, he wasn't in the mood for homework anymore. POA. Sasuke took deep gasping breaths. This was one of the unfortunately rare occasions where he had the opportunity to train with Orochimaru directly. His eyes burned red as they kept perfect track of Orochimaru's bizarre movements. The man struck out with clawed hands as if to grab Sasuke's eyes out of his head then and there, with Sasuke only barely managing to jump away and distract the Sannin with a frantic shuriken throw. Karen, I could use some help here, he shouted as he started to gather chakra to perform a Chidori. Yes, Sasuke-sama. Karen replied professionally before she began to throw a mix of shuriken and water jutsu projectiles at Orochimaru. The sounds of chirping birds filled the air before Sasuke dashed forward, intent on killing the snake Sannin if possible. With a wicked smile, Sasuke plunged his hand deep into Orochimaru's chest, only for the gaping hole to quickly close in around his arm, trapping him. This wasn't Orochimaru, this was just an Earth clone. The earthen clone's features began to melt away until it was just a blob of dirt and clay, sucking him into its center mass. Shit, Karen, I need extraction. Sasuke shouted. Karen jumped forward, rushing through some hand signs before shouting out Soyoke's wo Kawakasu no Jutsu, and blew with all her might a dry flurry onto the mud monster consuming Sasuke. With the aid of the cool breath, the mud and clay dried and turned brittle, allowing Sasuke to break away. Sasuke felt a pair of hands gently be placed on his shoulders. Good work, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru whispered into his ear. Sasuke couldn't help but shudder at the feeling of the man's breath touching the nape of his neck. You have improved significantly since the Chunin exams if you can use the Chidori with so little buildup. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama, Sasuke said, only a slight hint of disgust entering his voice. Orochimaru leaned back, patting Sasuke on the head. You have done well indeed. How goes the light bulb training? Fine, Sasuke said shortly, stepping away from his sensei. Orochimaru looked to Karen for further explanation, wordlessly giving her the order to expand on Sasuke's recounting. Sasuke-kun was finally able to light a normal bulb with nothing but his chakra the other day, and now he's working on stabilizing his levels, Karen said with a bow. What do you mean, finally? Sasuke snapped at Karen. He grabbed the cursed mark on his shoulder. It always hurt worse when Orochimaru was near. I didn't mean to imply anything, Sasuke-sama. Karen bowed to him. I apologize. Sasuke huffed but nodded, accepting the apology from his partner in training. Well, Sasuke-kun, why don't you go get some rest? I have some things to discuss with Karen before I leave tomorrow, and I would like to perform some more jutsus for you to copy and add to your repertoire before I go. Orochimaru ordered subtly. Sasuke huffed but started walking away, his ego slightly bruised from having had to be rescued by Karen. Although it meant she was a far more helpful teammate than his previous teammates. Sasuke grit his teeth as he made his way to his quarters. He'd decided to take a nap before dinner. Even with all the training, using the Chidori was still draining. Bye, Sasuke-kun, Karen waved with a friendly smile. I'll bring you dinner like always. Sasuke paused, looking to Karen and nodding gently before walking out of the room. Poa. Naruto groaned in relief as he pissed on a tree. He'd been drinking nothing but rainwater since he'd landed on Uzushiogakure, and he wasn't sure if it was the all-vegetable diet or the rainwater, but his bathroom habits had been thrown off track since he'd gotten here. The worst part was that he didn't know which leaves were safe around her to use for toilet paper. Once he was done with his business, Naruto went back to gathering roots and shoots along the coastline on the eastern side of the island. He kind of enjoyed the feeling of the sun on his bare skin, so he didn't bother to get his misplaced shirt just yet. He would have to get it eventually or risk sunburn, but for now, he'd be fine. Naruto collected everything he had gathered into one large pile. He had found some fruit trees but didn't know what kind of fruit it was, so he'd only picked one. He'd make a clone eat it later to make sure it was safe. As he collected, Naruto mused over what he had already learned about seals and sealing. Although he was still a novice, it was amazing what you could learn with the help of hundreds of copies of yourself. From what little he understood right now, learning fuinjutsu was less like learning ninjutsu and more like learning to cook. Essentially, each seal was a recipe, but instead of regular words, it used kanji. Most of the kanji were basically pictures, made up of various other smaller overlapping pictures called morphemes. Each morpheme was like a little magnet. They could be moved and pushed and pulled and forced to interact with each other to create new kanji for seals, but if you weren't careful, the balance would be thrown off and everything would collapse into a mess. By balancing various morphemes, he could alter the kanji to mean new things and have different effects when chakra was channeled through it. Just like how changing a few ingredients in his ramen changed the taste dramatically. If he added sour cream, it became richer. If he added a bit of tuna, suddenly it was fancy ramen. But if he played with it too much he would ruin the dish entirely until it was no longer recognizable as ramen. The only real problem he was having was with figuring out the different reactions between the various ingredients' air morphemes, and why they did what they did. Ramen was good, and ice cream was good, but ramen ice cream would be gross. Okay, ramen ice cream sounded awesome, bad example. Or maybe he was just starving again. Either way, this was the easiest way for him to understand Fuinjutsu right now. Ramen and magnets, magnetic ramen, POA. Sakura sniffled, wiping her nose as the twitching cat beneath her hands finally stopped moving entirely. She fell back on her butt and wiped her tears with her shoulder as best she could, her hands still covered in blood. This was the third animal to die by her hands. You did well, Tsunade spoke seriously from behind her. Prolonged life considerably compared to the other two, and managed to completely stem the flow of blood from its amputated leg. Sakura just stood up and walked to the river, walking into it to get the mix of blood and fur off of her. She would rather be soaked in river water than blood. The stains on her dress thankfully faded until they were indistinguishable from the regular pink hue, or at least that's what she told herself. I hate to sound cold, but you need to get over it, Tsunade said from the shore of the river. I just let a dog and 2 cats die for no reason. Sakura yelled back angrily. Tsunade had always been a hero of hers in theory, but watching her partially dismember 3 animals without anesthetic had been enough to shake her perception of her Hokage. Imagine how you'll feel when you fail to save a human, Tsunade responded seriously with a frown. And training is a perfectly valid reason. I know, I just didn't think it would be like this, Sakura whimpered, looking down at her hands in the flowing water. She scrubbed them together, desperate to get the last remaining stains of blood off of them. Kakashi told me you were naturally gifted in medical jutsu. That's not a talent I plan on letting you put to waste. Medi nins are already few and far between. Tsunade sat down by the shore before continuing to talk. You've lagged behind the other genin of your class for too long. You're even further handicapped by not having an active team. If you're going to be ready for the exams in the land of hot springs, there's no time to waste. Why do I need to be ready for the Chunin exams? Sakura asked softly. I'm only 13, I should have time to take it at my own pace, you know. Tsunade sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. You should have more time, and people should stop fighting and get along, and there are 1,000 different shoulds in the world that just aren't. But why? Sakura asked, finally looking to Tsunade. This morning it was training as usual, and then why all of the sudden? I can't tell you that, Sakura. You just have to have faith in your cage this time. I'm sorry, Tsunade frowned. She hadn't even considered Sakura's feeling when she'd pushed for the current plan, but it was too late to make any changes. She needed Kakashi to take the seat as Hokage. So, how about we call it a day, Sakura looked to the sun briefly. It's only around 2 o'clock though. She asked. Kurenai is free today, I can send her your way if you want. Tsunade stood up, clapping her hands together to get the dirt off of them. I need to go do some paperwork though. With that, Tsunade walked off to her and Shizun's apartment. She needed a drink. Damn brat, making her doubt herself. She was only just holding back the shakes. Preparing those animals hadn't been easy on her psyche either. Nothing more booze couldn't fix though. POA. Sasuke woke up with a start from a knocking on his door. He didn't remember falling asleep. Just a second, he shouted as he scrambled out of bed to the door, unlocking it and opening it quickly. Hey sleepyhead, Karen smiled as she walked past him into his room, carrying 2 trays of food. You didn't show back up at the training room, so I figured I'd try here. Wow, your room is almost as dark and brooding as you are, she teased, placing the trays down on the small table nearby. She took a seat and smiled up at him, waiting for him to do the same. What? Oh, yeah, sorry. I fell asleep and forgot to set my alarm, Sasuke answered honestly, barely stifling a yawn as he sat down as well. I could tell, she chuckled as she started to eat. They were out of cherry tomatoes, so I just got you a couple of slices of regular-sized tomatoes, she explained in between bites. Sasuke nodded in appreciation and started eating, thankful for her attention to detail. So, what did Orochimaru want to talk to you about? Sasuke asked, curious as to what Orochimaru wanted to say to her in private. He just wanted a more detailed update on how our training's been, she answered quickly. That and telling me to make sure you're satisfied with your current situation, the usual stuff. The usual stuff? Sasuke asked with a mouth full of rice. What does that mean? He asked after swallowing. I mean, you left Konoha because you weren't very happy with how they treated you. Orochimaru-sama doesn't want to make the same mistake, she answered, again rather quickly. He just wants me to keep him updated on how you're feeling as well as how your training is going. Sasuke frowned. He should have expected that Karen was partially there to spy on him and not merely as an aide. I usually just tell him that you're fine and want to do more personal training sessions with him, Karen said, seeing the frown. Don't worry, it's not like I'm gonna tell him about that deep dark secret that you have and don't want anyone to know about. What? Sasuke asked, genuinely confused. You know, the secret that I found out about and I might let slip unless you give me a foot rub, Karen teased. Oh, you're joking, Sasuke said before going back to eating, now making a point to ignore her. Geez, Mr. Shining Personality over here, Karen giggled before returning to her meal with a soft chuckle. POA. Hinata let out a sigh of relief as she released her Byakugan. The rest of the journey to their mission had been uneventful. They had made it to the merchant's house safely and spoke with him momentarily before he left his wife and daughter in their care. Of course, Kiba had immediately started to flirt with the daughter, Yuimi, only to make a fool of himself when she said that she hated boisterous boys. Kakashi had talked with the wife about contingency plans and such in case they were attacked, although everyone in the group knew that such a possibility was minimal. Kiba had offered to take first watch of the house once everything was settled. To which Kakashi said if he found him trying to peek on Yuimi he would neuter both Kiba and Akamaru. Akamaru had taken the threat seriously and was intent on keeping Kiba on best behavior from then on. Good night, Hyuga-sama, Shino spoke softly from the other side of the room before laying down on his bed mat. Hey, Shino-kun, Hinata asked, can I ask a question? Of course, Hyuga-sama, what would you like to know? I will answer to the best of my abilities. Shino replied stoically as always. Why did you start calling me Hyuga-sama? She asked. Would you prefer that I refer to you as Hinata-sama? I apologize if I have offended you, Shino offered. No, Shino-kun, but, you realize I'm not the matriarch yet, right? Hinata asked. She'd noticed that ever since news of her ascension he'd been referring to her as Hyuga-sama, and even if I'm still your teammate and friend. Yes, but regardless of that I must treat you with the respect you deserve. Shino sat up in bed, wanting to provide his full attention to Hinata. You are soon to be a clan head, and I shall treat you as such regardless of our current status as teammates. I see, so we're just teammates then. Not friends. Hinata bit her lip. She had considered Shino a friend since they were placed on the same team, and his most recent switch to formality had hurt a bit. It also acted as a constant reminder of her current status, particularly at times when she just wanted to be plain old Hinata. Admittedly they hadn't talked much, but neither of them were one for striking spontaneous conversations. Shino sat for a moment in silence, thinking. I am not good at maintaining friendships, I find proper hierarchical class structures more reliable, Shino said simply. However, I am willing to try another perspective on the situation occasionally. Good night, Hinata-chan. With that, Shino laid back down and drifted off to sleep, sunglasses still on. Hinata smiled to herself as she closed her eyes as well, happy that they would remain friends. At least she thought that's what Shino had said. POA. Naruto carried an armful of various forage in his arms as he made his way back to the Uzukage Tower. His tower, gods, he would have to get used to that. Dropping down the hatch as always, he looked around at his clones. Only about half of them were actually studying, the rest were either playing games together or napping. With a sigh, Naruto kicked one of them awake, which caused it to pop. Naruto looked around at the rest. Okay, everyone dispel, he ordered with a huff, his ears soon bombarded by the sounds of his clones popping. The flood of memories was painful but manageable. Naruto grit his teeth as more and more information about seals flooded his mind. Alongside the knowledge of Fuinjutsu came other knowledge. It appeared that some of his clones had gotten sidetracked. Uzumaki family history. Pre-destruction Uzumaki politics, alongside a small trickle of various other subjects topped off the flood of information he had to absorb. Naruto popped his neck and stretched his back, suddenly pained by a minor headache. He was tempted to create more clones to continue studying, but the headache made him second-guess that decision. He didn't want to pass out again. Climbing out of the vault, Naruto ignored the scraping and creaking the stone door made as it slid closed. Once outside, he called out as loud as he could, "Hey, clones, come back and report." A few moments later, a plethora of his clones began to crawl out of the various streets and alleyways to present themselves. "So, what did you guys find out?" Naruto asked. "This place isn't as bad as it looks." One of the clones piped up. "Yeah," a second clone interjected. "Whatever broke the Uzumaki tower mostly ignored everything else. Most of the rubble looks like it comes from the tower and got blasted everywhere else." Naruto nodded at the information. He was tempted to pop his clones and gain the knowledge immediately, but didn't want to make his headache any worse. "Alright, did you guys find any good gear?" he asked. "This was a ninja village." "Of course, we did." One clone smiled before pushing past the others and dropping an armful of various weapons and armor at Naruto's feet. They were all rather rusted and in disrepair from years of being left unused, but thankfully it looked like he wouldn't be stuck with a single kunai anymore. He hadn't been looking forward to combat without any shuriken. Naruto nodded as he looked at the armor. It was all too big for him still, but he would probably grow into it. For now, he'd stick with his broke civilian chic outfit. Alright, we need to take this seriously," Naruto announced to his clones as he thought. Taking time away from book learning had allowed him to clear his head a bit. "If I'm gonna be the Uzumaki and stuff, then I need to take care of my village. Step 1 to Uzumaki restoration. Clean up," he shouted as he created more clones. "Everyone, go find the least destroyed buildings and get started making them a place we can keep our slaves, I mean soldiers." POA. Shio sat on the main deck of their little ship, leaning his head back against one of the railings. He didn't know how long they had been sailing, but everyone was hungry and thirsty and they were running out of rations for both food and water. He clung to his stomach as he hid in the small amount of shade that was available to him. Looking up, he saw Yagi walking out of the captain's office with a frown on his face. Shio stood up, brushing his ragged red hair out of his face and slowly walking towards their clan's elder. "Yagi-sama," Shio said with a pathetic bow that showed off his emaciated physique through the rags he wore as a shirt. "I was wondering if there was any news." Yagi frowned and shook his head. "No, there's still no sign of a Go-san and we can't keep waiting. We've decided to continue west in search of anything." Shio frowned but bowed again. "Why yes, but sir, how are we going to make it without the supplies he promised? Or without a guide? We've never left the land of water before. We don't even have a map." Yagi sighed. "I don't know, Shio, I don't know. Go below deck and get some water, you look terrible." "Sir, I'm fine," Shio protested. "We should save it for the women and children. You're already on half rations, Shio, and you're the only other person that can use our bloodline. If I die, then you're the next in line as clan head. I'll give you my rations if I have to." "And no, I'll get some water, Yagi-sama," Shio said quickly. "I'm sorry I spoke out of turn." Yagi placed a hand on Shio's shoulder. "Shio, you have much left to learn, and I pray to God that you have the time and ability to do so. So please, don't be so eager to throw your life away." I wouldn't have died from missing one water ration," Shio mumbled. "Only one," Yagi laughed, stroking his colossal mustache. "Boy, I've seen you drinking from an empty cup more often than not. Don't underestimate your elders." With a pat on the head and a soft chuckle, Yagi stopped talking with the younger boy and began to walk to the kitchens, wondering if he could find a way to make their meager water rations stretch further. Hup, 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 hup. All of Naruto's various clones were running around carrying various chunks of debris or furniture as Naruto himself oversaw most of their work. Naruto was the project manager overseeing them as they ran around. You could tell because he was the only one wearing a shirt and he had a cool new clipboard he found. "Hey boss," a clone shouted from nearby, interrupting Naruto's thoughts as he ran over. "We got a problem." "What is it now?" Naruto sighed. "I told you guys I don't care how stinky the fridges are, you've got to clean them out." "No, Bigger problem we. Bigger problem. What? Don't wanna touch the mouse poop on the floor. A little mouse poop never hurt nobody. Naruto pointed at the clone with his clipboard, just sweep it up and toss it into the woods or river. No, we. Yes, you have to clean the toilets too, it's a dirty job but someone's gotta. There's a big fucking boat off the east coast. The clone shouted, tired of getting interrupted. Naruto dropped his clipboard. Lucky for him he hadn't actually been writing anything on it and was just using it as a prop. Yeah, that's a big problem. He mumbled to himself before dispelling all of his clones and summoning 50 new ones. Alright everyone, listen up. Naruto started, marching in front of the now fully clothed clones. We don't know why these people are here, so we're going to assume it's a full invasion force from somewhere else. Now I want you people to get started setting up defensive positions and traps. Like that one movie, Homu Eren starting Makor Kurukan. Sir, yes sir. The clones all chanted as one before they ran off to prepare for a potential battle. POA. Hinata let out a soft yawn. It was her turn to stand watch over the compound that they were guarding and she was getting rather tired. The sun was rising and she'd been on watch for at least 4 hours if not longer. Normally she wouldn't have much of a problem staying up for watch, but compounding the lack of sleep with the long journey here and her nightmares, she hadn't been sleeping well since Naruto-kun died. You all right there? She heard a voice from behind. Hinata jumped up to attention. She hadn't noticed Kakashi coming to relieve her of watch duty. She blushed slightly, feeling a bit ashamed for having been caught off guard. I'm fine, she said, with only a minor stutter. Just didn't hear you coming. Sorry Kakashi-sensei. She gave a small bow. I'm a Junin rank ninja. Hinata. Kakashi smiled and sat down next to her. I would be more surprised if you could detect me. Even a Hyuga can't see everything all the time. Hinata just nodded solemnly and looked out into the woods that surrounded the back of their client's home. She let out a soft yawn before bowing again to Kakashi. Well then, I'll be going back to sleep then Kakashi-sensei. She said. But before she could make a move she was interrupted. How are you doing Hinata-chan? Kakashi asked, still looking into the woods. What? I'm fine Kakashi-sensei, just a bit tired. Hinata answered, having been caught completely off guard by his sudden query. That's not what I mean Hinata-chan, Kakashi said, finally looking her way. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hinata couldn't help but blush as Kakashi's cutting glare that was only dampened by the soft kindness in his voice. Hinata let out a long sigh and sat back down, hugging her knees to her chest. She looked down. I still miss him. I think about him every day. She paused as she thought of what to say next. I just can't help but look back at all the chances I had. I could have been there for him at so many points. It's funny. I followed him for years, just watching, but I never had the courage to do anything. And now that he's gone, only now that he's gone do I realize how easy it would have been to be his friend. Kakashi nodded as he listened to her. Can you keep a secret? Kakashi asked suddenly. Huh? Hinata turned back to him, eyes wide. Yes, she said, not sure where he was going with this. Sakura feels the same way, Kakashi said simply, looking back into the forest. At least about wishing she could change things. I don't want to share too many details about her, but she was a real mess after Naruto's death as well. Her mind caught up in the past and how things could have been. So I'm going to tell you the same thing I told her. Hinata wasn't entirely sure how she felt about all this. She wasn't entirely sure how she felt about Sakura, to be honest. She would have done anything to have traded places with her and been on Naruto's team, to have Naruto flirt with her and ask her out on dates. She had envied Sakura, but she hadn't even given a moment's thought about how Naruto's death would have affected her. If you truly want to honor Naruto's memory, then grow from this experience. What you've gone through is enough to make or break anyone. You've been walking a fine line since Naruto died, getting dangerously close to pushing yourself over the edge and letting the madness consume you. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a new Hinata with your experiences. You may not have been as close as you'd liked with Naruto, but he still saw you as a friend in his own way. Naruto had a kind heart, and he wouldn't want to see yours broken. Hinata didn't move. Surprisingly, she didn't cry either. She took a deep breath and stood up. She'd been picking at the scab of the wound left by Naruto's death with the help of her friends and colleagues for well over a month now. Kakashi's words didn't feel special on their own, but they felt like the final little pull that picked the scab off, revealing new scarred flesh underneath. She would never be the same, but she could live with the scar, just like Naruto would have done. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Did Naruto really think of me as a friend?" she asked. Kakashi nodded. "He did. It may not have been as intense of a feeling as you had for him, but he did care for you." Hinata smiled. She found some solace in that. Maybe she hadn't been as positive a force as she'd wanted to be in his life, but maybe she'd helped Naruto, just a little. "Good night, Kakashi-sensei," she said with one final bow before walking off to get some sleep and hide away from the rising sun. She needed to rest. It's what Naruto would have wanted for her. POA. Sakura gasped for air as she ran, pulsing chakra through her body as she fled the swarm of gigantic baboon-sized insects chasing after her. She'd been stung on the arm and her entire left side felt numb, preventing her from doing hand signs. She focused her chakra on the poison inside her, poking at it and prodding at it. It was working its way through her body, but not like any poison she'd read about in her medical training. It appeared to be unhindered by blood and bone, spreading like a plague through her system. She stumbled, her left leg finally giving out as the poison caused it to go so numb she couldn't feel if it at all. Sakura turned on her ass and looked at the approaching swarm. Her eyebrows furrowed angrily. She was getting tired of being tortured like this all the time. Finally, she managed to stand up with the aid of a nearby tree. The insects flew and scurried closer and closer. "Kai!" she shouted at them, causing them to flicker softly. Sakura growled. She was doing everything right, damn it. "Kai!" she shouted louder, using her anger to help push her chakra throughout her system, mixing it and pulsating it to try and break the illusion. One of the insects faded into mist, but the others continued their approach, slowing down. They looked like they were going to enjoy the kill. They wanted to play with their food. "Kai!" she shouted, loud enough that her throat hurt. She turned her inner chakra into a whirlwind, blowing it wildly back and forth, up and down. This wasn't real and she wasn't going to let it hurt her. "Kai Kai 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 Kai!" she shouted over and over again, sending wave after wave through her body until she got dizzy. The insects flickered and staggered back as if struck physically. She continued to repeat her mantra as one by one the grotesque creatures began to fade away until there was only one left. It stepped towards her, its long legs clattering as it approached and its large bulbous eyes darting back and forth. "Kai!" Sakura stood up and charged forward, the poison no longer affecting her. She moved to punch the giant bug in its ugly face only for it to catch her punch with a chitinous hand. As it did though, it too started to fade away, only to be replaced by a smiling Kurenai that had blocked her punch. Kurenai reached forward and grabbed Sakura, pulling her into a tight hug and lifting her. "You did it! You did it, Sakura-chan! You finally broke free of an illusion!" She squealed happily as she swung her pseudo-student around in her arms. Sakura was trying to be happy and as excited as Kurenai was, but honestly, she just felt sick. It had taken every ounce of her strength to break the genjutsu and she didn't have much energy left for celebrations. "Yay!" Sakura mumbled tiredly as she leaned into her sensei for support. Kurenai couldn't help but laugh at Sakura's exhausted reaction, finally putting her down but keeping a hand on her shoulder to help support her. "I think calls for a celebration, what do you think?" Sakura's only reaction was to lean harder into Kurenai's touch and let out a soft snore. "Or maybe we'll take a break first." Kurenai chuckled as she picked Sakura up and carried her to a place she could lie down. POA. Sasuke smirked as he landed on his ass, clutching his mark as it burned. He may have been immediately kicked back, but he'd finally managed to land a solid punch on Orochimaru's face, a rather hard punch at that. In fact, Orochimaru's face looked not that great. His nose was off, pointing to the side, and the skin on his face looked like it had been shifted about an inch up and to the side, like he had suffered some sort of horribly botched facelift. Orochimaru fixed his face as if he was fixing a latex mask before returning to his usual uncanny smile. My, it appears your progress really has taken flight, Sasuke-kun," the pale figure said. The disgust at watching Orochimaru's inhuman display was so intense that Sasuke barely even noticed Karen helping him up and dusting him off. Geez, just because Orochimaru-sama's not going to kill you doesn't mean you have an excuse to be reckless, you idiot, Karen grumbled as she picked a chunk of broken tile out of Sasuke's hair. You can still get hurt, you know. He had been careless. Their training room was trashed even more so than usual. It would take days to repair all of this. That was fine. Orochimaru had said he was leaving that night anyway, so Sasuke wanted to get as much out of him as he could. Now Karen, it's alright. We should encourage Sasuke to train as hard as he can. He's been held back by his time in Konoha that he's probably enjoying the opportunity to spread his wings. Orochimaru said, still maintaining direct eye contact with Sasuke the entire time. Karen huffed a little and gave Sasuke a quick hug before turning to Orochimaru. Sir, are you leaving us already? Orochimaru didn't react at all for a few seconds, still staring at Sasuke. Finally, he looked over to Karen and nodded after the awkward pause. Yes, I will be leaving immediately. Karen, you will help me prepare my effects. Sasuke, go see the medics to ensure that you haven't come under any serious injury. You can never be too careful. Karen gave Sasuke one last hug before falling into step behind Orochimaru. Sasuke watched them leave for a moment before going to the medic as ordered. He felt fine, aside from the giant bruise on his ass. Once Sasuke was out of earshot and he and Karen were alone, Orochimaru's smile dissipated. How goes your progress with Sasuke? He asked, his facade of politeness gone. He's doing well, as you saw, sir. His elemental chakra levels are evening out to the point I believe we can start introducing him to some lightning-based techniques. And how goes your progress with Sasuke? Orochimaru asked, this time more forcefully. He wasn't in the mood to beat around the bush. Good, sir. Slow but good. It's as difficult as you said it would be, if not more so. I've had to be very careful. He nearly found out about the light bulbs, but otherwise, I've mitigated risks. Karen looked down, avoiding eye contact. Slow is fine, we only have one shot at this, so we can't afford to take risks. So long as progress continues to be made, Orochimaru spoke. Now go to him, tell him another servant had already packed my bags or something. Keep an eye on him. Karen bowed quickly before running off to find Sasuke. P.O.A. Hup 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 hup. The clones chanted as they raised makeshift barricades and set traps. They had new orders to set traps in groups of 2 and then have one dispel. There had been a nasty accident where one clone had accidentally triggered a trap set by another. He was just glad that his clones poofed away once killed, otherwise that would have been one hell of a mess to clean up. The ship was getting closer, but it appeared to be fighting the wind and was making slow progress, good news for him, he supposed. Naruto had returned, grabbed his spare shirt and fashioned it into a mask. Remembering how easily the sailor in Shiokiri had noticed his whisker marks, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. The only thing that could be seen were his eyes, as even his hair was hidden by the mask. Well, masked Naruto was 99% sure he looked like an idiot, but it was better to look like an idiot than to actually be an idiot. With any luck, this was a lost merchant ship and Naruto could just tell them that he was Uzumaki Haku and this was his island and to get lost. Knowing his luck, however, he had to prepare for the worst. The ship was probably full of a mixture of angry Konoha nin, vampires, and creepy old guys that wanted to give him candy. He was a genin and all he had to fight off the incoming horde were some of those rusty weapons the clones had scavenged. But he was a ninja, damn it. He was gonna come out on top or go down swinging so hard that even the Shinigami would flinch. Naruto swallowed. The ship was getting closer now. They would be landing in just a few minutes. He stood on the beach, a kunai in each hand as he waited, hoping he looked menacing instead of like a kid playing ninja. Attention all clones, Naruto shouted as he tried to psyche himself up. We may need to take them by surprise, fucking hide. P.O.A. Hinata woke with a gasp as the sound of combat and clashing metal filled the surrounding air. She jumped up and onto her feet, immediately activating her Byakugan. In less than a second, she had gotten a handle on the situation. Kiba and Shino were fighting what appeared to be a bandit in the courtyard and Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Had he been killed? She didn't see a body. Either way, 2 more bandits were moving in on their clients. Thankfully they had managed to make it into their panic room. How the heck had she not woken up earlier? She hadn't been that tired, had she? Hinata made a mad dash towards the two bandits. They had discovered the panic room and were trying to get inside. Kiba and Shino could manage the other on their own hopefully. Bursting into the room with the other two bandits, she immediately moved to attack one. He moved to punch her awkwardly, but she deflected, blocking multiple points up his arm until she struck his neck, causing him to go limp on the floor like a wet sack of rice. She turned to the second bandit. She wouldn't have the element of surprise this time, and he looked considerably stronger than the first. The bandit in front of her spit on the floor. His face was covered in a gray stubble, yet he had a handsome air about him. Fucking bastard, he hired more of you ninja brats. He swore as he drew a large curved blade from the scabbard on his belt, getting ready to square off. Hinata let out a deep breath, calming herself as she got ready for more combat. Leave now and we won't hurt you. We just want to protect our clients, she said in her attempt at a serious tone, fully aware that she sounded like a little girl. Hurt me, hurt me. The man took a step forward, swinging his blade back and forth like he was preparing to chop down a tree with it. Tenka was a fool. Tunka is holding off your two friends and he's also a fool. How do you think you're gonna fare against me, girly? I already know your trick. All I have to do is not let you poke me and I'll be fine. Let me have the girl and I'll let you keep the brat. Sound fair? He threatened, pointing his blade at her. No, Hinata said, trying her hardest to sound firm. You will leave immediately. The man's mouth split into a horrible angry grin as he charged forward, leading with his blade in an attempt to keep her at a distance. Hinata dodged deftly. He was right that if she couldn't touch him she wouldn't be able to disable him. She wasn't physically strong enough to tackle him down and didn't know any jutsu that would work from range. She just had to wait for an opening. He would drop his guard eventually. Until then she just had to stay close and dodge his blade. She danced as he swung his long curved sword. His movements were easy to predict and dodge. The piece of metal was large, almost as long as she was tall, but that meant it had a lot of mass. She noticed that he tended to use the momentum of his previous swings to lead into his next. Like a pendulum of a clock, his sword swung around her. Ducking and dodging, jumping and weaving, moving with every tick of the clock. Tick, tock, jump, tick, tock, weave, tick, tock, roll, tick, tock, dodge, tick, tock. There. As he swung he turned the blade in his hand as he redirected the momentum for another strike, giving her the briefest of opportunities to strike. If she missed though, she would be right in the way of his next swing without any time to move. She had to take the chance. She didn't know if he would drop his guard like this again. Thrusting forward she made a single strike on the inside of his elbow, causing him to drop his sword and stumble to the side as the heavy mass suddenly left his hand. How the shit, he cursed as he stumbled, giving her another chance to make more strikes. Like dominoes falling or the breaking of a dam, once that first strike landed more and more followed. The man was large and strong, but even he couldn't protect his nerves from being cut. She would usually only numb and paralyze the nerves of her target, but she couldn't risk it this time. Instead, her chakra acted like a miniature explosive blast, destroying the nerves in his body with each strike. Even with medical ninjutsu, it would take months if not years for him to recover sensation and function again. Finally, he too fell to the ground, grunting in pain as his body informed him of the damage that had been done. What did you do to me? He grunted as he numbly tried to stand back up. I'm sorry, she whispered before focusing elsewhere again. Kiba and Shino had just taken down the third bandit and she let out a sigh of relief. Just as she did though, she felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. The primal instinct that something was wrong arriving just a moment too late as she heard a whistling in the air. Then, as if appearing from thin air, Kakashi reached a hand out and caught the kunai that had been flying directly for the back of her head. Good job, Hinata-chan, but always remember to double tap, Kakashi said as he whipped the kunai back at the first bandit she had immobilized. There was a soft thud as it sank into his skull. Hinata had only paralyzed his right half. He had been biding his time waiting for a chance to strike. A good portion of snake bites happen after the snake's head has already been severed. Kakashi lectured while patting Hinata on the head. Kakashi-sensei, thank you, I would have Let's not focus on that, Hinata-chan, Kakashi interrupted. For now we have 3 incapacitated hostiles and 2 very scared clients that are still in their panic room. Hinata nodded, still shaking slightly from her brush with death. All of the tiny hairs all over her body were standing on end like she had just been struck by lightning. She fell in line behind Kakashi as he made his way to the panic room. Part of her wanted to ask where he had been, but the majority was just glad she was still alive. Hanabi had already been branded as a branch house member, and her mother was no longer alive to produce heirs. If she died it would throw the Hyuga clan into chaos. She had to be more careful from now on. Kakashi punched a long series of numbers into a control pad next to the large vault-like doors to the panic room. The loud screeching of metal gears sliding across each other filled the room as the door opened. Kakashi didn't make a move to step inside, instead lifting his hands in the air for everyone to see he was unarmed. "Everything is okay, the house has been cleared and you are no longer in any danger," he said in a slow, calm voice. "I'm going to come inside now to ensure that you're okay." Kakashi made slow, deliberate steps into the panic room, looking to the corner where the woman and her daughter had been cowering. He did his best attempt at a warm smile through his mask. Crouching down to be on their level, he showed them his empty hands again. "See, everything's okay now, you're safe," he whispered. Immediately the mother jumped towards him, catching him in a hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," she repeated, sobbing into his shoulder. The daughter stayed in the corner, more content to take her time getting out of her comfort zone. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly as he pat the woman on the back. Now, I was just doing my job. Besides, young Hinata-chan here is the one who took out the 2 bandits outside, and Kiba and Shino disabled one in the courtyard. I was just here to clean up after the fact." Hinata blushed and looked down, thankful that Kakashi was brushing over her carelessness from earlier for the clients and her own sake. Kakashi did his best to usher the 2 girls out of their panic room and away from the bandits when the merchant's wife paused, catching sight of the one that Hinata had disabled. He had since fallen unconscious, the trauma to his system simply too much for his mind to bear. "Tonka-kun," she whispered to herself before blushing a bright red and looking away. It was obvious she hadn't meant to let that slip out. "Did you know these people?" Kakashi said, his kind voice gone, replaced with an authoritarian tone that was focused on business. The woman looked to her daughter, who was clinging to her dress like a girl half her age. "Hana, go to your room, I have to talk with Shinobi-san alone for a moment." "What? But mom, what if there are more? Shinobi-san says that he and his team have taken care of the issue and I trust them," the woman said firmly but gently. "Please go, I'll be there in a moment." The daughter whimpered softly before doing as she was told and running off. "Can you keep a secret, Shinobi-san?" the woman asked. "Of course, ma'am," Kakashi answered. "And call me Kakashi." "Well, Kakashi-san, I don't know the other man, but she pointed to the one that was still living. We're lovers." Hinata couldn't help but gasp, but Kakashi simply nodded as he continued to listen. We've been together off and on for well over a year now. She looked to Hinata before censoring herself slightly, "meeting whenever my husband goes out of town. I suspect my husband had grown suspicious and that was the real reason he hired you." Kakashi nodded in understanding. If that's so, why would he attack? He came with 2 others and was clearly ready to do combat. The woman looked down, tears welling up in her eyes. I told him I wanted to run away with him. But I was afraid of what my husband might do." "Has your husband been abusive towards you or your daughter?" Kakashi queried. "No," she protested immediately. "But, he's a very rich man, and he loves me dearly. If I were to disappear he would most likely hire someone to search for me." Tonka-kun was probably planning on. She paused and wiped away some of her tears. "I don't know what he was planning." Hinata was doing her best to bite her tongue, blood boiling beneath her skin. This woman had a loving husband, wealth, a beautiful daughter, and she had chosen to fool around. She was going to throw it all away. Because of her people were dead. Tonka would never be the same again if he managed to live at all. And she could have been cut into bits. Kakashi could sense Hinata's rage and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Hinata, go check on Kiba and Shino. I'm sure they're fine, but I'll stay here and clean up this mess, all right?" Once you make sure the others are okay, I want you to start packing immediately. Hinata couldn't talk. She only gave a curt nod to the woman in a bow to Kakashi before running off, tears now streaming down her cheeks as she bit her lip. POA. Naruto stood as tall as he could. All of his clones were hidden away throughout the entirety of the island and he was prepared for combat. Or at least as prepared as he was going to be. He watched the ship continue towards the beach for the last half hour and it would make land any second now. He held a kunai in each hand and had his face wrapped. He took slow deep breaths, ready for, well, something really bad to happen. He'd noticed that whenever something unexpected happened to him it tended to be really bad. Finding out he had the Kyuubi inside him, Haku was actually a boy, the Chunin exams were a cover for an invasion, Sasuke going rogue, all in all, he'd learned to be hesitant whenever something new popped up. Particularly around cute girls. The ship ran aground on the beach. Whoever these people were, they weren't planning on leaving anytime soon. They'd have to be dug out before they could go. Another bad sign. A rope ladder was thrown over the edge and Naruto widened his stance, ready for the battle to begin. A boy that appeared to be about his age started climbing down the ladder, followed by an old man. "Who are you and what are you and why have you come to my home?" Naruto shouted as they stepped foot on the beach. The young man widened his stance, also ready for combat. His bright red hair contrasted significantly with his paper white skin. Whoever these people were, they obviously possessed some kind of bloodline ability, or were just really ugly. The older man took a step forward in front of the younger, and immediately fell to his knees. "Please, young master, we are refugees. We are out of food and water. We have no place to go. Please, your island appears to have plentiful natural resources. If you cannot bear us to stay here for long, then please allow us to restock before we must go." "What?" Naruto was at a complete loss. Going a bit limp as he stood. "Yagi-sama, no. You are the proud patriarch of the Dokshi clan. You bow to no one. He is just a boy. If he wants to kick us out, I could take him. I could kick his ass. I could OW." The older man struck the younger in the knees with his stick cane. "What?" Naruto continued to watch. "Shio, would you have us be conquerors? Would you have us become what we have fled? To steal and burn so that can take for our own?" He scolded. The younger boy looked up from where he had fallen in the sand before nodding. "No sir, but your honor. My honor is not so important as to risk the lives of my people, Shio-kun. Honor that is not tempered by duty is nothing but pride." I'm still confused as to Naruto tried to speak. "You were right, Yagi-sama. I'm sorry." The younger boy, Shio, cried out before turning to Naruto and taking a knee. "I apologize, young master. My people and I are at your mercy. I beg of you to grant us asylum, at least until we are capable of moving on." Naruto looked down at the two pale-skinned red-headed people kneeling before him. He had been planning for a lot of different outcomes from meeting these people, but this definitely wasn't one of them. "I mean, you guys can stay for a bit, I guess," he finally mumbled. He didn't see a problem with letting these people stay for a bit. "Thank you, young master. May I ask your name?" The older man asked. He was Yagi, right? "Oh, I'm Uzumaki Haku, I'm the Uzukage. But, I thought the Uzumaki were destroyed." Shio mumbled. "They were. I'm a survivor. I want to rebuild my homeland. What about you guys?" "We are refugees from the east. They have started a civil war over a bloodline purge and we were blessed with foreknowledge and left before war erupted." Yagi nodded. "Oh, cool, or uncool, I guess, so yeah, you guys can stay. The place is still a wreck, but it's fine with me." Naruto looked up at the boat. "I'm gonna guess there's more than just you two though, right?" Yagi stood up and nodded. "Yes sir. Nearly 80 in total. We've been at sea for 108 days now. We've suffered some casualties due to the harsh seas, but we're strong and willing to work for our place here." "Nice. I have to go do some work on unplacing a bunch of traps now that it turns out you guys aren't here to kill me, so go ahead and help everyone off the ship, find some places to stay and stuff, and I'll also get to work on gathering some food and water for you. Hope you guys like kudzu roots." Kurenai let out a long sigh as she took a sip of her beverage. She was technically on duty, so, unfortunately, she couldn't have any alcohol, but just the act of having a drink helped to calm her down. Once she got the news that her team had returned earlier than expected, she cornered Kakashi and demanded he debrief her at the lounge. So, she started the lady was cheating on the client, and her lover tried to kidnap her, thereby resulting in Hinata almost dying while Shino and Kiba were distracted. Basically, yeah, Kakashi answered. And where were you during all of this? I was watching, don't worry. See, but I am worried, because of the part where Hinata could have died. Kurenai frowned. She could have, but didn't. Kakashi smiled. You're welcome by the way. Kurenai let her face fall into her hands as she let out an even louder, longer sigh. In fairness, I did ditch the mission after the first sign of trouble like you asked. Kakashi defended himself. You're not making this next part any easier on me by the way. Next part, is there more bad news? Well, no, not per se. Kakashi cleared his throat and did his best to appear professional. It's more of a request. Kakashi, I've been doing you an awful lot of favors lately. Kurenai scowled. Well, the good news is that you wouldn't have to do anything if you agreed to this. Kakashi retorted. With another sip and a sigh, Kurenai finally motioned for him to continue his request. You know that Sakura is being trained for the Chunin exams, right? Kakashi asked. Yes, why? Well, she needs a team. A team that I would like Hinata to be on. Kurenai gave Kakashi the type of look that one would give a small particularly stupid child. What in the name of all the gods would make you think that was a good idea? She asked. I saw her fight. Kakashi started. She's good, she's outpacing Kiba and Shino, her martial skills would complement Sakura's more support-oriented strengths, and it would simultaneously help her get stronger and distract her from Konoha and Hyuga politics. Just taking her out on the mission helped her immensely, I could tell. She managed to make it to the semifinals in the previous exams, and the only reason she lost there was because she went up against Neji. As a Chunin, she would have more weight behind her views in her clan, and it would allow her more freedom to grow outside of the rigid scout-focused paradigm your current team operates under. Kurenai's eyes narrowed more and more as she listened to his explanation. You're a real asshole when you make sense, you know that. Kakashi smiled and nodded. I do, so I take it you agree. No, at least not entirely. Kurenai hummed to herself. I wouldn't let you watch over Hinata during the Chunin exams after the last mission. Kakashi moved to speak but Kurenai held up a hand, prematurely cutting him off. However, she continued, I may be persuaded to let Hinata join the exams with Sakura on the condition that I can go with you and keep an eye on her throughout. Makes sense, Kakashi nodded. But what about Kiba and Shino? I don't think we could get permission for a four-man cell. I'll talk to them but I think they'll be fine watching over the home front. They both come from clans that have ample opportunities for personalized training. Besides, I don't think they would want to go anyway. With everything that's been going on, I think they're both longing for a vacation. Kakashi nodded. I thought you said they were getting restless. That was before they had to kill a man. Kurenai retorted with a raised eyebrow. Right, well, that's all well and good, but that still leaves us with the problem of finding a third member for our little Chunin exam team. I'm going to categorize that firmly as a you problem. I've already done my part in whatever the hell type of plan you've been working towards. My dear Kurenai, you're implying that I have a plan at all. Kakashi sighed before resting his head in his hands. If he hadn't been born with white hair, he'd be going gray by now. POA. Naruto sat cross-legged in the vault under the Uzukage Tower thinking. He had all of his now masked clones up top helping the Dokshi clan get settled in, with orders to pop should anything fishy happen. As it turned out only Yagi and Shio had the fiery red hair and snow-white skin, the rest of the clan appeared like a much more normal version of those two. They were still a bit pale and tended to have reddish or light brown hair, but nothing like Yagi and Shio had. He assumed it had something to do with their bloodline. Yagi had promised a more in-depth discussion with Naruto once his people were fed and given water. Naruto's clones were busy catching small birds and digging up roots and shoots to help feed them while they drank from the river flowing down from the small mountain in the center of the island. Naruto had no idea what he was going to do going forward. He may be the Uzukage now, but he was still a genin with zero leadership experience. Eventually, deciding that worrying was getting him nowhere, he had gone back to studying Fuinjutsu, in an attempt to get his mind off of it. Judging from how ragged and worn the Dokshi people were, they didn't pose any threat, and he could feel that only Yagi and Shio had any real training in chakra usage. Either that or they were all hyper-advanced at hiding their chakra signatures, in which case he would be screwed regardless. Naruto started looking further into the Kuihimo method of balancing seals. He was finally starting to memorize some of the most common morphemes in seals and figuring out how to balance them to create a seal. Essentially every seal was a sentence that he would have to write. When someone pushed chakra into the seal, it would flow with the ink and change its nature depending on the characters used. So, if he wrote a simple seal that said something like, "to be like stone," it would theoretically strengthen the object he'd written the seal on. Depending on the seal and the amount of chakra, the duration of the effect could last only as long as he pushed chakra into it, or the seal could act as a battery, holding a chakra charge to keep the effect going longer. Naruto hummed to himself. He was getting a bit tired of learning all this theory and wanted to put some of it into practice but couldn't think of how to do so safely. Every book that he or his clones had read all started with a warning of how if you started practicing seals without knowing what you were doing you could get yourself killed. Aha! He'd come up with a plan on how to practice seals safely. Explosive tags. Okay, so maybe safely wasn't the right word, but he knew what the seals on explosive tags looked like and he'd used them before. If he could recreate the explosive tag, he would have a better understanding of how seals worked. All he needed was a piece of paper and some carbon-based ink. There was plenty of spare paper in the vault, and even if he couldn't find the proper ink, he'd read that you can make your own with just charcoal and fat or grease. He hadn't showered in at least 3 weeks, so his hair was plenty greasy. And so it was that he set about the job of creating improvised explosive devices, safely. POA. Sasuke sniffled. He had slowly started getting used to Karen forcing him to eat outside. He had finished his lunch rather quickly as always, but she appeared to be taking her time. "What did you tell Orochimaru yesterday?" Sasuke asked suddenly, causing Karen to choke on her seaweed salad at the suddenness of it. "Ekko," she coughed before finally swallowing. "What do you mean?" "I told him what I always do," she said once she got a hold of herself. "You want more training, but you're doing well overall. Then why does he keep asking you secretly?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow at her. "If my progress has been steady, that could be summed up without talking to you in private." Karen huffed and looked away for a moment, staring off at some birds as they flew nearby. "Karen," Sasuke said to draw her out of her contemplation. "He doesn't know that you know that I'm keeping an eye on you, okay?" Karen finally mumbled to him. "What?" Sasuke looked at her with a questioning face. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he doesn't know that I told you that I'm watching you. He's afraid that if you knew you'd get angry and run off." She huffed. Sasuke blinked at her for a moment. "You weren't supposed to let me know?" he asked her. "No, you're supposed to think I'm just a training partner," Karen said. "He's really paranoid about making the same mistakes Konoha did and pissing you off. He seems to care about what I think an awful lot for someone who wants to steal my body," Sasuke mumbled. 3 years from now, Karen shrugged as she finished eating, laying back. "Besides, he doesn't want your body so much as he wants your eyes. Not even necessarily both of them." "What?" Sasuke cocked his head to the side. Karen smirked at Sasuke and winked. "No offense, Sasuke, but you're not exactly the top physical specimen. In terms of bodies, there are plenty of buffer guys that Orochimaru-sama could take." She teased. "If all he wants is my eyes, then why wait?" he asked, ignoring her jab. "I'm almost completely at his mercy. He could probably take them now if he wanted." "Heck if I know. All I know is I'm assigned to train with you for the next 3 years, so nothing's happening for a while." She shrugged before laying her head on his lap and closing her eyes. "You ever hear the phrase, 'Don't look a gift horse in the mouth'? Because for someone who doesn't want his eyes or body stolen, you're complaining about them not getting stolen a lot. I'd rather know more about my enemy's motives than not." Sasuke frowned down at her and scooted back so her head fell off his lap. "Oof," Karen grunted as her head fell onto the blanket and looked up at Sasuke with a glare. "Rude," she mumbled before sitting up. She took Sasuke's face in her hands and looked directly into his eyes. "Then know this, even in a worst-case scenario, You've got 3 years before anything bad happens. So shut up, learn some jutsu, eat your tomatoes, and relax. Sasuke scowled at her for a solid 60 seconds before finally slurring out in a grumble. Lay go of my fash. POA. Congratulations, Tsunade smiled down at Sakura. You managed to completely stem the bleeding. You lost the limb, but managed to save this little cat's life. Sakura just stared up into the blue sky with dull eyes. She didn't want to be a complainer, but being tossed back and forth from Kakashi to Kurenai, to Tsunade, and being trained to exhaustion every day was finally getting to her. Her hands were covered in blood, and so was her dress. Yay! Sakura finally managed to mumble through slightly parted lips. Now it'll be disabled forever, go me. Tsunade rolled her eyes, kicked Sakura in the side gently. Listen Sakuta. My name is Sakura, she corrected, now out of habit. She swore Tsunade was getting her name wrong on purpose at this point. Whatever, listen, I know you're having it rough right now, but you aren't allowed to go brain dead just yet. Once you hit Chunin you can take a nice long vacation, but for now, you've got to focus alright. I can see you're worn out, so I won't push you any further today. Kakashi-san is back from his mission with Team 8, so he's going to start taking over your training again. Obviously, this is subject to missions and such, but from now on I want you to report to the hospital every Saturday at 6 a.m. sharp, understood? Your continuing training will be done as a nurse's assistant where I can check on you occasionally. You want me to start operating on people? Sakura shouted in shock as she shot up from the grass into a sitting position. What are you? Tsunade took a breath, remembering she was talking to a child and censoring herself. No, Sadora. Sakura, you won't be operating on anyone anytime soon. Tsunade continued as if she was never interrupted. However, your progression will soon start to become stunted if we continue to operate on animals, and I can't keep tutoring you one-on-one like this. You'll be observing real hospital procedures and helping where you can. You'll be changing bedpans and observing, not practicing medicine in any real degree, at least not for now. Sakura laid back down on the grass with a sigh of relief. She still didn't entirely trust herself with a cat, let alone a human. She didn't relish the idea of changing bedpans, but it was certainly better than accidentally killing someone. Okay, I'll be there this Saturday, she mumbled, closing her eyes. Tsunade nodded and looked down again. Are you going to sleep? No, just resting my eyes a bit, Sakura said, barely above a whisper. Do you want me to take you somewhere or leave you here? I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei will find me eventually and nobody else comes out here. You know. Tsunade just nodded. I'll let Kakashi know. Sleep tight. With that Tsunade walked off, but not before sneaking a sip from her hip flask. POA. Naruto bit his lip as he carefully wrote the kanji bao or baku or burst in the center of a scrap of paper. He wasn't entirely sure what the stroke order was but hoped that it didn't matter too much so long as he was careful with his handwriting. Slowly tearing a piece of dried skin off his top lip with his teeth to help him focus, he spit it aside before holding the paper out at arm's length. There, I think that's it. He mumbled to himself. He'd thankfully found some dried out ink in the vault that he just spit in to rehydrate it so he didn't have to make his own. Naruto stood up and walked out of the vault, letting the stone walls slide shut behind him like they always did. As he climbed up to the surface, he received a flood of memories from a popped clone. It appeared that the Dokshi clan had all been fed and Yagi was finally willing to sit with Haku and have a real talk about some long-term solutions to the situation. Blowing on the ink until it dried, Naruto folded the paper and stuck it in his pocket before running off to find the old man. Pulling his mask into place, he jumped from rooftop to rooftop and swung from bamboo shafts like a monkey until he eventually landed in front of the pale patriarch. Howdy, he said, standing up from the crouch he'd landed in. I'm the original. I had a clone tell me you're ready to talk. The old man did his best to perform a low bow, using his walking stick to help him keep balance. Yes, Uzukage-sama, my people have been taken care of and I can now direct my attention to less immediate needs. Those being your desires for the future of your island and my people. Naruto shrugged. Like I said, I don't see anything wrong with letting you guys stick around. The question is how long you want to stay. Do you want to stay refugees or become citizens? Citizens? Yagi asked, popping his back as he stood back up straight. Is that an option? You've already given my people so much. Of course, we would love to make this place our permanent residence, but he paused. Well, what would the duties of a citizen entitle? Again, Naruto shrugged, taking a seat on a nearby stone. I dunno, pay taxes and stuff. Swear loyalty to Uzu. I don't know much about Uzugakure politics or justice systems yet, so I'm just rolling with the punches until I can do more homework. Uzugakure. You mean Uzushigakure. Yagi tilted his head to the side. You have no idea what you're doing, do you? He chuckled with the type of kind grandpa smile that only an old person could pull off. Naruto leaned back on the stone, raising his hands. You caught me, he chuckled. I'm not gonna lie, all I know is that I'm an Uzumaki, and this land is mine. Other than that, I'm open to suggestions. Yagi nodded. Well, I do have leadership experience. I could offer my services as an advisor in exchange for your offering of shelter to my people. Naruto leaned forward, placing a finger to his masked lips, and hummed as he thought. That could work, couldn't it? If the Dokoshi had wanted to be hostile, they would have acted by now, and the idea of learning by doing sounded much more appealing than even more homework to him. All right, deal. Naruto stood up and reached a hand out to the old man. From this day forth the Dokoshi are an official clan of Uzugakure. We'll find some buildings to make your clan's territory. You can self-govern for most things and stuff, just don't be an asshole or I'll have to beat you up. You know, he smiled. Yagi couldn't help but chuckle, considering a mere 48 hours ago he had been praying to God for a miracle. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to find a new homeland for his people. Reaching his hand out, Yagi took Naruto's and shook it happily. Deal, the two said in unison. POA. Kakashi hummed as he slowly walked to Sakura's home with the sleeping girl slung over his shoulder. He'd tried to wake her to no avail and figured she'd be more comfortable in her bed than on the forest floor. About halfway to her residence, he felt the girl jolt awake in his grasp. I'm falling, Sakura shouted, struggling in confusion. Nope, just tired, Kakashi chuckled as he placed her down on her own 2 feet. Tsunade-sama let me know you were done training for the day, so I decided to bring you home. Sakura looked around, her mind trying to shake off her post-sleep confusion. What? Oh, she let out a sigh as she got a handle of her surroundings. No, I can't go home yet. Dad's out on a mission and Mom will get worried if I come home early. Not to mention I'm still covered in dried blood. Kakashi nodded down to his student. Well, I can tell you're not in any shape for training right now, so what would you like to do? Ramen. It's on me if you'd like. What were you planning on doing after dropping me off? Sakura asked with a stifled yawn. Talk to Kurenai about some things, talk to Guy about some things, get something to eat, then go home and read some dirty books before I cry myself to sleep pondering all of my failings in this meaningless existence. Sakura squinted up at her sensei for a moment, not sure how to reply to that. You're weird, Kakashi-sensei. You know, she finally managed to say. Kakashi just laughed and pat her head. You're just figuring this out now. He teased. So, I take it you want to run errands with me until you're done for the day. Sakura shrugged. I mean, I've got nothing else to do. Ino is busy, and I can't go home or Mom will freak out. I should probably change too. Kakashi nodded as he started walking away, Sakura falling in step behind him. We'll stop by the river for you to wash off once we get you something to eat. That'll have to do unless you have some spare clothes hidden somewhere. I don't, but that's a good idea. Sakura mumbled. I should start doing that, you know. Kakashi chuckled. Soon they would be at Team 8's training ground. POA. Hinata was kicking her feet as she sat on her favorite tree stump, taking a bite of some of the ice cream that Kurenai had gotten for her. She should have known that Kurenai would freak out after hearing about what happened on her mission with Kakashi. Kurenai was sat next to her, arm wrapped around Hinata's shoulders lovingly, almost motherly in nature. The two had had a long talk after Kurenai managed to get Hinata alone, making sure everything was okay. Much to Kurenai's shock, Hinata was doing extraordinarily well, all things considered. Hinata had debriefed Kurenai in her own words, and now the two were simply enjoying the rest of the evening. Can I ask a question, sensei? Hinata mumbled softly, finishing the last bite of her ice cream cone. Of course, what is it, Hinata-chan? Kurenai smiled down at her, rubbing her shoulder softly. Why did she do it? Hinata asked simply after a short pause. Why would she cheat on her husband like that? Hinata clarified. The question had been bothering her since the woman had revealed her infidelity. She had a beautiful daughter, she had a loving husband, she had everything someone could want, but she chose to throw it all away. Why? Kurenai sighed and thought in silence for a minute before responding. Well, Hinata, you said that she brought up her husband's wealth, right? Yeah, but what does that have to do with it? Well, some girls don't marry for love. They marry for money. They treat their love and their bodies like a business. Kurenai tried to explain in the most PG terms she could think of. I think that's why the woman married her husband. And then she fell in love, real love, with another man. Hinata looked down. But still, her daughter. Her husband. They must be heartbroken right now. Kurenai just nodded again. I'm sure they are. She had a duty to her husband and daughter, but as I said, she fell in love. And when there's a conflict between love and duty, well, duty rarely wins. Hinata hummed to herself, thinking about what her sensei had said. A conflict between love and duty. Now, Kurenai said, interrupting Hinata's train of thought. It's my turn to ask a question. Hinata looked up to her sensei, waiting patiently for the question to be asked. What did you think of your time spent with Kakashi-san? Kurenai asked. Hinata hummed and looked down. I liked it. It was fun. Well, except for the last bit, but that wasn't his fault. Kurenai just nodded. I see, and would you like the idea of extended training with him again sometime? Yeah, that could be fun, I guess. Hinata shrugged. Why, do you need to help Sakura-san out some more? Well, something like that. Kurenai smiled. I'm more worried about helping you at the moment. Speaking of Sakura, what do you think of her? Hinata hummed and shrugged again. I dunno. I don't know much about her. I know that I was jealous of her being on a team with Naruto-kun, and that she had a crush on Sasuke, but other than that I'm not sure. Kakashi talked about her a bit. He told me that she was having a hard time dealing with Naruto-kun's death as well. I haven't talked to her though. Kurenai nodded. Well, I have a proposition for you. One that you can say no to if you want, alright. Hinata just nodded again, wondering where her sensei was taking this conversation. Sakura-san is planning on going to the Chunin exams in the land of hot springs in a few months, but she needs 2 more teammates. Hinata nodded. So, you want me to join her team for the Chunin exams? No, Kurenai said bluntly. I want you to do what you want to do. If you're not comfortable with the idea, then you have veto power over the entire thing, alright? And I'll be with you every step of the way. Hinata hummed to herself as she thought. What about Kiba and Shino? She asked. I've already talked to them, Kurenai answered. Neither of them wants to go to the next exams, and both are happy so long as you're happy. Kiba even said that you had the potential to become a total kick-butt Chunin. Single quote. Hinata giggled to herself at that. He didn't say, but, did he, sensei? Kurenai held a finger up to her lips in a faux shushing gesture before giggling in return. Good evening, came a loud familiar voice from across the training ground. Hinata looked up, to see Kakashi and Sakura walking towards them. Kakashi appeared like his usual self, while Sakura, well, she hadn't seen Sakura in a while, but she assumed the bags under her eyes and blood-stained hands weren't normal for the 13-year-old girl. Kakashi-san, Kurenai asked, a bit upset. I thought I told you to not come here until tomorrow. Why is it you're always late except for when it would be helpful? Kakashi nodded and placed a hand behind his head. Sorry, he chuckled. I was planning on waiting, but Sakura is a bit too tired for training today, and she doesn't want to go home early either. Sakura looked up at Kakashi. Why are you blaming me? You said this was your plan for the day anyway. Kakashi placed a hand over Sakura's mouth. So anyway, I take it you've talked with Hinata about our little plan. He said as Sakura struggled to break free. Kurenai sighed and nodded as she stood, crossing her arms. We just finished. Lucky for you she's taken pity on you and is willing to accept your offer. I mean, pity is a strong word, Hinata whispered to herself, placing her fingers together. Besides, could be fun. And this way I'll be able to get stronger. She stuttered. Kurenai frowned. It had been a while since Hinata had stuttered last. She was already getting worried she was pushing the young Hyuga matriarch too far. Finally, Sakura broke out of Kakashi's grasp and took a deep breath of air. Wait, what? What do you mean? She's on the team now. But what about her other teammates? What about? Again, she was cut off by Kakashi placing a hand over her mouth. Really, Kakashi, you didn't even tell your own student? Kurenai asked with a huff. She'll be fine, she's learned to roll with the punches. Kakashi smiled. So, I take it you two are fine with the idea of training together then. Hinata looked up to Kurenai for guidance. Kurenai simply shrugged. It's up to you, Hinata. She offered. Hinata looked to Kakashi and the now red-faced Sakura. She nodded and gave a quick bow. Why yes, that sounds like a wonderful idea. She smiled at their antics. It reminded her of Naruto. Kakashi smiled in return. Perfect, then we just have to go get our third member and we'll be set. Oh, and who might that be? Kurenai asked. Well, I had the thought of creating a sort of femme fatale if you would. We shall be recruiting Tenten, from Team Guy. He announced triumphantly. And have you talked to Guy about this? Kurenai asked. Not yet. And have you talked to Tenten about this? She started tapping her foot in frustration. I'm sure she'll love the idea. Kakashi coughed. Oh, and how does Sakura feel about it? Kakashi looked down to Sakura, who was now unconscious, in his hands. He had been a bit too successful in keeping her quiet, it seemed. That's probably not good. Kurenai-sensei. You said you'd be going with us, right? Hinata asked, a bead of sweat falling down her forehead. Now some more than ever. She mumbled as Kakashi did his best to reawaken Sakura. POA. Naruto pressed the explosive tag onto a bamboo shaft, having licked the back of it to make sure it would stick. He summoned a single clone and saluted him. For the greater Naruto, he said. The clone saluted as well and repeated for the greater Naruto. With that, the clone walked to the tag and placed his finger on it, sending a minor pulse of chakra into it. The explosion was not quite as potent as a store-bought explosive tag would have been, but it was still more than enough to obliterate the bamboo as well as the poor clone. Naruto had to cover his face to prevent shards of broken bamboo from hitting his eyes. A goofy smile creeping across his face as the clone's memories flooded his mind. The clone had followed its pre-programmed orders to the letter and had done his best to watch, or rather feel, the flow of chakra as it went through the ink in the tag even as it exploded and tore him apart. The chakra didn't react with the ink, so much as it reacted with the kanji that was written. He didn't have any magic eyeball powers, so he couldn't be certain, but he was fairly sure that the carbon-based ink was just a vessel that the chakra traveled through, like blood through a vein. Only once the chakra had completely filled the vein did it appear to alter its nature to the seal's will. He wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but it sure was cool. As Naruto was brushing the debris off of him, he noticed a quickly approaching chakra signature, recognizing it as the younger of the two Dokshi bloodline users. Shio. The boy landed next to him, taking a knee as he did. Uzukage-sama, are we under attack? He asked quickly. I heard an explosion, are you alright? Naruto nodded. Yeah, everything's fine. Sorry, I was just practicing some seals, I probably should have told you guys beforehand. Shio looked around and stood up, nodding. That would be appreciated in the future, Uzukage-sama, yes. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I'm not super into formalities and stuff. I know I'm like, technically your boss or whatever, but seriously don't stress out over this stuff. Shio paused, looking around momentarily. Yagi-sama has advised I treat you with the utmost respect. He spoke. Listen, dude, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, Naruto replied. I'm just saying, I won't give you any shit. You know. Thank you for the thought, Uzukage-sama, but as I said, my clan head has advised I address you with the respect due to someone of your position. You guys are real sticklers for the rules, aren't you? Naruto asked bluntly. No, but Yagi-sama is, and I have a great deal of respect for him, Shio replied. Naruto placed a hand on Shio's shoulder as he started walking back towards the city. My judgment of character has recently been brought into question since my best friend killed me, but I think I see a beautiful friendship about to bloom between us. You know. Shio just walked beside his cage awkwardly. It took a moment for him to process what was just said. Wait, what? POA. Hold your ground. A booming voice came from the tree line as Kakashi approached with Kurenai, Hinata, and Sakura in tow. Sakura had no other option than to go with him. Hinata wanted to tag along, and Kurenai couldn't wait to see the coming storm, which Kakashi felt was very unsupportive of her. In front of Kakashi landed Konoha's own green beast, Mito Guy, followed closely behind by his entire team. Lee, who looked like what would happen if Guy ever decided to reproduce via budding. Neji, who was his usual solemn self. And Tenten, who was currently wielding a sword that was about as long as she was tall with a perhaps too big smile on her face. Kakashi-san, for what purpose have you come here today? Guy asked, standing straight with his arms crossed. Have you come to challenge me to a duel? While I can appreciate the absolute youth of the desire for immediate combat, I am currently training my team. Kakashi waved to the boisterous man. No, I'm not here to fight Guy-san. I was coming with a proposition for you. Guy looked to the others and then to his teammates before returning his gaze to Kakashi. Very well, I see this proposition as something of great importance if you felt the need to bring your girlfriend along to bear witness. I am not his girlfriend. Kurenai shouted angrily, taking a step forward. She managed to get a hold of herself when she realized she'd made Hinata jump at her outburst. Not his girlfriend. Then did he propose? Is this the proposition you have brought me, old friend? I would be most honored to be your best man at this most youthful of weddings. Kurenai grit her teeth and stared daggers at the back of Kakashi's head, silently daring him to make a wrong move. No Guy, me and Kurenai are Kakashi looked back to her, before deciding that was a very bad decision as she subtly scowled at him. We're not ready to label our relationship in such formal ways. The flames of youth must not be blown out by the winds of haste. Guy nodded solemnly. Yes, of course, dear friend, my own haste has frightened away many a potential mate. You are so wise in the ways of youth. He shouted into the air as he took up a wide horse stance. Kakashi did his best not to imagine what type of woman would even agree to date Guy in the first place. He needed to rein the taijutsu master in or they might spend the next hour talking about youth. Right, well, back to my proposition. You are aware of my desire to enroll Sakura in the coming Chunin exams, yes. Currently, our team consists of only her and Hinata, and we need a third member. I am aware of your desire to enroll her, yes, Guy said simply, prompting Kakashi to continue. Well, how would you like to be able to focus more of your attention on Lee and Neji, while Kurenai and I get together to train Sakura, Hinata, and Tenten? Kakashi said with a faux sense of enthusiasm. It'll be a very youthful femme fatale, or something. Guy returned to his standing erect position, holding his hand to his chin as he thought. Yes, that could potentially be beneficial to all parties. Very well, I consent. He shouted, holding out a thumbs up and smiling in the way that only he could. Kurenai's jaw dropped as she watched the interaction. This had the potential to be a comical disaster. How had everything managed to go so smooth? Great, Kakashi smiled behind his mask at Guy and returned the thumbs up, albeit less enthusiastically. Tenten, would you like to join me and my team? Tenten hummed and looked at her teammates. It's true, they were nice but, well, with Lee-kun and Guy-sensei's antics she rarely got any proper training in. But Neji had been in a deep funk since Naruto's death and she was apparently the only one that understood constant training was not the answer to everything. Biting her lip, Tenten cleared her throat to speak. No, I think I'm good here, she smiled. The sound of leaves ruffling as a stiff breeze blew was all that could be heard for a few moments as everyone looked at the smiling girl as she laid her sword against her shoulder. Kurenai couldn't help but let a smug grin cross her face as she looked at the wilting figure of Kakashi as he processed what he'd just heard. Oh, are you sure? It would be a chance to show off your girl power and could be very youthful. Kakashi asked, in an almost begging tone. Yep, I'm sure. Tenten smiled. I'll stay here, I don't want to go to the next Chunin exam. Good luck finding someone else to join your team though, Kakashi-sensei. With that, she started the process of resealing her sword into her scroll. Her team's training was nearly over anyway and she wanted to get dumplings on the way home. That is most unfortunate, Kakashi-san, Guy spoke. I would have thought Tenten-chan would have been up to the task. However, I will not force her to alter her decision. Sakura couldn't help but feel sad as she saw her sensei wither away. The entirety of his plan for the next 5 months had been shot down with 6 little words. She reached out to place a comforting hand on his back. It's okay, Kakashi-sensei, she started. I'm sure we'll find someone else who will. Guy-sensei, I would like to volunteer to take Tenten's place. Lee suddenly shouted, standing in the center of the two groups with his hand raised, looking directly at Sakura with his giant round eyes. Hinata had to physically cover her ears, the shouting had been so loud. I shall join Sakura-chan on her quest to become a chunin and aid her along the way. Lee. Guy looked at his favorite student in shock. What are you saying? Guy-sensei, this is Sakura-chan. The girl I told you I met in the chunin exams, remember? Wait, Sakura said, collecting herself. You told him about me. What did you tell him about me? Yes, Guy replied. Now I remember. Of course, Lee, this is the young woman whom you claimed has sparked your youthful heart towards romance. Yes, that is correct, Guy-sensei. I believe that her flames of youth and mine burn similarly, and that should we join together our combined flame shall burn with the force of 1,000 suns. Guy fell to one knee, taking his student into a hug. I understand now, Lee-kun. The flames of romance burn within your heart. You must not suppress it. You must let them grow until the time where they can explode out. The flames of your youth shall ejaculate from your soul until you brighten the darkness of the world with your light. Did he just use the word, ejaculate? Kurenai mumbled to herself. Hinata still had her ears covered, but it was clear from the blush on her face that she had heard it as well. Well, good. I'm not sure how we'll fit you into the team dynamic, Lee, but beggars can't be choosers. Kakashi said, finally interrupting the two. Welcome to the team. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, I shall do my best. Lee replied, either he didn't notice or didn't care about the subtle slight. Probably the former. POA. Naruto hummed as the Dokushi leader walked the streets with him, helping the old man pick out a few buildings to make the official Dokushi district. Seeing as there were 80 of them, they would need a sizable chunk, but nothing too extreme. Finally settling on a couple of apartment complexes and a decrepit gym that could be remodeled into a clan headquarters. Say, Yagi-san, do you have any plans for that boat of yours? Naruto asked, thinking of all the things they would need to get Uzu back on its feet. Living on roots and shoots wasn't sustainable in the long term, and he had yet to find any farming equipment. With a boat, they could do some fishing and even some trading. No, not really, Haku-sama, Yagi answered, taking a seat on what used to be a bench press. But, we're a peaceful people, a people of God. I'd rather it not be used for raiding. Raiding? Naruto cocked his head to the side. The thought hadn't even occurred to him. No, I was thinking about a little port town back west. It's called Shiokiri, ever hear of it? It's got some nice fish and we could probably buy supplies there. Oh, Yagi sat up a bit straighter. Well then, I think we could work something out. We're a part of Uzushiogakure now. What's mine is yours. My apologies for making assumptions. I'm far too used to the rampant piracy of my homeland. Naruto just shrugged, no offense taken. He sat next to Yagi on another piece of ruined equipment. Do you know much about trade? Because I certainly don't. I'm used to just spending my stipend on ramen at the start of the month and then wishing I'd saved some. Stipend? Yagi asked curiously. I'm an orphan. I used to get a monthly stipend from the Naruto paused before he could say, Hokage, from the country I used to live in. He amended, not wanting to give away any details about himself. Yagi just nodded in understanding before answering Naruto's earlier question. I know some but not much. My people have always been outcasts for our beliefs. What little trade we could secure was usually overpriced. Naruto nodded. Thankfully he'd found a few grocers back in Konoha that would offer good prices, but there were always the few that tried to swindle him. Can I ask why they treated you badly? Naruto asked. Yagi hummed. I suppose there's no use hiding it, it's such a part of who we are that if it's going to cause a problem it's best to know that now. What, do you guys eat babies or something? Naruto laughed, suddenly a bit nervous at the serious tone Yagi had taken. Yagi laughed and shook his head. No, Haku-sama, we don't eat babies. However, many in the East consider our sin to be much worse. Naruto swallowed, waiting for Yagi to continue. With a sigh, Yagi spoke. We only believe in the one God, Haku-sama. That's it? Naruto asked, a weight lifting off his shoulders. I mean, I knew plenty of ninjas that only worship the Shinigami. Actually, that's the only God that I really know about. I know there are more but I never really paid attention. Yagi shook his head. No, Haku-sama, we do not simply worship one God over the others. We only believe in one true God. What? Naruto queried. But, there are lots of gods. Like, at least 10 or 12. That is your belief and, while I vehemently disagree, I shall respect it. This is your land after all. But, Naruto continued, the fourth Hokage summoned the Shinigami 13 years ago. And the third Hokage summoned him just a few months ago. How can you not believe he exists at all? I did not say that I don't believe the entities you worship exist, Haku-sama. I simply said I do not recognize them as gods. Yagi said, emphasizing the word, gods. Single quote. Just as the tailed beasts exist, and various other lesser demons and spirits exist, so too do those beings that you worship exist, Yagi explained. But they are not gods, at least my people, and I do not believe so. Well, Naruto paused for a moment to think. That's weird, but not a big deal. He finally answered. Yagi breathed out a sigh of relief before standing. I am grateful for your tolerance, Haku-sama. Now, about that trading you wanted to do. Why stop there? I believe we could bring Uzushiogakure back to its former glory in no time. Naruto chuckled as he stood up with the old man. You're suddenly chipper. Any reason for the newfound energy? Haku-sama, you've given me and my people a home that will accept us in all our oddities. If there is only one God, then you're certainly one of his angels. He laughed. I may be old, but I'm not one to pass up an opportunity like this. If Uzu is going to be the Dokshi's new home, I want it to be as strong as possible. Sounds good to me, but where do we start? Naruto asked. First, we need to rebuild, but then, we need to get the other nations to recognize us. And in this world, that means we need to build a military. And how do you propose we do that? Naruto asked. All we have is me, you, and Shio. No offense, but unless your bloodline is crazy powerful, that's not enough people to form a military. And I don't know how to turn civilians into ninjas. Remember why the Dokshi came here, Haku-sama? Yagi asked. Something about some wars and stuff, right? He answered with a query. Yagi nodded. A bloodline purge and eventually all-out war are about to erupt in the East. There are going to be plenty of refugees as things continue to deteriorate. Now imagine telling them all that there is a safe harbor from the storm. Naruto's eyes lit up in understanding. We could get hundreds, maybe thousands of shinobi joining our ranks in the next few months, couldn't we? Yagi nodded again. Haku-sama, I think the story of Uzushiogakure is only just beginning. He said with a smile. POA. All the grown-ups were talking off to the side and Neji and Hinata had returned to the Hyuga compound for the day. Lee was currently attempting to do 3,981 push-ups with just his left thumb, so Tenten took this opportunity to pull Sakura aside for a private conversation. What's up? Sakura asked, stumbling in shock at the sudden tug on her dress. Listen here, Bubbles, Tenten started, poking a finger into Sakura's chest. Bubbles, I don't care what Lee says, that boy is mine, do you understand? She growled angrily to assert her dominance. He just doesn't know it yet. I think you've got the wrong idea here. If you so much as think about his tight, spandex-covered ass, Tenten's eyes went slightly unfocused as she continued. Or his thick luscious eyebrows, or the way his bowl cut sways in the wind when he runs, or the cute way he pumps his fist when he's excited. Sakura slowly detached herself from the clearly unwell girl. Right, I can promise you I won't be thinking about any of those things, Tenten. She said as she started walking away. What the hell was that about? She mumbled to herself before getting hit in the head with a sandal. Ow, Atakai Joki sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose between his eyes. Last year he had agreed to hold the Chunin exams in Yugakure, the hidden village of the Land of Hot Springs. Considering the minor war that had erupted over the last Chunin exam, he figured that it was the perfect opportunity to help smooth over tensions while simultaneously solidifying his regime as daimyo. However, had he known of the absolute shit show that would start occurring in the South Elemental Sea, he would have reconsidered. Some madman named Uzumaki Yagi had declared himself Uzukage of the defunct Land of Whirlpools. What had started as a harmless old man's delusions of grandeur had quickly devolved into an actual nation and a potential threat. While New Uzushiogakure, or simply, Nuzu, as some had begun referring to it, was forming, all-out war had broken out in the lands to the east. Not only had the Land of Water begun a genocide against all clans with bloodline abilities, but some unknown land even further to the east had also started sending invasion detachments into Mizu territory. The detachments simply claimed to be following the orders of God and belonging to a village called Omegakure. At least that's what the reports he'd received had said. Fortunately, the alliance between the Land of Hot Springs, the Land of Fire, and now the Land of Wind, was only strengthened as peace deteriorated in the east. The Land of Sound had also gone quiet as the situation unfolded, ironic as that may be. Unfortunately, Uzu had taken the opportunity to offer refuge and full political asylum to any and all refugees displaced by the wars, both civil and otherwise. This meant that as the East continued to eat itself, Uzushiogakure had only grown stronger. In a mere 3 months since their emergence, they had seen an over 1,000% increase in their population, and their military had swollen to an estimated 100 shinobi. While 100 shinobi might not sound like a lot, considering that a large percentage of those were known bloodline users from the attempted genocide in the Land of Water, it was enough to get them onto the global stage as a real player in ongoing power struggles throughout the elemental nations. All of which led Joki to this moment. Here he was holding in his hand a simple letter from the Uzukage himself. It was a request for permission to visit the coming Chunin exams and for a single team to take part. The exams were a mere 3 days away. He was tempted to ask the Hokage for her opinion, but the rumor mill reported that she'd become more and more detached from her village and was pushing most decisions onto her council for deliberation. He didn't have time for a council debate. It was with a heavy sigh that Joki penned a letter to the Uzukage, telling him in no uncertain terms that he was welcome so long as his intentions were peaceful. He couldn't afford to piss off such a volatile nation so early in its inception by denying them access, but didn't want to let them walk all over him either. Instead, he had to play the diplomat, friendly but professionally distant, with only a minor threat of violence. Once the letter was finished, he rolled it and sealed it shut with his official seal before tying it in a white silk ribbon. Returning to the window where a large gray bat had been perched since delivering the letter, he held the letter out and the creature took it in its clawed foot. Then, without hesitation, the bat held its head out as if asking for a pat. Good boy, Joki mumbled as he gently pet the creature's head. In return the bat hissed angrily at him and flapped its wings, staring at Joki defiantly. Good girl, Joki said, this time more hesitantly petting the thing in case it got angry again. The bat gave a nod and a soft coo before flying off, parchment wrapped in its tiny feet. Poa. Sakura let out a sigh of relief as she saw the figure of Yugakure growing in the distance. Finally, she exclaimed, I was beginning to think we were stuck in a genjutsu, destined to walk forever. Do not fear, Sakura-chan. Lee shouted from right beside her. He had a nasty habit of unexpectedly appearing nearby. She could have sworn Lee had been standing next to Kakashi a moment ago. With your skill in genjutsu, I do not doubt that you would have no trouble detecting even the most stubborn of illusions. I have complete faith in your ability to protect the team from such harmful effects. Thank you, Lee. Sakura sighed, doing her best to ignore the ringing in her ears. She wore her usual reddish-pink dress, but instead of shorts, she wore a set of skin-tight leggings that ran all the way down to her boots. She hadn't grown significantly in the last few months, although her hair had regrown down to about her shoulder. She now wore her hittai around her forehead with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. She was a much more competent medinin and genjutsu user now, Tsunade even let her aid in some minor operations in the last month. Her progress was slow and steady, and she was still regulated to mostly theory when it came to human subjects. The same could not be said of her genjutsu skills. Once she managed to reliably detect and break genjutsu, her training in the skill had taken flight, with Kurenai saying she had been a hidden prodigy in the field. Hinata only giggled, as she often did whenever the two of her teammates participated in their antics. Her Byakugan was now almost constantly active. Despite her taking point on the journey to Yugakure, she had a perfect view of everything happening behind her. Like Sakura, she had grown only slightly taller in the last 5 months and was still rather petite. Gone was her mesh undershirt though, replaced by a semi-formal top similar to what Tenten would often wear. Her father had insisted it was more fitting of someone of her station now that she was the matriarch, even if it was in name only. Of course, she would still often wear her favorite coat over her new top whenever she wasn't in the presence of her father, such as now. Her hair had grown to be a longer version of her usual haircut, with the sides that framed her face now hanging down to her collarbone, and the back now resembling Sakura's old hairstyle. She had become close friends with Sakura and Lee, while also doing her best to maintain her friendships with Kiba and Shino. The professional distance made that more difficult, but she felt happy knowing she was doing her best. Lee-kun, Hinata started. I don't think Sakura-chan was actually nervous, she was simply using an expression to show her relief that our journey is nearly over. Ah, yes, I see. Lee said loudly with a vigorous nod. Thank you Hinata-chan, for your continued aid in my attempts to woo Sakura-chan. That's not what Hinata started to explain but was cut off by Lee, as was the norm for the two. Sakura-chan, I too am most happy that we are approaching Yugakure, Lee spoke. Soon our months of training together will meet fruition and we can see if our flames of romance will be enough to best our foes. Unlike his female teammates, Lee had hit a growth spurt and grown about 6 inches, or 15 centimeters. With the growth spurt he had outgrown his old dark green jumpsuit, and then immediately replaced it with an identical dark green jumpsuit. Lee's hair also grew at what he assumed was a normal rate, but given that he still followed his regular bi-weekly haircutting schedule he wasn't entirely sure. Please don't call our technique that. I preferred super sneaky tricky punch, she moaned, referring to his first name for their technique. And we still have to think of a name for our technique Lee-kun, Hinata spoke politely, hoping to give Sakura a break from their green-clad teammate. As the three youths continued to chatter away amicably their two teachers walked behind them, shoulder to shoulder. They really are advancing, Kurenai spoke softly. Both martially and mentally. I haven't seen Hinata this happy since well ever. It's almost like some of my ideas are actually good, Kakashi chuckled, looking up from his most recent pornographic novel to address her. I wouldn't go that far, Kurenai chuckled, bumping her shoulder against his teasingly. With a renewed vigor from the sight of their destination, the five marched onward to Yugakure. They had been cutting things a bit close, arriving only 2 days before the Chunin exams would take place. Something that Kurenai said sounded typical of a team lead by Kakashi. With a stretch and a pop of his back, Kakashi bought the attention of the group as they approached the gate. Well, he spoke, once we get inside, I'll leave you three in the care of Kurenai to find the hotel while I make contact with the event organizers and get you three signed up. I'll handle the paperwork, so you guys just focus on getting ready. Unlike last time, this is hopefully going to be a completely normal, non-invasion, Chunin exam. You need to focus on passing if possible, one of you in particular. Kakashi made a subtle glance at Sakura and pointed at his one eye before pointing at hers. Why are you acting like I would throw this intentionally? Sakura huffed. If I don't pass, I'm stuck with you for another 6 months. Sakura-chan. Kakashi gasped, clutching his chest in mock pain. Are you implying that you have better things to do than to spend 6 months with me in intense one-on-one training sessions? I'm saying, Sakura scowled, you're lucky that I have Kurenai-sensei to vent to while you're distracted with Hinata and Lee. Hinata-chan. Lee started with what was supposed to be a whisper but was still loud enough to disrupt the glaring contest between Kakashi and Sakura. Why are Sakura-chan and Kakashi-sensei fighting again? That's just how they bond, Lee-kun, Hinata smiled. Don't worry, they're not really mad. I see, Lee nodded. Thank you again for your continued aid in my efforts to woo Sakura-chan. That's not what Hinata started before changing her approach. Have you considered not constantly? Don't bother, Sakura interrupted with only a small blush. If he hasn't given up by now, nothing will stop him. We just got alive with it, you know. Kakashi chuckled as he walked away, using the interruption to leave the three in the care of Kurenai. POA. Naruto ran for his life, a strange purple four-legged creature chasing after him. His breath hitched as he tripped and fell on his face. Rolling onto his back to look, he realized he was too late, as the giant entity brought its hoof down on him, crushing him into a fine paste. When he opened his eyes again, he was on his knees in front of the large stone doors as they slid open to reveal his library. The purpose of the visions given to him whenever he opened the walls continued to elude him. With the help of his clones, he had advanced in the field of fuinjutsu at an exponential rate. He was hesitant to call himself a master of the art, but considering how rare fuinjutsu users were, he may very well be. Even with all of his newfound expertise in the field, the seals on the wall were still far too complicated for him to decipher. Like trying to untangle the world's most complicated knot. He would pull and tug, but whenever he made progress in one area, it was like he lost it in another. Walking into the vault, Naruto went to the section pertaining to economics and a bunch of legal bullshit. Yagi's humble amount of knowledge in the field had been sufficient at first when they focused just fishing and selling their catch back to anyone willing to buy it in Shiokiri. But now that they were opening official relations with some of the companies and needed to start signing contracts, he wanted to know more. Pushing his hands together into the familiar seal, he summoned about 100 clones. He'd been pushing himself and could now manage the influx of about 100 clones with little to no negative side effects, but he was still hesitant to go beyond that limit. If he was desperate, he could now make up to 150, but he would almost always pass out afterward. This wasn't to say his chakra levels hadn't increased during his training. They had more than doubled since he started pushing out so many clones on an almost daily basis. Theoretically, he could create well over 300 clones to help him in combat, but if he gave them orders any more complicated than kill the bad guy, it would debilitate him afterward. Thanks to the influx of refugees, along with their ships, Naruto and Yagi managed to turn Uzushiogakure into a miniature empire. With a slow but constant flow of resources between Uzu and the mainland, their economy grew steadily. Whatever ships weren't busy with trade or fishing had been formed into a sort of seafaring militia. Mizu had placed an official embargo on all travel out of the country and had constant patrols that would chase down and attempt to terminate anyone fleeing. Naruto's pseudo-fleet wasn't large enough for sustained warfare but was usually capable of fighting off or capturing any Mizu ships that would cross into Uzu borders. Naruto sighed as he walked out of the vault to let his clones continue their study. He didn't need information on contracts and such. But until they got word from the land of hot springs as daimyo, he, Yagi, Shio, and the genin had nothing better to do than sit on their thumbs and wait. Climbing up out of the secret room, Naruto readjusted his mask as the bright lights made him blink. Thanks to an endless supply of clones and some aid from many of his newfound allies, Naruto had managed to rebuild almost the entirety of Uzushiogakure proper. He didn't feel comfortable leaving access to his vault in the Uzukage Tower, however, so he'd remodeled the old tower into a home for himself and relocated the official Uzukage Tower up to the mountain at the center of the island. It was a bit farther from the city than he'd like, but it was also the most defensible spot on the island. Building hadn't yet been completed, but it was finally starting to look like a real tower rather than a pile of crudely cut stone blocks stacked on top of each other. Naruto stepped out of his home and into the now bustling city center. It was a far cry from the metropolis that Konohagakure had been, but it was making progress. Unfortunately, the vast majority of refugees had been civilians and not shinobi. Contrary to his predictions, most of the shinobi had chosen to stay in Mizu to cover their families' escapes and continue the fight. Naruto was fine with that, it just meant they didn't have as many soldiers as he'd had hoped for. Still, the amount of progress that had been made was astronomical. There was just a single problem still: there wasn't a fucking ramen shop. You'd think with the power of a small nation behind him he'd find a way to get a ramen shop set up, but no, he was stuck with the cheap instant ramen that they could buy from Shiokiri. Admittedly, he was happy for any ramen at all after going months living on fish and roots, but still. He was the goddamned Uzukage. How hard was it to find a single? Nay, you're Haku-sama, aren't you? A small voice piped up from nearby. Naruto turned at hearing the name. He had more than grown used to going by the moniker. Just beside him was a little girl, about 5 years old, holding a rag doll and looking up at him. Naruto got down on one knee and did his best to smile through his mask at her. "That's right," he said. "And what's your name?" "Mommy said to not give my name to strangers," she said, sounding sad. "I understand, sweetie." Naruto pat her head gently, causing her to giggle. "What did you need?" "Oh, a ninja man was looking for you earlier," she answered. "But you didn't answer your door. He asked me to wait here and tell you that you were summonini, Sumonmon Sundamdi, that you were supposed to go to the big tower on the mountain." She finally finished getting flustered at the long word. "Wow, that was really brave of you to wait here all by yourself," Naruto chuckled at her. "Does your mommy know you're out here?" The little girl shook her head. "Nope, she thinks I'm napping, but I like to sneak out and do stuff," she declared. How old were you again?" "I'm this many." She held up a single hand with 4 fingers up. "Well then," Naruto chuckled, "if you're already sneaking around, you'll certainly make one hell of a ninja when you grow up," he said before standing up. "Don't get in trouble though, okay? I'm sure your mommy would be sad if you got hurt." The little girl just nodded up at Naruto before blushing and running off. Naruto shook his head and began making his way to the Uzukage Tower. That wasn't how he thought he'd receive word that they'd gotten a response from the land of hot springs, but he was starting to get used to the unusual. Besides, there were worse ways to receive news. Like waking up in a casket, for example. Naruto shook his head. He needed to get over that already. Dying was no good excuse to not go on living. With a thud, Naruto landed inside the official Uzukage's office. "Hey boss." Naruto smiled and waved as Yagi sat at the desk, a letter in the old man's hand. "I sure hope you have good news." Yagi smiled and threw the letter to Naruto with a flick of his wrist. Catching it, he gave it a quick red throw, smile growing as he did. "We're in," he finally exclaimed, throwing a fist in the air. "If we can show off a team of genin, we'll gain even more respect and the other countries will start taking us seriously. We might even get support in fighting off Mizu raids." "Yes, for once it seems that everything is going according to plan," Yagi chuckled at seeing him so excited. "Did you already tell Shio?" Naruto asked, finally getting control of himself. "When are we leaving?" He did, "and we're leaving right now," a voice came from behind him. Turning around, Naruto saw the now familiar pale face of Shio. The Dokoshi boy had still insisted on being mostly formal around him, but had mellowed out enough to show off some personality other than stoic kid. Single quote. Shio tossed a scroll to Naruto, which he also caught. "What's this?" Naruto asked. "It's everything you'll need over the next month," Shio answered. "Remember when you gave me those sealing scrolls you made? Well, I finally put one to use." With a huh, Naruto shoved the scroll into the pouch on his thigh, locking it in place. "Neat. Did you collect the genin as I asked?" Yagi interrupted. "Yes sir, Yagi-sama," Shio said with a bow. While Naruto had gotten the boy to mellow out a bit, he was still uptight around his clan head. "They're already in the ship and waiting for us to arrive." Yagi nodded in response and started walking away. "Wait, we're going now?" Naruto asked. "I haven't even had breakfast yet." Yagi chuckled as he continued to walk. "Don't worry, Haku-sama. I knew that the daimyo would approve and began preparing everything last night. There is a bowl of instant ramen with soy sauce waiting for you now. Besides, we need to hurry if we're going to make it by tomorrow night." He laughed with a wink. "Oh, well, why didn't you say so?" Naruto mumbled as he followed Yagi to the ship. As he walked, Naruto thought back on everything that had occurred since the Dokoshi landed. At first, Naruto had tried to be the Uzukage, but as more and more refugees arrived, he became increasingly uncomfortable with being front and center of everyone's attention. He knew it was just a matter of time until he was found out, but wanted to maintain his cover for as long as possible, and the more time he spent in the spotlight, the shorter that time would last. Eventually, Naruto concluded that the best way to rule the nation was from the shadows. Yagi took up the moniker of Uzukage, but still deferred to him in everything. A fact which Naruto found humorous considering it technically made him the Uzukagekage, which he thought sounded funny. To even further throw off the trail Naruto had adopted the old man into the Uzumaki clan until further notice. While this gave Yagi the unfortunate burden of having to manage the Dokoshi clan as well as the day-to-day of Uzushiogakure, it meant that Naruto had more time for his studies and training. It also meant he didn't have to do any paperwork, which he was more than alright with. Naruto followed Yagi and Shio onto the ship as the crew prepared to launch. Yagi was wearing a replica of the Uzukage's robes and hat. Naruto liked the guy, but there was no way in hell he'd let him wear the real thing. And Shio wore what was now standard uniform for Uzu forces. A simple black pair of canvas pants and a black skin-tight shirt with the red Uzu swirl in the center of his chest. With a little help from Ms. Mizuhana and her menagerie of miscellaneous materiel, they had managed to get a standardized uniform as well as repair the equipment that they did have. Shio had customized his uniform a bit, as most shinobi do. Adding a belt around his waist and wearing an armband with the Dokoshi clan symbol on it, 3 red balls laid out in the shape of a triangle. He wore his Hitai-8 around his neck like a scarf. Naruto had made only minor changes to his attire, doing his best to go unseen in the sea of faces, despite how famous he was getting locally. He wore the same general outfit as before, with the only addition being an Uzu Hitai-8 tied to his forehead, simultaneously showing his allegiance and helping to keep his mask in place. Of course, Shio had tried to get him to wear a standard uniform, but that hadn't ended well for Shio. That had been the day that Naruto had learned that living people could in fact fit inside ceiling scrolls. With their short walk over, Naruto sat down in the captain's quarters, a bowl of hot ramen in front of him. Wanting to start his feast, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat, not paying too much attention to his surroundings. He could tell that the ship had left port almost immediately when he sat down, but ramen was more important. With a hearty burp and leaning back, sighing in satisfaction, Naruto looked to Yagi and frowned. "Something wrong?" he asked the old man. "You look kind of sad." "It's just that, well, after 108 days lost at sea you can never quite look at a ship the same way," he answered. "Don't worry so much, old man," Naruto smiled as he stood up. "This ship is way faster than your old one. We'll be in Yugakure in no time, besides now you have a home to go back to." Yagi smiled as well after hearing Uzushiogakure referred to as his home. "Thank you, Haku-sama. You always know just what to say." "Yeah, I'm pretty awesome like that." Naruto laughed, trying to hide a burp. He had eaten a bit too fast again. POA. Sasuke panted heavily, sweat dripping down his brow. His legs were bent into a sort of sideways horse stance, and his hand was pointed out with 2 fingers pointing at a simple metal target. With a weary smile, he dropped out of stance to stand more casually. He'd finally managed to direct his Inazumaya or lightning arrow to the target about 15 yards away without it arcing to make ground with the ground. A soft clapping reached his ears from farther away. "Yay, Sasuke-kun," Karen shouted from far off, holding a basket full of food with the crook of her elbow as she walked closer. One step closer to killing Itachi. Sasuke rolled his eyes but started walking towards her. "You're here early," he spoke bluntly. "I had faith that you would adequately perform your tasks in a hasty manner," Karen replied, pushing her glasses up as she tried to sound smart. "Also, I was hungry and didn't want to eat alone. So, there's that." Sasuke couldn't help but roll his eyes again to suppress a chuckle. He and Karen had gotten much closer over the last 6 months, so close in fact that. "Mua," Karen said after planting a kiss on his lips. "What are you looking at, dummy? Help me with this blanket." Sasuke shook his head before giving her a sour look. They may be close now, but she knew he didn't like displays of affection, especially where there was a chance they could be seen. Still, his progress had accelerated leaps and bounds since he'd started getting closer with her. He wasn't consciously aware of when his apathy became feelings of friendship, or when his feelings of friendship became more romantic, but he was aware that it had happened. Sasuke finished helping Karen with the blanket and sat with her on it, taking a sandwich out of the basket. He started eating without another word. He frowned as he ate. The food here still tastes off. He had figured he was just not used to it at first, but after 6 months that wasn't an excuse anymore. Oh well, at least the tomatoes were good. Karen just sighed and started eating her seaweed salad as well. Whenever Sasuke was like this, it was best to let him smolder away until he felt like participating. She scooted over and sat next to him, although not close enough to touch. Despite her best efforts, he still wasn't the biggest fan of prolonged physical contact. She'd have to work on that. Still, regardless of his uniqueness, Karen thought her transformation of Sasuke had been fantastic. Sure, he still liked to brood quietly, answered questions with HN, sat away from others, did nothing but train for the day he could kill his brother, and sneered at anyone who talked to him, but it was about progress, not perfection. Karen finished her food quickly. She had been rather hungry. She laid back on the blanket and looked up at the sky as Sasuke continued to eat. She bit her lip and hummed softly to herself as she waited, knowing better than to interrupt Sasuke while he ate. "What are you thinking?" Sasuke asked suddenly, having finished his food without her noticing. Oh, just about what Orochimaru-sama will want next week," she answered. "He's only visiting for a day. That's not long enough to instruct you, but is too much effort for a simple report that I could have sent to him back in Otogakure." "HN," Sasuke mumbled in response, causing Karen to roll her eyes at him. Such a way with words, she teased before going back to relaxing. POA. Hinata kept her Byakugan active as she did her best to not see what was happening in the other rooms of the hotel. She and the others were waiting for Kakashi to return from signing them up. Lee was in the corner of the room, currently on sit-up 5,986 of his second set of 10,000. Sakura and Kurenai were both sitting cross-legged on one of the beds holding each other's hands. Both of their heads were bowed as they participated in some sort of mental duel that only the two of them could perceive. A knocking at the door interrupted the four, along with the word, "housekeeping," being shouted in a high-pitched voice. Hinata just focused her Byakugan to look through the door and see Kakashi. "You can come in, Kakashi-sensei," she said with a smile. "The door isn't locked." Kakashi walked in, a pout on his face so sour that it could be seen through his mask. "You guys are no fun," he said. Lee didn't even pause in his sit-ups. "My apologies, Kakashi-sensei," Lee answered, still doing his sit-ups. He was now on 7,328. "But, seeing as the Chunin exams are imminent, I must be at peak physical condition at all times. Once I am done with my sit-ups, if you would like to pretend to be a maid once again, I will also pretend that I do not realize that it is you." No thanks, Lee, that's okay." Kakashi sighed as he sat on the same bed as Hinata. He looked over to Sakura and Kurenai. "How long have they been at it this time?" "Only about 30 minutes, Hinata answered, finally turning her Byakugan off and letting out a sigh as she suffered through the tensed muscles in and around her eyes spasming in their attempt to relax. "We only just found the room an hour ago, and even that was due to luck. It's the last room in the hotel." "Last room," Kakashi hummed to himself, noticing that Sakura and Kurenai had pulled their hands apart but still had their heads bowed. "Well, that could be a problem, keeping the boys and girls together." "I concur," Lee shouted as he sat up, now finished with his second set of sit-ups. "Kakashi-sensei, I believe that it is only courteous to the ladies of our team that you and I find a place to sleep in the wilderness surrounding the village. It shall be a most youthful camping trip." "Don't worry," Kurenai said, now slowly opening her eyes as she looked towards Kakashi. "Lee may be Lee, but I doubt he would do anything fishy while Sakura was asleep." Lee looked taken aback, as if he had just been physically struck. "What? Perish the thought, I would never do something so unyouthful," he shouted in defense of himself. "In fact, I hereby declare that I will do everything in my power to guard and protect Sakura-chan's dignity and chastity, at all costs." "Kurenai-sensei," Sakura spoke softly. Kurenai turned back to her pink-haired student. "Please tell me that this is another genjutsu and I didn't just hear Lee promise to defend my chastity," she said, eyes still closed. Kurenai chuckled and pat Sakura on the head. "Unfortunately, Sakura, reality can sometimes be scarier than illusions." "Kakashi-sensei," Hinata said, asking for his attention, not wanting to disturb the moment between Kurenai and Sakura. "Yes, Hinata-chan," Kakashi answered, turning to her with an eye smile. Since all the paperwork is done now, what will we be doing tomorrow? She asked. The exam doesn't start until the day after. Kakashi placed a hand on her shoulder. Well, that's up to you four. I suspect Lee will continue to. Kakashi looked at the boy, who was now starting his third set of 10,000 sit-ups. Be Lee, but, you, Kurenai, and Sakura can do as you please. As for advice on my part, I would recommend acting exactly like what you are. What I am. Hinata hummed as Sakura finally started to stand up and stretch. A beautiful young lady, a tourist, and someone who seriously needs a vacation. Kakashi chuckled, holding up one finger for each point. Go out with Sakura and have a good time, get some sushi, sing karaoke, go shopping for some new clothes. Heck, maybe find some cute boys to flirt with. You're out of Konoha and in your prime. Hinata did her best not to frown at the thought of flirting with boys. She subconsciously held a hand to her chest. She had already found love and let it slip past her fingers. She didn't want or deserve another. Kakashi immediately realized his error when he saw Hinata's reaction. But, the moral of the story, Hinata-chan, he said to her, placing a hand on her shoulder to draw her out of her spiral, is that for the next 24 hours, you can do whatever you want. For once, Kakashi-san is right, Hinata-chan. Kurenai smiled after having just walked over to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. You and the rest of the team have been pushing yourself for nearly 6 months straight. A little bit of R&R could do you some good. Hinata put on a brave face for the both of them and nodded. You're right, she smiled before turning to Sakura. Sakura-chan, is there anything you want to do tomorrow? Sakura shrugged. I dunno, I'm sure we can walk the streets and find something to do. I do wanna see if they have any good ramen stands here. Let's go out to lunch. Hinata smiled and gave Sakura a nod. She was glad that she had such good friends and teammates. Kurenai and Kakashi were now talking in hushed tones like they often did whenever Kakashi made some sort of faux pas. Sakura was stretching her neck after half an hour of focusing. Lee was now on sit-up 2048 of his third set of 10,000. POA. Naruto was bent over the railing of the ship as it made its way towards Yugakure. They had been making great speed with the wind at their back, but the downside was that their increased speed meant that they were smacking against the waves hard enough to give him flashbacks to his time in the barf bunk. You all right there, Haku-sama? A voice came from behind him. Lifting his head miserably, Naruto turned to spot Shio chuckling at his misfortune. I long for the sweet embrace of death, Naruto mumbled before looking back to the ocean and puking a bit more. Carrots, why was it always carrots? He didn't eat carrots, he didn't even like carrots. How he had managed to vomit without getting any on his still unmoved mask was a mystery to Shio. Don't be so dramatic, you'll be fine, Shio said comfortingly. At this rate, we'll be in Yugakure by tomorrow morning. Why don't you go lay down and try to sleep through the worst of it? Naruto stood up straight, taking deep slow breaths through his nose. Honestly, I'm halfway tempted to just run the rest of the way on top of the water. But you're probably right. Tell Yagi-san that I'm in our quarters. Naruto had opted to share a room with Yagi. For this little detour into Yugakure, he decided to masquerade as Yagi's bodyguard. While this meant he would be present for any important political events that took place, it also meant he would have to be stuck to Yagi at the hip to keep up appearances. I won't have to. Yagi-sama is in your room already, Shio spoke. He gave me the idea, actually. You go get some rest. I'll make sure the other genin don't get in any trouble. Naruto nodded and made his way to the VIP room he and Yagi were sharing while giving a thumbs up to Shio. All the while doing his best to not pay attention to the persistent rocking and swaying of the ship. Once inside the room, he looked around. The ship they'd chosen was rather small to increase their speed, so even the VIP room didn't have much to offer. Just a single twin bed with silk sheets, a red and blue rug, and a small desk most likely intended for writing or other politician-wise stuff. Taking a step inside, Naruto felt his foot bump into something. He looked down to find Yagi laying on the floor. He had fallen asleep on the rug. Yagi-san, what are you doing? Naruto asked with a long pause as the older man slowly sat up. Why, Haku-sama, Yagi yawned. I didn't know if you were coming or not, so I decided to go to sleep without you. Okay, Naruto sighed. But why are you on the floor? I may be playing the role of Uzukage, Haku-sama, the pale old man started. But I wouldn't dream of attempting to place myself above you when it's not necessary to maintain our cover. But you're like, old and shit, Naruto retorted eloquently. Won't that mess with your back, or your new hip, or something? Yagi chuckled softly, still sitting on the floor. Haku-sama, never underestimate your elders. I have suffered through much worse in my life, this barely registers as an inconvenience to me. Okay, Naruto hummed to himself as he carefully tiptoed around Yagi. You're sure you're okay with this? I can sleep on the floor, it's not a big deal. Yagi just laid back down, rubbing his now clean-shaven upper lip where his mustache had once been. I'll be fine, Haku-sama, really. Go to sleep, tomorrow we'll reach Yugakure, and then we'll have a team participating in the Chunin exams, he explained as he closed his eyes. We'll have plenty of excitement up ahead, so get some rest. Besides, I'm not the one who's been seasick for the last 8 hours. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yagi had failed to suppress a note of humor in his tone when he brought up Naruto's seasickness. He didn't feel so bad about letting the old man sleep on the floor anymore. Snuffing out the light, Naruto laid down on the bed and closed his eyes. Breathing through his nose and focusing on that, he slowly drifted off to sleep. POA. The next morning Hinata and Sakura had chosen to sleep in, not getting up until almost noon. The two had taken turns getting showered and ready for the day in an otherwise empty room. A simple note on one of the nightstands read, Kurenai and I are out for the rest of the day. Lee has sworn to run 300 laps around the village and do a bunch of other stuff. There's 10,000 ryu from mission funds for you two to split for the day in Sakura's left shoe. Don't spend it all in one place and try not to get yourselves killed or imprisoned. Kakashi. Well, that's one way for a legal guardian to act. Sakura chuckled as she finished getting ready while Hinata got out of the shower. Sakura took her left shoe off and sure enough, there were 5 2,000 ryu bills in there. Hinata got dressed quickly so that the two could head out. They had both missed breakfast and were rather hungry and eager to get lunch soon. Ready, Sakura-chan? Hinata asked once she was finished. It was still a shock to her that Sakura didn't have to dye her hair for it to stay pink. She was a little jealous. Sakura smiled and nodded. She was still in shock that Hinata didn't have to put on any makeup to have such perfect and pale skin. She was a little jealous. Girls' night out, girls' night out, girls' night out. Dabayo. Sakura chanted happily as she and Hinata walked out. As soon as they left their room, Hinata activated her Byakugan, causing Sakura to turn on her heel and face the slightly taller girl. I don't think so, Sakura said in a fake authoritative tone. What? Hinata asked, genuinely confused. This is our last day off before the Chunin exam. No Byakugan, Sakura stated. We're in a friendly village surrounded by jonin whose sole job is to keep the contestants safe until the exams start. If there's one day that you don't need your Byakugan active, it's today. Turn it off and relax. You can't relax if you're keeping an eye on literally everything all the time. Hinata pouted softly but did as she was told, deactivating her Byakugan. You're right, Sakura-chan, I'm sorry. Sakura just rolled her eyes and grabbed Hinata by the hand before leading her out of the hotel and out into the streets. You don't need to be sorry, Hinata. It's not like I'm actually in charge of you or anything, I just want my friend to relax for once. Hinata blushed at Sakura so explicitly calling her a friend. Despite her constant effort to put her teachers and teammates at ease by acting more relaxed, she was still incredibly reserved, it was just that she hid it better now. Soon the two were walking through the streets, Sakura still leading Hinata by the hand as the two browsed the various shops and food stalls. Hinata had said she was willing to eat at a teriyaki bar, but Sakura was set on finding ramen. After only a little bit of searching and asking for directions, the two did find a ramen stand near the eastern side of the city. Walking inside, they both took a seat at the counter next to a boy that looked about their age. She couldn't tell much about him due to his mask that looked like it was made out of a ratty old shirt. He was doubtlessly also here for the Chunin exam considering he didn't wear the Yugakure Hitai. Also, his headband looked very familiar. Was that a Nuzu symbol? Was he a? And what can I get you two young ladies? A voice spoke from behind the counter, causing Sakura to jump a bit as she directed her attention to it. Oh, just 2 bowls of miso ramen to start us off, Sakura said before turning back to the boy, only to be left staring at a pile of empty bowls and a pile of cash where he had been eating. Is something wrong, Sakura-chan? Hinata asked. I thought you'd be more excited. You've been talking about getting ramen since we left Konoha. Why yeah, it's fine. Did you just see? Sakura looked back to the empty seat before shaking her head. Never mind, let's eat. POA. Naruto let out deep panicked breaths as he hid behind a dumpster on the other side of town, his heartbeat so loud in his ears that it threatened to deafen him. After landing that morning, he'd made his excuses while Yagi did the paperwork with the daimyo before running off to the nearest ramen stand. Things had been going great. He was on his 8th bowl and about to order his 9th when he'd heard a familiar set of footsteps. Out of the corner of his eye he'd seen her, the girl he had loved, the girl he had failed. Damn it, Naruto shouted to himself as he punched the pavement, gritting his teeth as he tried to focus on the pain. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Naruto punched the pavement repeatedly with every breath. I'm over this. I'm over them. I'm over her and the whole damned village. He continued to punch until his hands grew bloody. I'm over Sasuke, and being a Jinchuriki. I'm not even Naruto anymore. I'm Haku now. I moved on. I started a new life. I'm not. Damn it. Naruto scooted back, resting his back against the dumpster as he took deep breaths. I'm over this. I have a new home now, and new friends, and new responsibilities. I have a new life now. So why? Naruto sniffled, doing his best to hold back tears. Why was I so happy to see her? POA. Shio tossed and caught a ball in the air as he walked the 2 other genin to their quarters. Alright kids, looks like we're all bunking here until tomorrow morning. Joki-san wants to make sure we're well taken care of until the exams start. Yeah, we know, we were there too, remember? And why are you calling us kids? One of the 2 asked. We're the same age as you. That's true, but you heard Haku and Yagi-sama. I'm in charge, and that means it's my responsibility to make sure you 2 don't make the village look bad. How would we make the village look bad? The other asked. Yeah, the first said with a nod. We're awesome. The 2 shouted in unison. Twins. Shio sighed as he rubbed his eyes. Nana and Nene were identical in every way imaginable. Supposedly Nana was a girl, while Nene was a boy, but he wasn't entirely sure they weren't messing with him about that. Or was Nana a boy and Nene a girl? Either way, he didn't want to check. The 2 were short, even shorter than Haku-sama was. They had long black hair that hung straight and low with deep red eyes and round, almost heart-shaped, faces. They both wore the standard Uzu uniform with no customizations other than adding a black leather glove on their right hands. Why did we pick you 2 again? Shio asked, catching his ball one last time before placing it in his pocket. I'm already getting a headache. Because we were the only genin who would volunteer to be stuck with you for a month. The 2 spoke before giving each other a high five. Shio sighed, pinching the bridge between his nose. Finally, he pointed to one of the 2. Listen, Nene. I'm Nana. You 2 are gonna go to your room and not cause any trouble for me, okay? I know Haku-sama has a plan. I just don't know what that is yet. So, we're all gonna play nice, put on a nice show during the exams, and hope to God that nothing bad happens, okay? Whatever. Let's go, Nana. The one said before grabbing the other and walking away. Wait, I thought you were Nana. Shio shouted as the 2 giggled and ran off into the distance. Shio walked into his room and tossed his bag onto the bed before opening it. With a long-suffering sigh, he reached in and tried to pull out a single shirt, only to pull up a long string of them. Somehow Nana and Nene had managed to secretly tie all of the sleeves of his shirts together while he wasn't looking. Why can't anything in my life just work out? POA. After calming down from his near miss with Sakura, Naruto had returned to his and Yagi's provided quarters. He'd had to wait as Yagi schmoozed with the politicians, something that he was grateful he missed out on. Naruto was already getting bored with all the legalese, further cementing in his mind that it was a good idea to leave it up to Yagi. He dreaded the day he would have to come out as the true Uzukage and have to deal with all the bullshit. Maybe there would be some way to keep Yagi around and pawn all that stuff onto him while he focused on not focusing on how nice Sakura had smelled, or how her hair had gotten a bit longer and how cute it looked on her, or... "Are you alright, Haku-sama?" Yagi asked suddenly from behind Naruto. Naruto responded with a shrug and a sigh. "I just saw a couple of ghosts from a past life is all," he finally said after a long pause. "Are we talking literally or figuratively?" Yagi asked seriously. "Hauntings are no laughing matter and I could perform some rituals of cleansing." Naruto shook his head. "No, thankfully they weren't literal ghosts. Just some people I knew before I became Uzukage." Yagi nodded and sat down on his bed. "I see, would you like to talk about it, Haku-sama? I understand you value your privacy, heck I still haven't even seen your face, but if you give me the gist of the situation, I might be able to offer some old man advice." Naruto tipped his chair back, balancing on the two back legs as he thought. Old man advice does tend to be the most reliable of advice. Yagi chuckled softly and nodded but didn't speak, simply waiting for his young friend to continue. "I've had a crush on this girl for, well basically forever really," Naruto started. "She and I were on a team together, she had a crush on the other guy in our team." "Classic love triangle," Yagi nodded wisely. "Right. So anyway, this other guy decided to be a real asshole and go rogue. She asked me to bring him back so I promised I would. Up until then my nindo was to keep my promises," Naruto explained, getting comfortable as he did his best to explain the situation without giving away too many details. "I went after him and, let's just say things didn't work out how I'd hoped." Yagi nodded again. "I understand so far, keep going." "Well," Naruto continued, "the next thing I know, things have gotten way more complicated. I'm running away from home with nothing but the clothes on my back. After a strangely not so long series of events, I wound up on Uzu and had just started rebuilding when you guys showed up." "Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Stranger things have happened in this world. I'm assuming this isn't the whole story?" Yagi asked. "Not by a long shot," Naruto replied. "So, what does this have to do with why you're so down at the moment?" Yagi asked, getting to the heart of the matter. "You know how I ran off to scout the town and get a lay of the land just in case things went south?" "You mean how you ran to the nearest ramen shop the second you thought of an excuse?" Yagi chuckled with a nod. "Yes, I remember. Well, while I was out scouting." "You mean eating?" Naruto gave the smiling old man the evil eye for a moment before returning to his story. "While I was out, I ran into the girl I had a crush on," he explained. "And I thought I was over her, you know. I thought I had moved on, but the second I saw her I wanted to hug her and tell her everything that had happened, but I freaked out and ran away." Yagi leaned back in his chair and nodded, stroking his chin. "And why would telling her be a problem? Why are you still hiding your identity at all?" Naruto sighed. That was a good question. He had started using the Haku persona with Hige-san as a gut reaction. I think it's because I don't know how people would react. Not to brag, but I'm kind of a big deal in my old village. Well, I wasn't when I was alive, but after I died, I sorta became a big deal. Again, it's complicated. I'm just scared of what they'll do if they know I'm me. Before that a lot of people hated me." Yagi looked at him with a look of barely suppressed shock. "I'm sorry, but did you just say after you died?" "Oh yeah, I guess I left that part out. I died and got buried and stuff before having to crawl my way out of my grave. Did I mention it's complicated?" "Have you told anyone else about this?" Yagi asked seriously. "Only Shio, but I'm pretty sure he thought I was joking," Naruto answered. Okay, well, let's put that on the back burner for a second." "Just don't tell anyone else, alright?" Yagi asked seriously. "Wasn't planning to the chief." Naruto chuckled with a shrug. "So anyway, back to the important part. This girl never really liked me before, in fact, she basically hated me. So, now that people like me, I don't know if she'll like me or just the idea of me because I'm the son of a famous guy. Also, I've been pretending to be dead for half a year and that's kinda fucked up on my part. It's just so complicated." "Yeah, I get that," Yagi said as he let out a sigh. "So, what's your sage wisdom, oh wise old dude?" Naruto asked, sitting up. "Well," Yagi began, Unfortunately, I don't know much when it comes to romance. I can tell you this though, don't rush into matters of love. Take your time with this one. Should you reveal yourself to this girl, you can't take that back. I don't think there is a right answer to this, Haku-sama. You just have to listen to your heart and hope for the best. Oh, I wasn't planning on revealing myself, Naruto clarified, unknowingly taking the wind out of Yagi's sails. I just want to know why I still think she's cute even though I've been doing my best to forget her for the last 6 months. Wait, Yagi pinched the bridge of his nose. That is your dilemma. Yep, Naruto nodded. So, everything you just told me, Yagi started. About dying and coming back to life. About running away from home. About breaking your nindo. About realizing who your father was. About being betrayed by your friend. About founding an entire nation. All of that, and your only concern is why you still have a crush on her. Yeah, Naruto said with another nod as though it were obvious. Yagi let out a long-suffering groan as he relaxed back into his seat. Haku-sama, there are these things called hormones. They're what make you like girls. They don't make sense, they just kinda happen. Don't worry about it. Naruto smiled and gave a thumbs up to Yagi. That's brilliant, I'll just stop worrying about it. See, I knew old man advice always helped. Thanks.